on TikTok? Are you?
Yep, going in right now.
Okay.
Okay. Well, that was fun. It seems to be working, I think. I think it seems to be working right now. Uh, it's amazing. I always do a test of everything before I get going on the stream, just to make sure everything's working properly. And it was all completely fine. And then when you hit start, it sometimes complains. It goes, no, not having it today. You are not allowed to stream today for some weird reason. I cannot understand why. But anyway, all working now, I think. So, can you, it would be really helpful if you can just let me know both streams that you can hear me okay. Hello, YouTube world. I see you there. That all seems to be quite good. And let's make sure that we can see our friends on TikTok as well. We can hear as well. Thanks, Bex. Hey, Baku. Yes, Baku, I just started. Today is the Tuesday stream, but a little bit later than normal. Normally on the Tuesday stream, I start at like midday and I finish at about 6 p.m. Today, I'm going to start about now and I'm going to go through, well, for about 6 hours or so, as long as we're having fun. We'll keep on going. Thanks very much for bearing with me. Hi to everyone. All the familiar people are here. It's so gratifying to see that. It really is wonderful. Thank you so much. You know who you are, so thank you for being back. We don't have a special topic today, just the normal business, the normal menu of topics that we like talking about, and hopefully we'll get some guests and someone will want to come and talk to us about it, because we certainly enjoy speaking about this stuff. Sean, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Excellent. Let's have a look. No one in the guest queue so far. If you're watching on YouTube and you would like to get involved, I'm just putting the link in there right now. Just copy that link into a browser and you can come and say hi to us on that side. And obviously, if you're watching on TikTok and you fancy coming to explain why you think we're wrong about the things we say, then just hit the request button. It's in the bottom left. And you'll be straight in. Queues are empty at the moment, so we'll be happy to talk to you. There we are. Hope everyone had a good Zombie Jesus time. I think that's all behind us now. We can all move on from that. And we do have our first guest on TikTok. It looks like Phil Trumbo. So we'll bring Phil in straight away to be our first guest of the day. Hey, Phil. Phil, are you there? Our first silent guest of the day. Phil, can you hear us all right?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. Can you hear us all right, Phil? Oh, teacup. And back again.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear
got you.
We can hear you just fine. So you're very welcome. And you are our first guest.
Wi-Fi off.
Can you hear us all right, Phil?
Nice, man. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, welcome. Is there a topic you'd like to...
Yeah, maybe a bit of delay on my end.
A bit of delay. Okay, well, we'll work with that. That's okay. Is there a topic you'd like to talk about from our list?
Yeah, with the second one, are you imposing your own standard, or is this an internal critique?
Both, actually. Actually, both, but more the first. I mean, the internal critique is in as far as we're told that the Bible is a source of morality, right? And lots of people claim that the Bible is where they get their idea of right and wrong from, and Jesus preached compassion and forgiveness and all of these lovely things. But the God of the Bible is a brutal monster who randomly kills people, apparently for almost no reason, and dishes out collective punishment and seems completely indifferent to the suffering of human beings. So as an internal critique, I think it works. But I think more so in terms of just our understandings collectively of what we normally mean by goodness, fairness, kindness, compassion. I think in normal everyday life, people don't ask what we mean by those words when people use them in everyday life, right? If you're speaking to someone and they say, "Oh, that person was really violent," or "that person was really brutal," people generally don't stop and go, "Well, what standard are you applying for violence and brutality?" We all understand roughly what we mean by these things. So I'm saying, by the standards that we all instinctively use, and the definitions and the ideas and the understandings that we all instinctively use for words like goodness, we can look at the character of the God of the Bible and say he doesn't meet that standard. What do you think?
Yeah, I think internal critique would be stronger, especially like if you're talking to me, because I don't know too much about scripture. But like, otherwise, I just feel like it's gonna be like a fallacy by consensus if you're trying to say like what is good is what the majority think. I don't know if you're trying to do that or not.
Yeah, not
No.
really. It's not really that. It's more just like, if you got 1,000 people together in a room and said, "Is killing children with swords good?" If any of them put their hands up and said, "Yes, it's good," they would generally be looked down on by the rest of the room as being probably mentally ill, right? So we've all got an idea of what constitutes not good, right? Even if we can't completely define good, this isn't an appeal to consensus. It's more just a recognition of the fact that concepts like fairness and good and gentleness and forgiveness and forbearance, all of these concepts, people use them in everyday life without needing to clarify to each other exactly what they mean. So I'm just saying, according to the normal way we use these words and the normal ways we understand these things, I think the behavior of the God in the Bible falls significantly short. And we can look at lots of instances where, his behavior, the things he does himself or commands others to do, fall outside of what any mentally normal, healthy, morally okay person would ever accept.
Yeah, I'd be a little hesitant here because I think there are like things that like rational people can disagree on morally. Like especially like a good example would be like AB, for example. I think two rational people can come to completely different conclusions. I don't think that people, are as close morally as we'd like to think. I think,
You're on some issues you're going to have differences of opinion because there's a lot of different factors that influence people's moral compass, right?
Yeah.
But would you agree, or take AB out of the equation, would you agree that like if I'm in the military and I order men to unalive every man, woman, child, baby, and animal within a people group, that from your perspective, would you agree that that's immoral?
It probably is. There may be like hyper specific cases where that might be needed.
Can you come up with one?
Yeah, like some people could argue like Hiroshima, something like that. That was justified. I think I don't know if
that's a little bit different, though. Can I just point out why that's disanalogous? Because you could say that in the instance of something like Hiroshima, yes, there were absolutely horrendous collateral deaths as a result of that. But the purpose of the attack was not expressly go and kill those children. Yes, there were children who died. And part of the reason we wrestle with the morality of something like that was purely because we recognize the discomfort in that, right? If the command had been go over there and find the kids and kill them, that would have been a morally different type of command than, drop a bomb, which is going to unfortunately kill some children too. Can you see the difference there, or do they seem exactly the same to you?
No, that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Yeah, so I think I would agree, as Sean did, I would agree with you that around the edges of morality, we can say, there's moral ambiguity. There could be things, there are issues where there isn't a consensus. Some people think that assisted suicide is a good thing. Some people think that it's a bad thing, and it's a complex issue, and there are serious arguments on both sides of it, and that's the grey areas of morality, right? But there aren't people who think, if it would be unusual to find somebody who would say, for example, that arranging to have somebody's wife raped as a punishment to that person would be an acceptable action. Do you think it is?
No, of course not.
Right, but the God of the Bible does, right? So when I look at the God of the Bible creating an instance where that happens, declaring that it's going to happen, saying he's going to make it happen, and then it happens, it just makes me think, this is not a good moral character. I can't square this with my idea of goodness, and I don't think anyone with a normal sense of morality would be able to.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of why yeah, I do think it's powerful as an internal critique, because I got nothing for you. I don't know how to resolve that issue.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? It's tricky because I
It's
don't think
very
that
tricky.
it is. Yeah, and I appreciate your honesty in engaging with this. I don't think that we need be limited to seeing this as an internal critique, because I think we can be a little broader and we can just say, here's another example where I don't think that the God of the Bible is okay. Is the whole idea of salvation, the idea that you're going to be punished in hell unless you believe the right things. But this ties into the first topic on our list and the kind of core topic of everything we do here, is you can't decide to believe something if you don't believe it, if you're not convinced of it, if nothing has persuaded you so far. You can be open to being persuaded, but if nothing has tipped you over that line into, oh yeah, that makes sense to me, then belief is completely impossible. Impossible. It's as impossible as flapping your arms and flying. And under those circumstances, it's immoral to punish someone for not being able to believe, because what are they supposed to do about it? They're not convinced, they're not convinced. So there's another example where there's a problem morally. Do you see that one?
Yeah, I think this is talked about as like divine hiddenness or something like that, or it plays a role. It's kind of like that in a way.
Yeah, it's part of
Right,
it, isn't it? The divine
like
hiddenness is what makes it harder to see, right? To believe.
well, it's like, how could someone, be open to the truth, and then like, why would God not give it to them?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem moral. Yeah.
Seems unfair. And not just not give it to them, but then punish them, potentially with eternal torture, for not having found the thing that he decided not to give them. That's got to be morally problematic, hasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question either. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
I've seen like Alex O'Connor give a version of that. That's a tough question to wrestle with.
Yeah, Alex O'Connor speaks quite frequently about non-resistant non-believers. I don't know if he came up with the term, but he's the first person I heard that term from.
John Schellenberg came up with the term.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And that's worthwhile to point out. And of course, many Christians will try to claim there are no non-resistant non-believers and try to know the contents of people's minds or what have you. But
yeah, I was going to say I could make the argument, but how could I prove that?
Thank you for that. I mean that sincerely, because we get quite a few Christians who claim to know the contents of our mind and claim different things that are contradictory about the contents of our mind. But I appreciate the respect and honesty with which you're engaging this.
Yeah, and sometimes to just say I don't know and I recognize the tension there is a really, really honest response. That's enough. That's enough for me to give a believer the respect of saying, well, I appreciate that you're being in this discomfort and you're feeling the tension and acknowledging it, rather than pretending it's not there. And then that's fine. That can be an acceptable endpoint to the discussion, to say, thank you for acknowledging it, and then it's food for thought, right? And we can all go away and think about the implications of that, and then maybe pick up the conversation later. We're not demanding concessions here. It's more, the conversations I really enjoy are when people like you say, I see what you mean. Yes, that's worth thinking about. That's a win for you more than anyone else.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are hard issues to wrestle with. I think it takes someone above my level to certainly answer something like that.
Well, you have a mind. It sounds to me like you know how to use it pretty well. So I say to you, good on you for using it here, and for engaging with us, in such good faith. And do come back, Phil, and let us know if any of this stuff crystallizes in your mind one way or the other. If you come to a realization of, hang on a minute, those guys were full of crap, here's a reason why what they're saying isn't valid, I'd like to know about it. And similarly, if you think actually you do have a really good point there, this needs to make me think about things in a slightly different way, I'd love to know about that too. So by all means, come back and let us know how you go with wrestling with these ideas.
Alrighty, John.
All right. Thanks for being our first guest. Such a nice one too. We really appreciate that.
Have a good morning.
You too. Thanks, Phil.
You too.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay. What a fine fellow. Those are the kind of discussions I really like having, where like nobody's being performative, nobody's trying to own anyone. It's just listening and thinking about stuff and working through ideas together. I think that's brilliant. That's really what this channel is about, as much as possible. So I really appreciate that. We see Jimmy in the YouTube queue. We will get to you shortly, Jimmy. We're just going to bring in Lone Dro on the TikTok side. Hey, Lone Dro. Are you there?
Sorry, I requested by mistake.
Okay. No problem at all. Thanks for coming in. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, we requested by mistake. Very easy to do on TikTok. I've done it myself. Have you, Sean? Have you ever done the...
Yes, yeah, I have.
Very, very easy to do. So we're going to bring in Twisted Method. Twisted Method. I'm sure I'm probably saying that wrong. And hopefully this one is not by mistake. Hey, Twisted, how you doing?
You alright?
How are you?
Hiya. You can call me Nick, by the way.
Nick. That's much easier than Twisted Method or Method. Okay,
Twisted
Nick.
Method. I had dyslexia, so it's probably spelled a bit wrong.
Oh, that's all right. Okay, no worries. Well, it will be immortalized on the video. How you doing, Nick?
Sorry. Sorry. I have ADHD, so I apologise if I jump in a bit too quick.
That's okay.
What it is, I've been watching you for a while, and I understand Sean, who's in the box as well, was an ex-Christian. Were you an ex-Christian at all?
No, I've never been a believer.
Right, so I grew up Christian, went to church, Sunday school, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then when I was 10 years old, my other older brother died of leukemia.
I'm so sorry.
And I started questioning why. And from the church, I was just getting, it's God's will. You can't question God.
Yeah.
So then I started to come away from the church and think then I read the Bible when I was a bit older, and it's full of contradictions, nastiness and craziness.
Yep.
So for many years I was an atheist.
Mm-hmm.
But then I started looking into spirituality, and I became Wiccan, which is a nature-based religion.
Yeah.
I don't follow any particular god. I just follow nature.
Yeah.
So I just wanted your view on that, really. Like, what's your view on nature?
It's certainly a significant upgrade. It's certainly a significant upgrade from following this, this Iron Age blood sacrifice god, which carries with it a whole load of doctrinal baggage and damaging ideas. I've got more time for the perspective you hold now, purely because it doesn't really cause the same kind of pain and suffering as the ideas about the God of the Bible. My personal view is that I don't think we need to replace one set of poorly supported ideas with another set of poorly supported ideas. And to my mind, all supernatural claims, all religious claims, I'm not going to go so far as to say they are false, because I can't say that, but I can say they're poorly supported. All of them lack a justification for belief, including Wicca, including deifying nature. I feel a sense of reverence and awe when I think about nature, when I think about the scale of cosmological distances, when I think about the structure of matter, when I think about nature and how beautifully everything works together like a ballet of biology. I feel a sense of absolute reverence about that. But I don't go the extra step of needing to kind of give it a personality and personify it and deify it. I'm happy to just be where I am and say, yeah, reality is absolutely amazing, and one of the most incredible things we can do as beings gifted with brains is contemplate it and contemplate our own position in it and our how lucky we are to even exist. And so I share your wonder at nature. I just don't characterize it in quite the same way.
I understand that. I was an atheist for a while, but I just couldn't comprehend that we're here just by chance. I feel like there has to be some kind of design or creator. I don't know. I don't necessarily think it's a god, but
I went through that as well. Twisted that. Yeah, that's very common. I realized at some point that Christianity was BS and like made no sense whatsoever. But I still had the sort of the awe of, you know, life, the fact that we're conscious, the mysteries of the universe. Why is there something rather than nothing? And I sort of had an incredulity, like that can't just be by chance. And then so I continued believing in, I didn't go to like Wicca or any specific religion. I went to like vanilla theology. Just I believed there was some type of creator of the universe that's beyond our understanding. But later on I realized I didn't have a good reason to believe that either. But what you are talking about is very common. uh, for many people, it's not just like, I believe in Islam or Christianity, and then they go straight from that to full atheism. They may go to another form of theism or even switch religions. And from there, oftentimes they will, I don't want to say evolve, but their beliefs will change again, and they may become a full atheist or they may not.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. For a bit, I was an atheist. I was a bit confused on, like, I didn't know. Obviously, I didn't believe in a god, and I just a bit confused on how we got here, and I just couldn't believe that it's just like a bunch of molecules bouncing off each other. That's what some atheists
Yeah.
think.
Where are you now with
We're a
your
giant
belief?
bowl of soup, you know what I mean? And everything's just bouncing. Everything is everything, but I just couldn't get my head around that.
Can I just
Yeah, of course.
clarify something on that? When you say like, how did we get here? Do you mean like specifically humans, or do you mean like
No,
everything?
I know that everything. I know. Obviously, I came here because of my parents. Got jiggy one night. I get that.
But even more broadly than that, like, do you understand? You understand how evolution works, right?
I get it. Yeah, I do understand evolution. Things
Okay.
evolve over millions of years.
Yeah. So
I
is
get
your
that
question more just like, why is there something?
Yeah. Why does this exist? Is my question. Like, why? Why are we here? I
Yeah.
get through evolution, but why has evolution happened? Why are we here? Like, why did that even happen? That's.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm going to give you a really powerful phrase. I don't know. And so the time to believe something is when there's sufficient evidence to support believing it. And so, you know, why is there something rather than nothing? I don't know. What caused the universe? It could be that the universe always existed. That's still an unknown in cosmology. And it can be dissatisfying, but if you truly care about aligning your beliefs with reality as much as possible, you just have to accept that there's some things that you don't know, and the time to believe something is when you have evidence for an explanation.
We have
Yeah,
Dr. Dig. We have Dr. Dig with us, who may have a helpful perspective for you.
Okay.
Good morning. So I have a PhD in molecular genetics, and the easiest way that I can explain kind of the why behind, like, why are we here? Why does evolution happen? The best answer is that it's time plus ingredients. So evolution, the process to get to us, has happened on a time scale that humans, we physically cannot comprehend it. There have been the traces of and the building up to life for 4 billion years on the planet. And so the amount of time that it takes to get from that to where we are now, no human brain can comprehend that. So that's the first point. The second point is just that the evolution isn't a process that has a will or has like a desired endpoint, except for organisms that outlast their, competitors. It's just, evolution is just a process that happens that we have named evolution in our attempts of describing it. But it has no will.
Sorry. Sorry, that makes sense. I know, like the Big Bang, right? It wasn't the start of the universe; it was the expansion of time. And I've read through books of evolution that we came from the sea, right? We were fish, and then we came onto the land and grew legs or whatever, become mammals. Is that kind of right, or have I got that completely wrong? Did we come from the sea?
So hold on. The Big Bang wasn't the expansion of time. The ruling hypothesis is that the universe before the Big Bang was in a hot, dense state, and then the Big Bang happened, and it expanded outwards. And so it's like there was a big crunch, and then there was a big bounce, a big expansion. So it wasn't just the extension of time, it was the expansion of space-time. It's like a combination of those things. I'm not an astrophysicist, though, so I'm not the right person to answer those questions. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, just on the Big Bang, I am not a subject matter expert either, but I am an enthusiast, and I read a lot about this stuff. So I just want to put that caveat that I'm not a PhD either. I've just spoken to a number of them and read a lot of their opinions or what have you. So my understanding is there are multiple competing models to describe the universe. Some describe an eternal universe into the past. Some describe a finite universe that has a beginning. And many cosmologists believe that none of them are likely right. So we're at a point where we don't know if the universe goes eternally into the past or not. That's just kind of where we're at with that. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson calls the frontier of science. It's one of the great mysteries, the unknowns that people are looking into.
But Nick, I want to offer you a perspective because...
Oh, hold on, John. I was going to answer his question about the sea.
About coming from the sea, yeah. If you answer that, and then I had something to add as well. Thanks, Dr. Dig.
Okay, so yes, we did come from the ocean, but it happened over like millions and millions and millions of years.
Yeah, that's just what I've read in books through school and stuff like that, that we were once kind of, they're called vertebrates, fish? Once we were fish, and then we came to the land. And
well, yeah, we went from single-celled life in essentially the ocean to what we are now, and there's like a lot of different stages between them to get here. But yes.
So when you mention to Christians that we were once apes, somehow they think we're Pokemon and we just evolved into apes. Like, that doesn't happen. It happens. We're not apes. We just said that we share the same common ancestry as apes, right?
Well, no, we are. No, humans are primates.
Yeah.
So we are but we didn't like come directly from a gorilla. We are in the same tree as gorillas and chimps, but we split off at a different time point than they did. They split off, they became gorillas. We split off, we became like, we went through Homo erectus and then Homo sapien. So we are apes. But I think one of the biggest misconceptions, and like one of the things that I think Christians don't understand, is we didn't come from chimpanzees. We are related to chimpanzees, but we're not like chimpanzees. One day didn't just like birth a human baby.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Some Christians believe that we just evolved like Pokemon.
Yeah, that's not how evolution works.
So here's something to think about. Every organism that's ever been born was the same species as its parents.
Yeah.
Right. There's never been a species that gave birth to something of a different species. This change is so gradual. It's quite hard to sort of imagine it. But have you ever seen those LED lights where it changes it goes through all the colors, but the change is so gradual you kind of don't notice it changing. You're looking at it and it's red, and then it's just a tiny bit less red, and then a tiny bit less red, and then before you know it, you're looking at blue, but you can't identify the moment where it stopped being red and became blue. It's a bit like that. It's a very, very, very gradual change.
Sorry.
Another
Sorry.
example I think that's useful that I've used here before that Jon and Sean liked is like we know the starting point. So if you think of the starting point as raw dough and you think of the ending point as a baked loaf of bread, you put it in the oven, but there's no discernible steps from the dough being baked into bread. You can't pause it and say the bread is or the dough is 75% now bread. But what we can do is look in the oven and take little snapshots, and those snapshots are what we have in the fossil record. So yeah, like the LED light, but also like we have snapshots to tell us how we got to raw dough to bread, but there's no way to like discern into 1% baked, 25% baked like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Can I quickly turn my camera on and show you my lizard? Okay.
Yeah, you can do that.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not a euphemism as well. Sorry.
And there was a question for you, Nick, from Shaitan in the TikTok chat, who said, like, if you believe this all powerful God nature thing created everything, why would they create malaria or Ebola or organisms that burrow into the eyes of children? And why would that happen?
Because nature's not good or evil; she just exists.
Right.
I just want to quickly, when we were talking about things evolving a minute ago, what do you think lizards evolved from?
Look at that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I would have to look it up.
Birds or
I don't know
fish?
if Dig knows. I don't know if Dr. Dig knows offhand. But if you want to know the immediate predecessor, I would say it's another reptile.
Only because
Yeah,
they
was
have talons like birds. They've got a face shape
Hold
like
on,
a bird.
Twisted,
Sorry.
hold on. So they evolved not from dinosaurs. They evolved from. Hold on. I'm trying to go back as far as I can. They are a reptile-like amphibian. They were amphibian-like ammonites, and then they evolved at the same time as dinosaurs, but with a distinct reptilian lineage.
Yeah, that makes sense. So
yeah.
Sorry, I don't see Mother Nature as a god, like as an entity. I see it as like not like a god, more like a deity. Like I don't see it as a god. It's more like.
So Twisted.
I think deities and gods are different.
I don't know that Sean might know that, but so I was raised a Gaelic pagan by my mother, and in paganism, there are different versions, but we more have reverence just for the natural world as it is, not that there's a force that or an entity that has made things the way they are. Now there is parts of paganism that have that, but the way that I was raised is you have a reverence through observation, sort of.
Twisted, can I just clarify something with you? Are you, as far as your belief state right now about the universe and nature or what have you, are you just sort of deifying nature itself, but not assigning a supernatural force or conscious agency to it?
So the best thing I can do really quickly explain Wicca. So Wicca was a religion created by a guy called Jared Gardner in the 1960s. It comes from Celtic paganism, but it's the belief and nature-based religion where we believe that Mother Earth, the Earth, is alive. It's a living entity. So we believe that the Earth is alive, and we believe in Mother Earth. So that's what Wicca is.
Kind of like Awa on Avatar. You know how the world was this
kind of.
Yeah, something like that. No. What leads you to believe that these natural processes that we can observe and measure and etc.
Because
are
nature's all around us and we can see it and the world's alive. We're not living on
no
a dead planet, are we?
no? But what I'm saying is in itself has agency. So we can agree that we have beings, animals, etc., that have agency with brains associated with them, but all the evidence suggests that we each individually have our own consciousness. What I want to know is like what evidence you have or what convinces you that the whole of nature itself is a conscious agent.
So I don't necessarily have, the only evidence I have is all around me. Trees, birds, animals, water, just life. Like, we're not living on a dead planet, are we?
But why would that be? Why would that be evidence of a conscious agent and not just evidence of natural processes producing those things?
Because if it was just a natural thing, then how are things alive? Would we living on a dead planet? If everyone was just everything, and we're all just a big bowl of soup with molecules bouncing off each other, that doesn't make sense.
Think about it. Tristan, have you ever heard the phrase "life will out"?
No.
So "life will out" is sort of this pat phrase used to I mean, there are different ways for it, but like one explanation is that the ingredients on our planet are driving towards, have had enough time and are driving towards living systems. And living systems will do anything in their power to continue living.
Yeah,
that's not like a deity doing that. That is the inevitability of the system that we're living in. And I think one way to transition from this sort of deity idea to more of like a understanding grounded in biology, and that's not to like, I'm not saying that in any way to disavow your view. So
No,
I'm not trying to do that.
Take it that way. It's good to get the advice. I'm just really lost at the moment. I just can't see that we're here for nothing.
So the way that I think about it, like about the world, is the rock that we live on isn't alive, but there are billions and billions and billions of living things on the planet that all live in this incredibly delicate balance, that all need each other, that all, drive each other forward or drive each other back. It's all a system. Like you could think of it as a circle, and that's kind of my slice of paganism, that everything's a circle. So we should be grateful for the clouds in the sky and the dirt on the ground and the trees and yourself, because you contribute to all of it and all of it contributes to you, and all of that contribution is what makes it alive. But just the blatant rock that we live on is not alive. Does that make any sense?
That makes sense. Can I just ask, as an atheist, John, what do you believe? Like, as an atheist, because a lot of atheists believe different things.
Yeah, it needs to be a little more specific. So I
have a friend who's an atheist, and he believes that everything is everything. We're all the same, and the universe.
I certainly don't believe that. That's nonsense. That sounds like that sounds like nonsense to me. I think everything is not everything. Some things are not everything. The only thing which is everything is everything. And that even that kind of language doesn't necessarily really help us understand things. The one thing I think, and I hope this helps, is this was kind of what I was going to interject with earlier, is if you look at human history is full of us making up stories to explain the things we don't quite understand, right? Why is there weather? Must be gods. Why did someone get sick? Must be gods or demons. Why did the crops fail? Must be gods. Why is that bright, shiny thing moving across the sky every day? That's a god. Human history is full of stories created and invoked to explain the bits we don't understand. And the other thing that human history is full of is those stories being proven wrong. and better explanations coming along, which don't involve stories, which don't involve, entities and agency and made up things like that. Time and time again, supernatural explanations for things are replaced by scientific explanations or just non-supernatural explanations over and over and over again. That's only ever happened in one direction, right? There's never been a single instance of a well understood natural or scientific explanation for something being superseded by a supernatural one. It's never happened. And so to me, it just makes sense to pay attention to that pattern and go, that pattern's telling us something. That pattern's telling us that this habit we have as a species of making up stories to fill the gaps in our understanding, while it might be understandable, is not particularly useful because it keeps on leading us to false conclusions about stuff. So I'm going to trust in the system, and I'm going to say, even though while I understand there are going to be limits to our knowledge always, and there are going to be questions we can't answer, we may never understand the hard problem of consciousness, for example. We may never quite understand why it is that brains lead to this process of awareness. We may never understand that, or maybe we will, but we may never understand something, right? And that's just the boundaries of our understanding. And I'm perfectly happy to call those areas the bits we just don't know, and just be honest about it and go, don't know that yet. Some really, really, really smart people are probably working on trying to solve the problem, and they may get there and they may not.
Yeah. Well, the reason I asked is because I listened to a couple of other people on here so Ian is one.
Yeah.
Prove to me that God exists. Justin's one.
Yeah.
And a guy called Joel. Now, they're all atheists, and they all believe, obviously, they just don't believe in the God.
Yeah.
And that's fair enough. But then there's just some atheists that give reasons, like with the bowl of soup analogy. Other atheists would say that they believe in evolution. Others say they follow science.
Twisted. One thing I think is helpful that I've said before, and I probably will reiterate 1,000 more times, is atheism is like an umbrella. Just because someone is an atheist doesn't mean they believe the exact same thing as another atheist.
That's what I was trying to say.
Exactly. And so, you can listen to all of those creators and listen to the way that they've squared it. But at the end of the day, these are huge questions of why are we here? There's a natural, a science way to explain why we're here. It's just an inevitability of time and ingredients. But the question of why am I here? What am I doing? To give it purpose, that's not something that can be explained scientifically beyond your parents had sex and your mother gave birth to you.
I've been questioning my own existence lately, literally looking in the mirror and saying, who am I? Who am I?
Well, to imbibe the natural world with your desire for a purpose or your desire to explain it, number one, doesn't disqualify our observations of the natural world, but it also doesn't open the door, in my opinion, for needing a supernatural explanation in addition to it. My reason for existence, I'm a computational oncologist. My reason for existing is to make progress in my scientific work and help people that have been diagnosed with these specific forms of cancer. My purpose is to be a wonderful and loving wife to my husband and all of our animals, and to make sure that they're happy and well cared for. My purpose is to be a contributing member of my community and to give back to other people. None of those things, I don't need a god or a supernatural force to explain that I want to be nice to my husband, and I want to make sure my dogs eat every day, and I want to help my neighbor when a tree falls in their yard. But they're still all of those things are still just as rewarding as if as I think someone saying, well, God put me here and I'm a child of God.
That makes sense.
Twisted, I get the sense from you, but I want to confirm. Does it matter to you if you align your beliefs with reality as much as possible?
Yeah, so I'm very lost. Okay, so the only reason I went to spirituality, because for those few years of trying to find out where I was lost. And
Yes,
now
yes,
I was looking for something spiritual to try and guide me. So that's why I was following Wiccan. But I am moving towards more to be an atheist because I don't believe in
yeah.
any deities or any religion. I followed this spirituality to try and guide me, and now I feel lost. So
I can understand that. Yeah, so if you want to align your beliefs with reality as much as possible, then your beliefs need to be rational and evidence based, and you need to be comfortable saying, "That's a cool mystery. I don't know," and continue to ponder it and think about it, and you can even be in awe of it. But being in awe, because what I'm getting from you is like, I'm in awe, therefore there must be some life force or some deification or what have you. But
exactly, like I'm just mesmerized by the world, and I can't believe that it just happened from nothing. Like,
but think
Twisted.
about, yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Dick.
Oh, sorry, Sean. It'll be quick. One thing that I think is like a really powerful realization is that if just put yourself in a mindset to you have this awe of the world and how complex it is and how beautiful it is, and that complexity and that beauty drive you to think that there must be a deity that created it.
yeah,
But if you just take a moment and try and say, okay, there's no deity, that means that you're left in a place where the beauty and the splendor and the complexity of this world exists just by itself. It created itself. It got to this point because like life will out. And I think the power in a mindset like that is so much more enchanting and empowering than just saying, well, I don't understand something, so it must be God. Or, that tree is really tall and I don't like how trees can't be that tall. It must be God. No, it's not God. It's us. And it's evolution, and it's what that tree is meant to do. Like, I think that you can appreciate the beauty and all that stuff of the world, and having some man in the sky that seems to have no regard for his creation take credit for it, I think is a really cheap shot to the planet that we live on.
I think the world's kind of driven by energy is a force, and it can't be created and it can't be destroyed. And I just think that the whole planet's driven by something like a force, not necessarily a god or a deity, but like an energy force. I don't know.
Twisted, what you're doing, what I was pointing out before is, you acknowledge that you're doing this. You're in awe, therefore God. It's an internal, and I did it too.
Well, like
It's
God,
an internal. It's argument from incredulity fallacy. I can't imagine something so majestic could come from anything other than like a spiritual force of some kind, or a life force, or you see what I'm saying? But
yeah.
yeah, but if you genuinely care about aligning your beliefs with reality as much as possible, you have to get away from the feels and just try to be objective and say, what is the evidence for what I believe? And if you can't come up with rational justification that's evidence based, you just have to be comfortable saying, I don't know.
I
And
think
then
that's
just,
I need to accept the fact that sometimes we don't know things, and I think
That's it.
that's what it is with me. I just can't, like, I get it. sometimes we just accept things we don't know.
Yep, that's the
Yeah.
that's the intellectually
Get my head
honest
around it.
thing to do, and it might feel uncomfortable for a while, but I promise you, you'll develop not just a tolerance for it, but an appreciation for it. There's a beauty in I don't know. That's where the really cool stuff happens, is on the edges of what we know and what we don't know, and we can celebrate it and lean into it. Don't shy away from it. It's glorious. It's fantastic. It's okay to not know. That's where all
I
the really
think I've
cool
been
stuff
scared to
happens.
say it and scared to accept the fact that sometimes we don't know things. I think
Yeah.
as humans, we're indoctrinated, and when I was younger, I was indoctrinated into Christianity. And I think as humans, we're always looking for answers, and when we can't find them, we create something.
Yeah, you're absolutely
to-
right. You're absolutely right, and we have that habit. We're hooked on it. The habit of creating the answers when we don't have them, and you know it's okay to not have them, and it's okay to be fine with that. And I promise you, we'll have a lot more answers in 100 years, or 200 years, or 500 years. We may not get to hear about them because we're not going to last that long. But think about how much more we understand about reality now than we did just 50 years ago, in terms of like, you know, new fundamental particles that have been discovered, or 100 years ago, or 200 years ago. It's going to change. It's going to change. But we've been on for 35 minutes, so we're going to move it on. But yeah, thanks for coming in to speak to us. And you know, I hope that you're able to start tolerating I don't know, because you can actually, you know, you can be at peace with it.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot for letting me on, and I really appreciate it.
Pleasure. Thanks for coming in.
Come back with new thoughts if you have something else you'd like to discuss.
When I've gone through it, I'll come back in a week or so and let you know how.
That'd be great. All right. We'll look forward to speaking to you again. Take care.
Right,
Take
no
care.
worries.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. We are going to move on to MetaCog. We did have a couple of guests on the YouTube queue have now dropped out, but if you're listening on YouTube and you were worried that it was going to take too long, join the queue again and we'll get you back in after we speak to MetaCog. Dr. Dig, you want to hang out with us for a bit?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay, bringing MetaCog. Hey, Meta, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Very well indeed, thank you. What would you like to discuss?
Yeah, I had a quick question about beliefs. I am an atheist, and I just wanted to figure out how or what I believe about this. I don't know. I know you are super into doxastic involuntarism, and I don't know if I'm just playing games with myself in terms of word games or what. But for example, there are things that I believe and things that I feel like I accept. Like, for example, I think I accept evolution is real, the earth is 4.5 billion years old, and medical practices are probably the closest thing we've ever had to miracles out there. So I say that I accept those things, but you know, I don't really care if I quote unquote believe those things. Like I believe that if I hold my hand over fire, it's going to burn me, or if I hold a pin out or something, it's going to fall with gravity, right?
Yes.
So what am I doing to myself to just say that I accept?
I hear you. So I would offer that. The difference between I believe and I accept is less foundational than you might think, because you wouldn't accept those things if you hadn't been persuaded that it was likely they were true. If you hadn't, then you'd be in a position of non-acceptance, or you would say, I'm reserving judgment, but I don't accept this yet, right? That's how I believe about, say, alien life. Do I accept that alien life exists? No. I think it's likely. I think it probably does, but I'm not at a point of saying, yes, I believe it definitely, I believe it does. I think on balance it probably does, but either way, I'm just evaluating the evidence, and that's what's steering me towards my position. And so then you can just describe that position using different words, but they all basically relate to the same thing, which is your mind persuaded? Is your mind persuaded that this is likely true? And if it isn't, then you wouldn't accept it.
I consider them synonymous. Like, if I say I believe this proposition and I accept this proposition, I'm saying exactly the same thing, and it could even be used for on scales of belief. So, like in John's example about life outside, because both John and I believe it's likely, but we're not 100% confident that there's life on other planets. So we both believe and accept that it's likely that there is life on other planets, but we wouldn't bet the farm on it.
Right. Okay. I guess my distinction is let's say a believer comes to me and says, "Well, do you believe that the Earth is this old?" And I'm like, I accept that's the general principle, but I wouldn't stake my life on it or anything like that. Like that's.
But
To
isn't
believe is
doesn't that
sorry,
just mean
sorry.
doesn't that just mean you believe it, but you believe it with less confidence than you would believe that the Earth
Right.
goes around the sun?
Right. Exactly.
It's
That's. I
still
think
belief.
that's what I'm saying.
It's just slightly less committed. But to reach that position of slightly less committed belief, as opposed to fully committed belief, still requires that your mind is persuaded of it. It's still not a choice you're making. You're not you're not at liberty to not believe that. You're not, or to not accept it.
I see. Okay. So yeah, I think I am just playing games with my own head. Because I don't really care if it's true or not. It's just one of those things where, yeah, I do accept it. I do accept that there's tons of evidence for it. So, okay, I get it.
Meta. So one thing I want to say is like, science doesn't require your belief in it to be true or not. It's not a system of it's not a system of belief. It's a process of finding out objective truth through hypothesis and scientific testing and iteration. The Earth being 4.5 billion years old is going to be true whether you believe it or not.
Right.
So, the proof that the purpose of science isn't to make you believe or not believe it. The purpose of science is to find out the truth and to
Yeah.
prove that the proof is sorry, to prove that a fact is a fact, that something is true.
I think maybe a little bit more of my distinction comes from whether or not I'm able to test it rather than just go off of what somebody else says. And I do accept the sciences, but whether or not I'm able to test it is a different story. And that's why I think,
Yeah.
I'm kind of having an epiphany as we're talking.
Relying on the
I
opinion
think,
of sorry, doctor, relying on the opinions of subject matter experts is a rational basis for belief. And that's by a necessity of society. We cannot all become experts in everything. So if your transmission is having problems, you go to a transmission expert shop where they have learned about automotive transmissions, etc. Or if you get sick, you go to a doctor. We have to rely on the expertise of people in fields that require expertise. And that is a rational basis for belief in and of itself. And some people argue with me on that, but I'm happy to have that. But
well,
that is evidence
and
for you. Go ahead.
oh, I was just gonna say, and Meta, you may not have like the right instruments or whatever, but when you read scientific papers, one of the biggest components of that is reproducibility. So like, even though you don't know anything about it, you could take the data from my dissertation, and because it's all public, you can follow the directions I've outlined in my papers and in my dissertation, and analyze the data the way that I did and get the same result. So like, even you might not have a telescope to see a certain planet or like a certain tool to test a condition, but the instructions are there. And
Right.
one of the strengths of science and the strengths of peer review is that, like, when I wrote my dissertation, I mean, I have it. It doesn't matter. I mean, I had like 350 citations. And those citations had, just one of those papers had 75 citations. And so we have little blocks that we're building on, and each block has been looked at and verified independently lots and lots of times. And then the work that I did in my dissertation, I put, my own little block at the top, and then that was 3.5 years ago. And I can guarantee that a bunch of people, because I've been cited a bunch of times, they've put little blocks on top of me. But they have to verify that what I said is true, and I had to verify that what the people said before me was true. And that's how we can get to the point of science. And all of that happens whether you believe it or not, or whether you believe what I say or not.
Right. Yeah, I do agree with the whole peer review system and everything in science, and I love it. I'm kind of addicted to it. In fact, I like to read a lot of it. But like I was saying, it's more to do with me actually testing it and getting the microscopes and the telescopes and all the instruments and whatnot, and actually testing the things for myself. But I do accept all the sciences that largely agree with one another.
I think what you're describing here, we're all on the same page. I think what you're describing here is just different degrees of confidence in the things that persuade you, and so the words you choose to use to label those experiences, whether it's believe or accept, or are almost irrelevant. The important thing is what's actually going on. The process that's actually going on is you are becoming persuaded of something with different degrees of confidence, or you're not. And there's no volition in either of those conditions. But I hope that's helpful for you, man.
Yes, very much so. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Meta. Take care.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. We will now go over to the YouTube side. Dr. Dig, I still haven't wired up the audio to flow from between the YouTube call and the TikTok call. So perhaps we'll drop you down for now, but feel free to come back up later if a relevant thing comes up. We always love having you around.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
By the way, John, in the video chat, there's someone who made a screen name Go Ahead.
Yeah, I saw, and I'm about to bring them in right now. So I'm going to assume that this might be ironic. So we're going to bring in Go Ahead right now. Hey, Go Ahead, are you there? Hopefully they are.
Hello.
Hello. Hey, Go Ahead. How are you?
I mean, kids, it's me, PVG, actually.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah. For anyone not watching, we had an epic baby Philbro last time, who came in making statements and then waiting for the reply. Go ahead, like this, and it was just hilarious. So I did clip it and put it on YouTube. It is quite funny.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like it's really going to become popular. So it's like, go ahead. It's going to be a catchphrase on this channel.
It's going on my merch for sure.
Dropped into. Oh yeah, go ahead, try again, Philbro. All the Philbro quips. It's going to be really awesome. I just dropped by to ask a quick question, Sean. I mean, we're talking about the. How much indoctrination we can allow in society. I forgot to ask him about circumcision because I know, medically speaking, it's not necessary, but it's also not outlawed in many societies. Or I can't think of any society where it is outlawed, and especially it's being performed by people like not medical practitioners. The pastor can come and nip it off from an infant, and
with significant health risks, by the way.
Yes, that's right. So I just wanted to ask Sean about his perspectives on that.
So I would need to do a deep think about that, but I'm very, very open to outlawing circumcision. In fact, I would say at this point, I'd love to hash it out with discussions with people who disagree with me and hear perspectives, especially from medical experts. But let's assume that there's no medical benefit to it whatsoever, and I think that's probably the case. I very heavily lean toward being okay with banning circumcision at birth. Now, if somebody reaches the age of consent and wants to have it done to themselves, it's your own body. I'm perfectly fine with that. But babies, when they're born, don't have agency. I can't imagine it's not excruciatingly painful. So I'm actually talking myself into the position right now. I would say ban it and at birth, and when somebody's older, if they want to do it, then they can choose what they do with their own body.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, that's fair. Actually, I mean, there was this old myth that it has something to do with hygiene and there's less risk of cancer, but then that's been debunked with the emerging studies where they didn't find any differences, and it was only health risks going forward as opposed to any safety, any protection against any risk. And John, just one more question.
Sure.
I've just found out in many of the callers, they repeatedly bring this to you, especially the Philbros. They ask you if they kind of challenge you on the fact that morality is subjective, and then they kind of end up strawmanning you, saying if morality is subjective, it can be very dangerous, because anyone can have anything and say that's their morality.
Yeah.
However, isn't there? Why can't we just? Because we know, naturalistically speaking, we know that if we don't live collectively, our species can die. It can go extinct. So we need.
Yeah.
So we need.
So, sorry, I thought you were done.
No. I think I'm all right. You can go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. So very often the argument is, if it's this or if it's that, here's what the consequence is, and it's dangerous, so it's much better to have this. The thing is, it is what it is. So if it turns out we are correct and it's subjective, then it's no more dangerous than the current state of morality right now for everybody, because that's what it is. Like, literally, that. So the argument isn't what's ideal, it's what is the reality of the world. So going down an argument of like what the consequence would be if it is this or that is irrelevant. So if it's subjective, it would look exactly as the world does right now. If it's objective, it would also look exactly like the world does right now. So utilitarian arguments don't really apply, because what we're debating is, we all agree the world looks like what it looks like, but it's just a philosophical argument over whether the morality that exists right now, whether it's objective or subjective.
What they're trying to say is that if you don't accept their proposed basis for morality, then anything is permissible. That's the structure of the argument they're always trying to say. It's like the brothers Karamazov, without God, anything is permissible. This is what they're always trying to do. So they're trying to say, unless you accept, I root my morality in a God, and that's the basis of the morality that gives me automatically confers magically onto me the authority to make moral declarations, and that without that authority, any moral declaration is valueless because it just becomes an opinion. Hello, little cat. But of course, this is nonsense, because we can understand morals in terms of well-being and human suffering and empathy and compassion. And for someone to say, well, it's a subjective choice for you to value those things. Yes, it is. But it's a subjective choice for them to value obedience to their God as well. So the framework that they are proposing is every bit as subjective as the one we hold to, and even more so, because actually we're rooting our ethical intuitions in measurable outcomes. Does this help people? Does this harm people? Help equals good, harm equals bad. Boo, hooray. And that's actually meaningful. Whereas just trying to please a deity is completely arbitrary, completely capricious. You have no way of measuring whether you're doing it right. You have no way of knowing whether what you're doing is in line with what this God wants. And then the most damning thing of all is, with all of this talk of objective morality, between them, none of them can agree about what that morality is. So you'll find Bible-believing Christians on both sides of every social issue. Some Christians believe in the death penalty. Some Christians don't believe in the death penalty. Some are pro-choice. Some are not pro-choice. Some think that same-sex marriage is okay. Some don't think that same-sex. So they can't agree between themselves what they want. And then you look at the morality as revealed in their holy book, and it's absolutely appalling. So at the end of the day, all of this talk about objective morality is really them just trying. The move they're trying to make is always the same one, which is just to say, if you don't have the same foundation for your moral statements as me, they're invalid, and therefore rape is okay, which is just ludicrous.
That makes sense. Wouldn't it be better to say that secular humanists have more of an objective basis on their morality, which can be measured and observed, than these people who claim to have an objective basis, but it's in fact appeal to authority, to their god, or appeal to fantasy?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's a claim we often make. Yeah, essentially, what they do is they just get rid of morality and just replace it with obedience and pretend they've done the job, but they haven't.
Have you heard of the Euthyphro dilemma? It's fairly well known, but not everybody has heard of it.
No. Can you explain that?
Sure. So somebody says, my God is objectively good and gives us objective morality, or what have you. So the question, it basically goes, the question is this: does God say so, or is it in his nature? They'll say one or the other, but does God say so? X is good because it's good, or does God, or is it good because God says so? If it's God says so, or God says so because it's good, then there is some quality of good that is independent of God, and so no God is required. If it's good because God says so, that would apply to God saying literally anything, including harming babies. Like there's no action, no matter how harmful, that wouldn't be good if God says so. And then that shows how arbitrary it is. And it has to be one or the other. And so that's a question you can ask them, and then just depending on their answer, you can go down to, whatever avenue they take it.
That makes sense to me, because having a Hindu background, or Eastern background, there is this word called, karma is always thrown around. There is also another word called dharma with a DH in the front. So karma and dharma, and apparently dharma, according to the text, is just objective fairness or morality or justice. You do what is dharmic. So if you speak to these New Age, even New Age Buddhists or New Age Hindus, they would say, I'm fascinated by this philosophical sect because of its dharma and Buddha dharma, and they're just Sanatana dharma, which is the dharma that the Indians, especially the almost theocratic government that rules India at the moment, is they base their morality on, or even some of their policies on, which is Sanatana dharma. So dharma is something that's goodness and objectively, from a critical realist point of view, objectively good for everything and all existence. But then if you go into the scriptures, it's the same thing that you find in Christianity: hypocrisies, contradictions, and inconsistencies in the stories, inconsistencies in the tenets.
Yeah.
So you ask the same questions. So how does this kind of add up? And then they're like, no, again, they appeal to, it's mysterious. My knowledge is limited. We don't know how these things work. It's beyond our human understanding. So they appeal to this mysterious ignorance, and it's the same old story again and again. So there is not a lot of profound philosophy in the Eastern beliefs. It's kind of comes back to the same inconsistencies over and over again. So
it does. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah.
Thanks, PBG.
That's just what I want to point out. And
great.
Thanks, guys. It was great talking to you and get that sorted. I'm going to sit back and enjoy the rest of the show.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thanks. Go ahead. Take it easy. Okay.
Try again. Go ahead. Try again. Try again.
We are going to bring in. We're going to bring in Morality Mom on the YouTube side as well. Are you there, Morality Mom? Hello. I can see you there. Morality Mom, are you with us?
Morality Mom, can you hear us? That's a shame because with that name, I thought it might be
Yeah.
an interesting conversation.
Yeah, I can kind of see a bit of signal. Try again, Morality Mum. Are you there? It's a great name, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, maybe not. That didn't work. So maybe try again. If you are listening, I can barely bring myself to say it, Morality Mum. Just try join the link again, and we'll see if we can get you back in. That just didn't work. You were there, but not there. We couldn't hear you. We'll wait and see if they come back. In the meantime, we're going to bring in Brian on the. Hang on a minute. Morality Mum is back. We're going to try again. Second time lucky. How about that? Are you there, Morality Mum? Apparently not. The internet does not want you to speak to us today. I see a little bit of signal, but
Am I to speak now?
there you go. There's your
Yep, we
mic
heard
on
you.
now.
Yep.
There you go. Welcome. Are you still there? This is like pulling teeth.
We heard you for a second.
I think you might have a really bad signal. That might be the problem. Top tier entertainment, this, folks. Morality Mum, I think this is not happening. So, are you there? Yeah, there we go. Is that better?
Morality
think-
Mom,
yeah.
maybe get to better signal.
Yeah, I'm going to hang up on that one. If you can reach a more consistent signal, we'd love to speak to you, but that was not happening. So it's not worth trying to fight through a bad signal where every other word is unintelligible. That's an issue we have even when we have a good signal with some of the guests. There's no point compounding the problem. We're going to bring in Brian Hendricks, our good friend on the TikTok side. And hopefully Morality Mum will be back later with a better signal. Hey, Brian, how are you?
Man, I'm hanging in like a hair in a biscuit.
Excellent. Nice to see you as always.
I have your book ordered on Amazon.
That's extremely kind. Thank you very much. Only 7 months to go.
I know. Oh, I just wanted to add real quickly, discussions I've had about morality.
Yeah.
And the answer I always got, well, our morality is the Bible. And
Right.
I said, whoa, really? Okay. I said, from my experience, every single denomination, they can't even agree on, do you get baptized to be saved or not baptized to be saved?
Mhm.
There's so many inconsistencies. And I shared, that's the reason you have all these denominations, because you don't all agree on everything.
Yeah.
So show me the document somewhere where all you Christian denominations got together and made a minimum set to say, this is morality. This is what we believe is morality. What's good and what's not good. And it doesn't exist. Matter of fact, when I talk to people, 9 times out of 10, they create the morality in their head and they find the church that matches it.
Yeah.
Very
and if
often
it doesn't
is the way.
match it for something changes, we call it church hopping. Or when
Sure.
I was a Christian, we called it that. We called
Yeah.
it church hopping. You find the church that sort of matches your morality that you've already made. So I end up telling them functionally, you're subjective, functionally.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
anyway, that's what I see. That's my 2 cents.
You're completely right. And of course, that applies to biblical interpretation as well, right? So 10 different people can read the Bible, and each one is going to bring their own personal subjective interpretation of what's metaphorical, what's allegorical, what's literal. What does this really mean? Was this a figurative? Was this prophecy typological, or was it literal, or was it a double meaning? Everyone just brings their own interpretation to it, and there's so much subjectivity in there. You might as well cut out the middleman, just get rid of the book, and just be left with your subjective intuitions, and let's just engage with those directly rather than through some old text or old tradition.
And the other thing that's partially related to that is I always ask, well, listen, if you have godly men in your church, not godly women, because most of the churches I went were conservative. Women didn't make final decisions. That's a whole nother story. But if you have all these godly men listening to the Holy Spirit, then why do you vote? Every single, in the Baptist church, every single group of, they don't have elders. They have, I'm drawing a blank. in other churches they call them elders. In the Baptist church they call them
like deacons or something.
Deacons, yes.
Yeah.
They have the council of deacons or the group of deacons.
Yeah.
And every single time it's a vote. So why do you need to vote? You've got the Holy Spirit telling you what the answer is.
Right. Yeah.
Go look at the Southern Baptist Convention when they meet. It's a vote. And by the way, lately, those votes are close. They're not overwhelming.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's just something else. It's like, well, did you not listen to the Holy Spirit? Well, I mean, I don't know. It's just like they say this, but they live this way. So anyway, that's what I wanted to share.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Always nice to hear from you.
Take care.
Take it easy. Take it easy. Okay, we are going to get in. Hi, I'm Isaac. Bringing Hi, I'm Isaac in right now. Hey, Isaac.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very good, thanks. Would you like to engage
Hey, I don't
on our...
really want to engage into the prompt. I just wanted to bring up something that I believed you and Sean would probably be interested in reading about if you guys were bored at night. I promise I won't take much of your time.
No worries.
But, I was raised Jehovah's Witness.
I'm sorry.
I know, yeah. I left when I was 15 years old, but you know, one of the really big things Jehovah's Witnesses, like their doctrine, was that they believe in no blood transfusions, which caused a lot of people to pass. But recently, actually, they now do allow blood transfusions, and it's kind
with
of
your
sending
own blood, right?
Yes, yeah, that's the little cop out where it has to be your own blood only. But if you guys, you know, wanted to look into it and maybe see like the religion kind of spiral, I mean, it's kind of fun to read into. I just wanted to say something like that real quick.
Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, that represents, I would say, an incremental move forward. I mean, there are all sorts of health complications, or rather, there are benefits from having other people's blood that don't accrue if you use your own, and it's a bit more complicated. And what if you haven't previously banked your blood and all of this sort of stuff? There's still people who are going to die because of this idiotic idea. But
right, exactly. And I've had friends
step,
myself that passed. Yeah,
really.
Exactly.
Oh, that's horrendous. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's awful.
It's okay. It's a shitty religion, but yeah, I just thought you guys would find that interesting. But it seems like you guys already know.
Well,
Isaac,
thank you.
If you don't mind sharing, and it's okay, it's totally okay if you don't want to share. How did you manage to leave your faith at such a young age?
15.
Yeah, like did you go through the motions and pretend for a while? Like how did that square with your living situation?
I would say I never truly believed, but I'm also Hispanic, but my parents didn't really raise me speaking Spanish. So the church I went to, or the Kingdom Hall is what they call it, was only a Spanish-speaking Kingdom Hall. So I was never like, since I didn't understand the language much, I wasn't able to be like brainwashed as much. But I just had always but I always had a strong curiosity about what my parents believe in their faith, which caused me just to research religion in general. And then I just see a lot of similarities between all religions pretty much, which just makes me think it's all BS essentially.
Yeah. Did you have to face any shunning or anything like that?
Fortunately enough, I never decided to get baptized, and my parents are kind of like the worst Jehovah's Witnesses ever, so they never really like shunned me, I would say. But other family members, you know, they don't talk to me at all, and my dad did use like DV in order to get me into the Kingdom Hall. So like he would physically, you know, lay his hands on me in order for me to go to the Kingdom Hall essentially. And that really made me like realize it was BS too, because you can't preach that all of it is a choice yet physically force me to be there. It's just not practicing what you preach.
It really is.
Right, exactly.
Well, we hope you're doing all right. It sounds like you are.
Time.
All right, Isaac. Well, thank you. Thanks for coming to tell us about that.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
And you, friend.
You too, Isaac. Great talking to you.
Bye-bye.
Wow. That's a lot of bravery. That's a lot of bravery to have that mental fortitude at 15, to be that independent in your thinking. What an impressive guy, right? I mean, I don't think I had my shit together like that at 15. To be that clear in my thinking, have that clarity of purpose and thought. That's pretty amazing. Okay, just a couple of messages to read, seeing as we have not yet shared any. We are going to start with Tim Davidson. Hi, Tim. Said, every day is a holiday when you're pagan. But of course it is. Appreciate that. And Make It So amazingly sent 5 unconvinced gift memberships. Thank you so much. The algorithm gods will distribute those randomly to people in the chat. But I really, really appreciate that. Make It So. That's an amazing gesture. Thank you very, very much indeed. Mike, great to see Mike. Mike Bowen says, he was risen, but don't worry, I tracked him down and got him before he got too far. Can't be too careful with revenants and zombies. Yep, it is the weekend where it all happens, isn't it? Or has been, at least. Risen like a loaf of bread. And then Tim again said, hypotheticals. The possible Greek god, Hypotheticles. That's the one. I got there in the end. 4th time lucky. Hypotheticles. I love that. Hypotheticles, the possible Greek god. That's brilliant, Tim. Where do you get these from? Do you create these quips and jokes yourself, or do you just scour the internet for the funny ones to come share with us? Do appreciate that. Okay, another thing to check in on, because it would be very remiss not to, is the status of our bingo, because we have had a couple of calls on the Believer bingo. They came in quite early, and as you know, I've decided not to interrupt the discussions with the bingo calls unless they really are warranted in that moment. But we had, straight out the gate, Upshot called the look at the trees. There was basically a look at the trees, and then Kif correctly claimed fine-tuned universe as well. So that's 2 of the squares down. We're very, very happy about that. So thanks, guys. I'm going to put a link to the Believer Bingo in the chat. It's always harder for me to put it in the TikTok chat because I can't copy and paste in there, so I have to actually type it in. But I will do that. I'm going to just put it into the YouTube first. This is just for the non-interactive one. The interactive one is open to members, and I've got a plan coming for people on the TikTok side for that. I know I mentioned that last stream. It's coming this week, so watch this space for that. And we do have Morality Mum back on the YouTube side, so we're going to try and bring Morality Mum back in. Let's see if 3rd time lucky with Morality Mum, if we can make this happen. Let's see. Are you there? I'm not getting a good feeling about this. Morality Mum, are you there? It looks like possibly not. 0 signs of life. 0 signs of life from Morality Mum. It's not happening, so that is not a thing. Okay, well, at the moment, both queues are empty. So if you do want to come up and talk to us, be brave. We're nice. We won't bite. Click the request if you're on TikTok. And if you're on the YouTube side, I'm going to put the link in again. There it is. Just paste that into your browser or your phone and come up and speak to us. It should work. It was working with PVG. So I think it's just the Morality Mom issue is something at their end, I fear. There we are. So members also get to submit questions to us, and we have had a couple in the last few days. So I thought we might look at one now because there was a couple of really nice ones. So let's have a look and see if we can get this in. Here we go. We got a fantastic question from Upshot, who said, Jon and Sean, would you both be willing to share a bit of your story about how you each came into this space? What makes you such an interesting duo is that you seem to have landed in a very similar place from nearly opposite starting points. Very well said. That's exactly what's happened.
Yeah.
Jon, I'd love to hear what shaped your perspective of someone who's always been a non-believer and what led you to do this publicly. And Sean, I'd also love to hear about your journey from belief to losing your faith, especially as an active duty army veteran. since faith and religious culture are so commonly woven into military life. Yeah, and that's, I gather, a pretty big part being in the Marines, if I have discerned that correctly. So I can tell you for me, I've never been a believer, but I've always been interested in belief. I've always been interested in what people believe and why they believe it. I can't tell you why. It's just always fascinated me. I can remember being like 18 or 19 and already being fascinated by, I think I became aware of the fact that so many people believe such wildly different things. And it just fascinated me that there could be such a widespread of what things people find convincing and persuasive. And for a while I was really into sort of thinking about and studying the kind of what people now term woo-woo, kind of new age stuff, and all the James Randi stuff. I guess you could call it skepticism, right? So claims of the supernatural, claims of psychic powers, all of that stuff. It absolutely fascinated me that these beliefs are so commonplace and they're everywhere, and yet there's so obviously no credible evidence for any of them. And it just absolutely fascinated me that. And for a while I was really obsessed with that. I got to work with James Randi on something in the UK, which was an amazing privilege. There was a guy here called Gary Mannion, who was a self-styled psychic healer, and he was charging people consultation fees to come and see him at his clinic, where they would lie down on a table and he would wave his hands above them. And then he had what he described as a council of spirit doctors, including Abraham from the Bible, I shit you not, who would all tell him what was going on health-wise for these people who had paid good money to see him. And I was so completely appalled by the fact that this guy was doing this. This was in 2008, that I publicly offered him a fair amount of money if he could demonstrate that he could do what he said he could do. And I got in touch with a guy called Chris French, who was a professor of anomalistic psychology at Goldsmiths, and he got in touch with Randi, and the three of us worked together on putting together basically a protocol to test this guy, because he agreed to be tested. He accepted my challenge. And so the challenge was that he just had to be able to prove that he could diagnose things. He didn't have to cure anything. There's all sorts of ethical problems there, but he just had to be able to correctly discern from a room of 10 people which one had the Crohn's disease and which one had a back problem and which one had, sore knee problems or whatever it was. And he agreed to do it. And then, of course, at the last moment, he pulled out. So I was just fascinated with skepticism and that whole world of pushing back on bad ideas. And then for some reason, my interest really drifted more into religion in the last, I'm going to say, sort of 8 or 9 years. And I just used to spend a lot of time on Twitter debating and arguing and having it out with people and being told that I'm going to hell and I'm a tool of the devil and all of that. And that's what led me to eventually write the book. And then having written the book, I needed to find a way of creating a bit of an audience for the book. So I started doing videos, and then I quickly realized that doing videos and creating a community around that was actually much more important to me than the book. And that's now become my focus. So I hope that tells you something of my origin story here. What about you, Sean?
Yeah, so for me, the first time I can remember the first time I heard about the concept of God, I don't even remember exactly what age, but in the 5 or 6 age range. My parents, at the time I lived with my mother and my stepfather. They weren't particularly religious, but we had a family that lived down the street that were friends. Both of our family were friends. They were Catholic. They had a lot of kids, stereotypical Catholics. So I remember being at their house and the dad talking to us about God and Jesus and Catholicism. And before that, I hadn't even contemplated the idea of a God. And that sort of addresses, because some people will argue, we just intuitively know about a God. Well, no, I didn't. It didn't even cross my mind, even as a concept of a creator of the universe or a supernatural power. But I didn't get convinced of it. It was just sort of a story in passing. And after I left, all I thought about was like Shogun Warriors and GI Joe and stuff like that. Later on, I didn't have like the most stable childhood, later on, and I ended up around the age of 9 moving in with my great grandmother and great aunt, who were devout, very strict Seventh-day Adventists, and they convinced me of Seventh-day Adventism and sort of indoctrinated me into the entire thing, going to church every Saturday, going to I don't even know what it was called at the time, but basically like a Jesus camp where kids go out in the woods and it's all religious based, and the whole thing. I lived with them until about age 11. Now at the time, because I'd always had a curious mind, part of me was like, it would creep in a little bit, like doubting, like, what if this is actually BS? And what I was told is that's the devil talking to you. And if you don't believe, you're going to go to hell. And so it was a thought stopper. Like every time it would creep in, I would feel guilt and shame, like I'm a bad Christian for doubting and what have you. But I ended up moving out of that environment, but still considered myself a Christian for years and years and years. Later on into adulthood, like I just allowed myself, because I started having doubts again, and I saw the world where geography plays such a pivotal role in what people are likely to believe. Hinduism in India and all these other countries, all these different religions. And when I really thought about it, I remember this story of like Noah's flood and the Tower of Babel and the Genesis account of creation, as like Christianity actually fell away relatively easily, but I still believed I was just like the caller before, where it was like the mysteries of the universe. Why is there something rather than nothing? And I believed that there just has to be something. And so I became sort of a vanilla theist. There's some mysterious creator of the universe, but it's beyond our mind's ability to comprehend. And eventually I realized, when I started asking questions to people online on certain blogs I went to, a lot of atheists like pointed me toward like the atheist experience and stuff like that. I was sort of in a deconstruction process. And when I heard the arguments about, skepticism, sound epistemology, Matt Dillahunty was actually had a profound influence on me in like a way of thinking, trying to align your beliefs with reality as much as possible. I realized I don't have a good reason to believe that as well. And then I accepted that I'm an atheist. So that's sort of how my journey went.
Brilliant. Yeah, I hope that clears it up. I mean, some people have obviously heard both our stories before, but I know that you've not necessarily been around for that long in the community. So I hope that helps. And it is interesting, isn't it, Sean, that we've started out at such completely different places and then came to not just the same place in terms of our lack of belief, but the same place in terms of how we frame belief itself. And that was how we met, with you being a guest here and saying that you'd been thinking about these ideas on the involuntary nature of belief yourself. So it was good. Yeah. We just bumped into each other on the internet, and it was love after that.
Yeah.
So
I remember my first call in, I was like preaching your own book to you, because I had thought about all those same things, and I always thought it's such an under-discussed thing that belief actually isn't a choice. Yeah. And so I was beating that drum, trying to get everybody to hey, this is important, guys. Think about this. And when I saw your prompt, I'm like, this guy gets it. And so, yeah, that's sort of how it happened.
Excellent. Well, believe it or not, Morality Mum is back again. This is, I think, the third or fourth time I have added them in. Can you hear us, Morality Mum? This is like a There's a dead horse and a stick in some kind of configuration here. Something is happening involving the dead horse and the stick. But I guess
She
that
said something in the chat. I get to a screen with icons, not touching them again. They made me lose connection. But I cannot hear y'all unless TV, but afraid to because feedback.
That's a shame. I don't know what's going on there, but
yeah, so she's trying.
She is trying. Yeah, we feel for you. We really want to speak to you. So just by way of another test, Sebastian just requested up. Sebastian, you just disappeared from the queue, the video queue. If you just hit the link again or refresh your browser, let's see if we can get you in. I mean, the test, of course, is that Sean is in. And there's Morality Mum again. Now we have camera as well. Okay, let's try this. Let's see if it works. Morality Mum, are you there? Still not. Still not. Like, we can even see you. Look, we can see your feed. We just can't hear you. So I don't know if it's an issue with your mic or something, but that is, yeah, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, it's not happening, is it? This is
I don't want to have feedback, so I think the TV is behind the phone.
Okay, well, whatever you're doing now, we can hear you.
Sound is.
I turned the camera off to try to save bandwidth.
Sure.
We hear you. Can you hear us?
I'm here. I'm here, but I don't. Wave your hand on the phone so I can see if you hear me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you not? You can't hear us.
Okay, you hear me. So let me just say this real quick. I think there's a way that we can give the morality police, they feel that they can, let me say that right. There's a way that they say, what if bad people take over? Like the Romulans or the Klingons or the Republicans, just joking. But there's a way you could give that to them. Yes, anybody can make bad morality. I always answer the question, where do you get your morality from? By saying experience and experiments. And I try to use the words better and worse. So we're running experiments to tell which is best. Like we ran the experiments, can you kill gay people, right? If you kill gay people, people get hurt. So that now we have that experience. It's slavery, rape, all of that. This is experience. The people experiencing it don't like it. And that's how we get our morality. Morality is an action of trying to decide what's better and what's worse. And so then you have to say what's better or what's worse for what. But I think you can give them the point that, yeah, but what if it's a bad person and they think hurting people is the morality? Yeah, there might be those people. All right, that's all I wanted to say, because this was too hard and I still can't figure out how to hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Love everybody. Bye.
All right, Morality Mom.
Okay. Well, that at least she got in and she had her say. Yeah, and I think that what she was getting at, that I agree with, is that ethical statements should be rooted in some way in outcomes. Because if there's no outcome, what is it that you're evaluating? Like I always have this thought experiment. If you're on a desert island by yourself, what would it mean for you to do something wrong? Who are you hurting? And if you're not hurting anyone, then where would you get ethics from? If your actions aren't impacting anyone else, would it be wrong for you to, for example, end your own life? Well, it's not clear to me that it would. If that's what you wanted to do, it's not clear to me that you could do anything wrong. So if I understood her rightly, she's saying that our right and wrong should be about how our actions impact others, and that you can experiment and use empiricism to establish that. And I think there's definitely some truth to that. Hopefully I understood her correctly and interpreted her views in the right way. Okay, well, queues are still currently empty, so we're going to just read a couple more messages until we have a guest in. Zeitgeist says, Tim, I'm stealing hypotheticals. I'm stealing that as well. That's very good value. I think we all need to be speaking about that. And then Helping MAGA Deconstruct said, John, would you invite M Series 7291 up to chat? They think atheists or anti-theists, in their words, are big bad bullies to Christians. They are atheists. So that's interesting. So yeah, of course, anyone is welcome to come up and chat. We're happy to engage with any views, but I do want to say that what we do here is not bullying. I mean, anybody is entitled to their view, of course, right? But opinions and ideas should not be off limits from criticism. Like, I love it when people criticize my opinions and ideas, because that's an opportunity for me to either realize that my ideas are robust, they stand up to criticism, they stand up to rigorous examination and stress testing, and that makes me feel more confident in them, or they break and I realize my ideas were wrong and I was wrong about something and I update my ideas. So this idea that pushing back on somebody's beliefs is bullying is silly. I just reject it. Now, I think there are ways of doing it, of course. It's bullying if you're attacking people as individuals. If you're being nasty to people, yes, that's bullying. If you're victimizing people and you're ganging up on people, yes, that's bullying. Of course it is. And that's the same across any context, whatever you're talking about. But imagine if people had a difference of opinion about economics, and one person thought the marginal tax rate should be a certain figure, and another person thought the marginal tax rate should be another figure. Well, they could get into a robust discussion about the disagreement without either of them crying bullying. But of course, if one person then started launching lots of personal attacks at the other person because of their view on that economic difference, then that would be bullying. But then the other thing that bears saying is, I understand that belief brings people a lot, right? There are believers who find solace and meaning and comfort and purpose and all of these things from their faith. That's absolutely fine. But we have to engage honestly with the dark side of that faith, which is quite often, not always, but quite often, the other side of that belief system is declarations that people like me, like Sean, like so many of our friends here, and like so many billions of other people all around the world, are not just going to be punished, but deserve to be. They deserve to be. So it's very easy to look at someone with their sort of devotional sayings and their Jesus calendar and their little trinkets on the mantelpiece and stuff, and go, oh, it's lovely. What harm is it doing? Those things aren't doing any harm. But what does harm is the doctrine that people are told that they're bad and worthless and deserving of punishment, or other people are bad and worthless of deserving of punishment. And that's not something that I think we should be silent about. I think that's something that we should push back on, because it's so widespread. It's so widespread. We have people coming in here every time and affirming this view and saying, well, God doesn't send you to hell. You're sending yourself there. And there are hundreds of millions or billions of people who believe that stuff, and they're spouting it out into the world every day, and they're causing untold emotional damage to children, to people. It's not acceptable. And so this is our little corner of the internet. I don't take these views and go into Christian spaces and go in there and say, hey guys, I'm John, you're all wrong. We just set up camp here. And this is the messaging that we have, which is like legitimizing non-belief, telling people that if you don't believe, it doesn't make you bad, it doesn't make you worthy of punishment, and it's not bullying for us to do that. So if people don't like it, just move on. Nobody's forced to listen to any word we say. And with that, sorry, go ahead, Sean.
I just want to add to that. So if you're feeling bullied as a Christian, that we're challenging your beliefs or what have you, a couple of things. One, I do not think you deserve any punishment whatsoever for non-belief. If I share perspectives with you, I do not consider it to be analogous to me casting pearls before swine, because I don't consider you swine merely for disagreeing with me. And if you disagree with me genuinely on theology. I think you're just a well-intended person who is persuaded of something different from me. I don't believe you are suppressing the truth in unrighteousness. And so just consider those things if you're feeling bullied by mean atheists who express a difference of opinion.
Well said. Absolutely. And we have with us our good friend, Lacadian. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Fabulous, thank you. Always a joy to have you here. And thank you for being the super mod of mods and everything you do to help us here.
Oh, I try my best. I accidentally requested.
Okay, well, you're here now. You're going to have to talk to us.
Right? No, earlier in the conversation, I don't know who mentioned it. Something about being saved. There's different ways of being saved in the Bible. And I got up, or I woke up early this morning. I thought you'd be up early. Like, I don't see your advertisements right away when you post that you're going to be live at a certain time. So I got up early and I thought you'd be live earlier, but so I had time to kill.
Right.
So I was in a live this morning, and I don't know if you guys know who Pink Beard is. His name is Bash. He goes by Bash, and he's a singer, songwriter. He won multiple awards, Grammys and stuff. But he's also an atheist and holds Deconstruction lives.
Oh, cool.
And he was on a live this morning, and he said he went through the Bible. And I took a screenshot because he had 14 ways in the Bible where it says how you can get saved. And they're all different. Each one of them. I can send you the list at some point just so you can have a look. But I thought it was interesting. Like, some say that you have to be baptized. Some say that you have to sell your stuff. There's another place where it says you don't have to sell your stuff. So I thought it was quite interesting. I never really thought of looking at that. But when somebody mentioned that, made me think of that. So.
Ah, brilliant. Yeah, he sounds interesting. I've definitely not come across him. Is he doing well on TikTok? Has he got good traction, good audience?
Pink Beard is his name. And he has well over 100 people usually when he holds his lives.
Fantastic.
But he also, some of his videos, or most of his videos, are about his music.
Okay.
But
cool.
Yeah. He was a pastor. His mother was also a pastor, and she holds lives as well. And Mama Bash, I think, is her name.
Right. Wow.
So, yeah.
And you've got a live later today, haven't you?
Yes.
Do you want to just give that a little plug?
Why not? I will be joining Chaos Chris, another one of your mods, for a live after yours. I'm not sure exactly at what time, but if you guys want to keep an eye, we will be live.
That's fantastic. I think she messaged me and said I think it was around 10:30 p.m. UK time, something like that. So I'll definitely pop in and say hi in your live as well.
That's awesome.
If you'll have me.
All right. Well, thank you for having me.
Sure. Nice to see you as always, and thank you for everything you do. All right, bud.
Well, thank you.
Bye, Lacadian.
Take care. Take care. Okay, we will do that. Okay, we have a couple of guests over on the YouTube side, so let's see if we can make this work. We're going to bring in Sebastian first, and then we have Carl with a C. Sebastian, are you there?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How are you?
Awesome. I'm good. How are you?
Very well indeed, thanks.
Doing well, thank you.
That's great. So I wanted to talk about God is not morally good, because I've just been thinking about how So I'm a big superhero comic book fan, right? Superman, Batman, Spider-Man, the lot. And I'm just thinking, like, if someone were to tell me, you know, they look up to Superman, they don't believe he exists, they don't worship him, but they look up to him and they see him as a kind of like a moral figure to like base their morality on. I would trust them 1,000 times more than they would if they told me that they get their morals from God. Because you know, Superman has never like committed genocide. He's never like commanded sexual slavery. He's just like a way better person to get your moral character to get your morals from.
He always has good hair.
Funny to me that this like character.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a character that's like created for children is a better role model than this God who seems to be like a narcissistic douchebag a lot of the time.
Couldn't have said it better. Yeah. Couldn't have said it better.
Yeah, I would feel a lot safer reading a Superman comic book to a child as a bedtime story than the Bible.
Yeah.
For sure.
All right, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
And have a great rest of the live. I'll be watching.
And you. Thanks, Sebastian. Good stuff. Thanks for coming in. Take care, man.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, we will now bring in Carl with a C. Hopefully that all works well. At least the system's kind of working. Carl with a C, are you there?
I think I am.
Oh, excellent. I love the name. I love the Carl with a K and then the C without a K. Loving that. Very good.
Well, you know. Thank you.
Welcome. Floor is yours, my friend.
I'm not... Whoa, thank you. I'm not sure how I've been listening to your podcast or this thing for a couple of days, weeks maybe, and I've started to ponder a question that I think I want to like, or a problem rather maybe. I'm not quite sure how to express myself on this part.
Sure.
And I feel like there's an issue when atheists and religious people discuss, because you're not discussing from the same room, which makes it impossible to actually have a proper discussion. And I also believe that there's an impossibility in actually having that discussion anyhow. And
from the same, did you say from the same
you're
room?
Listening, but you're not. Yes.
Okay. Tell us more about that.
I think you mean by room you mean like perspective. Right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Exactly. Sort of like for a theist or a believer to be able to speak to an atheist properly, they would have to speak from the atheist like belief. Like, okay, so there is no God. Let's talk from that perspective to try to convince you, if that's what they are trying to do, that there is a God. Like, that means you can't use the Bible, you can't use the Quran, you can't use things that would, like, if I would say that I believe in God, and I believe in God because of the rainbow, for whatever reason that would be convincing to me, I cannot suppose that you also have to believe because the rainbow, because that's not, like, that's a source of my belief and not...
I agree with you on that. And frequently believers, that's a common problem, but it's not a universal one. But some believers can't grasp that, you know, if we're atheists, we probably don't believe that Jesus rose from the cross, right?
Yeah.
But they'll cite that as proof that God exists without putting themselves in our perspective, that I first need to prove that Jesus rose from the cross. Even that has problems, but yeah, I get what you're saying there. Do you see any on the other side where atheists are not like putting ourselves in the theist perspective when we argue things?
Yes, actually, that is the thing that I've like tuned in on a couple of times, because you usually you use the Bible, you quote Bible. If someone say, "Well, God is good because Luke 15, whatever," and you will go, "Oh, well, actually, we have this quote from the Bible, and that it proves that he isn't good." And I would say that, in a way, that I'm sorry, I really didn't think I was going to get in, and I don't.
No, take your time.
No,
No one's rushing you.
It's totally fine.
Thank you.
I mean, I would say that we do sometimes internally critique their own perspective, right? So I do sometimes try and put myself in the perspective of the believer and say, I accept that you think these things are true, but look how they can't be reconciled, right? So, and if you're doing that, if you're pointing out where somebody else's belief position contains claims that can't be reconciled with each other, for example, that God is all powerful and all knowing and all good, those claims collapse once you know. So I can put myself in the believer's position and say, let's assume these things you believe are true. Let me come over into your room, as it were, and then look at what's entailed by holding the positions you say you claim. And if doing that causes you to reach a position where the statements you're making are contradictory or nonsensical, then that tells you something about the room you're in. It tells you something about the statements. It tells you something about their starting point and their position. I understand what you're saying about the fact that when you have two completely different kind of approaches and sets of assumptions, that it can be hard to find common ground between them. But the other thing I want to say is that the purpose of these discussions for me is not to change the mind of the person I'm speaking to, because I'm obviously aware that that's never going to happen. It's so fantastically rare. An event like that is extremely rare. We sometimes have people who change their mind about doxastic involuntarism. We've had a few people who have come in here saying, of course I believe, I choose my beliefs, and left the call going, I see what you mean, I agree with you. And that's great when that happens. But in terms of the core religious beliefs, it's unheard of that someone's going to just come in, have a conversation with us, and then go, yeah, you're right, and then abandon their beliefs, which means abandoning their identity and the whole structure of their life and all of that stuff. That's not happening. But for me, the value in the conversations is for the people who I know are going to watch them, who aren't necessarily entrenched, who aren't necessarily in that same position, who maybe haven't heard the responses to the arguments that my interlocutor's making. They may have heard the arguments, but maybe they haven't quite heard how to counter those arguments or heard the reasons why those arguments don't hold up. That's the value in it for me. And so it matters less to me, the fact that we often have such diametrically opposite perspectives.
I see. Well, if I may, from the topic, choose one of them and just try to see where my kind of thinking goes.
Of course.
God is not morally good.
Yeah.
I would say we can't know that. And I say that as a believer. We cannot know. There is no, that answer is ridiculous.
Which God? Can we just clarify which God?
I would say that I am a Christian, but the exact beliefs are nonsensical. So Christian, the Christian God is it's unknowable if he is if he's good or not.
Well, we judge goodness by actions, right?
Yes, but we cannot judge someone who is above us.
Is God good in your opinion?
In my opinion, yes. But let's go for the Christian and say, I don't know.
But you just said you can't judge someone who's above you.
Your position.
We can't. Since I do not know the whole picture, I cannot say, well, when God gave that person cancer, that was definitely bad because that person has cancer and they are dying.
I'm going to show you in a moment how we can say that. But I just want you to recognize something. Sorry, Sean.
Okay.
I just want you to recognize something that you said two sentences in a row, and they contradict each other. Mm-hmm. The first was, we can't judge someone who's above us, and then you immediately judged someone who's above you and said you think God is good. In order for you to make that evaluation, you must understand what you mean by good, right?
My bad. we cannot judge. We cannot judge God if he is morally good or bad. We cannot do that.
So you don't know if God's good or not.
So from your perspective, yeah. So
no.
from your perspective, because the normative belief in Christianity is that God is omnibenevolent. He is not only good, he is the perfect embodiment of good. From you have sort of a esoteric, like a different belief. You do not even know if God is good or bad. Is that your position?
Sorry, English second language. I am messing myself up here. No, sorry. The Christian belief, God is good, is
right
where I have to stamp. What I'm trying to get to is we do not know the entire picture of the world. We do not know if that person getting cancer and dying will result in eventual.
I'm going to make an argument for you that defeats that position. But first, let's just use this as a starting point, right? So here's Deuteronomy 32:4, which it declares in very unambiguous terms, the rock, his work is perfect, and all his ways are just. Right, a faithful God without deceit, just and upright is he. So this is the Bible declaring that God is good, that everything he does is good. So let's use the example that you gave, where you said, well, okay, he gives someone cancer, but we don't know what benefits might accrue from this in the future that would make this an ethical, moral thing to do. And this is a common theodicy. This is the most common response to the argument of evil, is he might have a reason for doing this thing, you just don't know what it is, and because you don't have access to that perspective, you can't condemn this suffering as bad. But that argument collapses if you believe God is all-powerful. Because if you believe God is all-powerful, then whatever that future state of reality is that God is aiming for by giving babies bone cancer could be achieved without giving babies bone cancer. Unless it's the suffering of the children and their families specifically that God wants. And if that's the case, then I don't think we have any business calling that good.
Sure. We are now supposing that the only thing that has value is what we are experiencing here and now, is what I'm getting from that. And I'm not saying that's not a good point, but I'm saying...
I'm not presupposing that, by the way.
Again,
just to interject there, sorry, I don't mean to cut you, but I'm not presupposing that the only thing is what we're experiencing here and now. I'm prepared to accept that there could be an eternity of other consequences and actions and effects that we don't know about. But it would still be the case that if God has some kind of plan, and the only way that God can achieve his plan is to have a tree fall on a deer and have the deer lie there for 5 days in agony, starving and terrified, until eventually it dies. And God's plan absolutely wouldn't work if the deer died an hour earlier. What does that say about God's power?
I would again say nothing. I see what you're getting at. It would point to God's power being limited in some way, even if it's like in some way. Yeah.
In a pretty profound way. In a pretty profound way. It would destroy any claims to omnipotence. It would say that God is God has to act within certain rules and constraints. He's got this end state of reality that he wants to steer us all towards, that absolutely has to involve babies getting raped. And if they don't, he just can't figure out a way to get it done.
Sure.
Doesn't sound like worthy of worship to me.
Would you agree that unnecessary suffering is bad?
I would definitely agree that unnecessary suffering is bad. Yes.
Okay. So sometimes we cause a little bit of suffering for a greater good. For example, if we get a child vaccinated, they get a prick in their arm that hurts them and scares them, but there's a greater good where they now they build up immunity and it can avoid a serious illness, right? So
Yeah.
that's the reality for mortal beings.
Yeah.
If God is all powerful, what is a greater good that he cannot achieve without suffering?
I do not know, and I don't think we are supposed to know.
Well, the answer is none, because if the suffering is necessary for him to achieve the greater good, then he's not all powerful. If he's all is all encompassing, so there would be no goal that he can't achieve without causing suffering of some kind.
Sure. I think the issue for me, so to speak, is that I am not bothered by God's omnipotence. One of those is the all-knowing, and one of those is the all-powerful.
Omnipotence is all-powerful.
My question is, how do you reconcile that?
I don't have to. I mean, don't get me wrong. I understand why you think I'd have to.
To be logically, you don't have to, but to be logically consistent, you have to.
No, sure. I see. What I'm trying to get at is I do not see the common phrase that is used to describe God's omnipotence is, "Can he make a rock that so heavy that he can't lift it?"
That's a logical contradiction.
We've heard of it, right?
Yeah, that's a logical problem. But hang on, I want you to grant that this is a different category, right? Saying, can he create a square circle or a married bachelor is a different problem. That's just creating propositions that cannot logically exist. But there's no logical problem by saying, can he stop the deer dying under the tree or have it suffer for 1 second less? There's no.
Yeah, no.
Do you understand? It's not a logical problem. It's a kind of logistical problem. And your only position,
yes,
you only have two positions. One is to say he's not capable of doing it. And if that's the position you're taking, then fair enough. Then I would say, okay, well, then you're not being inconsistent. You're just saying your God is limited in power. But I would wonder what kind of God that is, that can create an entire universe and everything in it, but can't arrange for the tree to fall 1 foot to the left so it didn't trap the deer. That strikes me as being weird. And the other option is he could limit the suffering of the deer or avoid it, but he didn't want to. And those are the only positions. He's either incapable of doing it or he wants to have it that way. Where do you come down on that?
Unfortunately, I come down on a third, and this might just be me being kind of dumb, and I accept that. That's fine by me. But if I may, it's a little bit more comfortable to use the stone analogy. So if I could use that one and see if you can fit it, if you can help me.
It's disanalogous, though.
Sorry?
It's disanalogous.
Disanalogous. Sure.
So go ahead. What's the third option?
Yeah. Can God make a stone heavy enough that he can't lift it? Yes, he can. And then he can lift it because he's all powerful. I do not see
that's a problem. That's a problem.
Logical. I know it's kind of a problem.
No, it's not. It's not.
It might be kind of.
No, it's not kind of a problem.
It's not analogous.
It's a massive problem for two reasons. One is it's not analogous to the situation we were talking about. But more importantly, if you're going to say that he can do something that he can't do, and then he can do the thing he couldn't do, at that point, your statements don't actually make sense. Right? One of the things that logic does is it makes our statements either sensical or nonsensical. If you're going to say that, it's functionally the same as not saying it. It's functionally the same as barbling a bunch of baby words and thinking that that's been an important statement too. If our statements about God are going to be meaningful, they have to have semantic structure and meaning. They have to have logical coherency. Otherwise, you're not actually expressing any information at all by saying them, because the negation of what you're saying is also true. So it's a waste of time in a sense. It's not a small technical problem. It's a massive problem. So to say that is just to say something which cannot be true. So I would advise you
Fair
not to do that, because it's just nonsense. So to come back to let's try and come back to, because we weren't talking about can God commit logical violations. I want to talk about, can God, what is the thing that stops God from averting these tragedies of human and animal suffering? It can only be one of two things. It can only be that he's unable to stop them, or he is able to stop them and doesn't want to. There isn't a third option. Which one do you think it is?
I'm not entirely sure, and that is okay. Sorry. I believe that he could probably do it. I guess I believe he could. He could stop it, and he doesn't want to. Basically,
That's the more likely scenario. If we assume that he created the tree in the first place, he created the universe, he's capable of weaving cosmoses on his own, by himself, unaided, in a heartbeat, it seems too much to expect that he couldn't organize for the tree to fall a few feet to the left, right? So I agree with you. That's the more likely scenario. But that raises a big problem, because the problem then is that he wanted the suffering. Because the next question is God powerful enough to achieve his plan if the deer, in our example, suffered for a few moments less?
and that would either put him into morally bad or not
Well, yeah,
powerful.
you would probably have to say yes, he is powerful enough to still achieve his plan if the deer suffered for a few moments less. Because if the idea is if the answer to that is no, then the suffering of the deer is required for God's plan to come to fruition. That's limiting his power too. It's saying that there's a certain sort of quota, a minimum quota of agony that God needs to have, and if he doesn't have it, he's powerless. He just can't make his plans happen. Sorry guys, rules is rules. I can't do it. Much as I'd love to, I'm just unable to. And that makes God into a kind of civil servant, middle manager, inept, bumbling fool. Whereas, if we're expected to believe this is the sovereign creator of everything, we have to say that he could still achieve his plan with a tiny bit less suffering. Let's say 1 second less suffering from the deer. Let's say God could arrange for the deer to have died with 1 second less suffering. And he chooses not to do it. It means that he wanted the extra suffering. That's the logical entailment of this argument. This is where you get to if you have an omnipotent God. And then you're in the unenviable position of having to reconcile wanting more suffering with being good.
Yeah, that's a very bad position to be in.
It is, and that's why I make the claim.
Yes, sure. Interesting. I think I still have an idea, but I don't think it's baked enough. I have to ponder that
Good for
one.
you.
But I do thank you for being patient with me.
Of course, Carl.
I tend to flutter about.
Flesh out your idea, like get it all sorted, and then call us back.
I will ponder it for a while, and I will see what I can do. I have you on my what's it called? YouTube. The bell is iconing, so I am getting updated.
Fantastic. Awesome. Well, we'd love to speak to you again once you've had a chance to think about this and bake your idea a bit more, and let's workshop it together and see where it leads. Happy to do that.
That would be lovely, actually, because I need smart people to help me with this as well.
Well, if we find any smart people, we'll point them your way, but we'd be happy to talk to you.
Badinga.
All right. Cheers, Carl. Take it easy. Thanks. Okay. Again, I think we've had some really honest callers today, and I really, really like discussions like that. To me, there's a real value in these discussions, because Carl can now go away and have a think about this stuff, and I'm fascinated to know where it takes him and what his response is to it. And I really genuinely hope he comes back. It's really good. It's really good to speak to people who are that willing to engage in good faith. It's really, really enjoyable. It makes this so much nicer than the go-ahead people and the silly Phil bros. Couple more messages. Well, Serial Dude says, good show, John. Thank you very much. Thank you for that message. I appreciate it very much. And Tracy Haiti says, hey, boys, hi from the past. It was the past, because obviously when you made that message, it was a little while ago. So hi back to you in the past, and hi back to you right now in the future. And if you're watching this stream tomorrow, then hi to you in the future then. Covered the bases. And then we also have Helping Maga Deconstruct says, oh, I guess M series was booted. Thank you for what you guys do with the show. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Thank you very much. Speaking of those deities, I will be doing a joint stream with Justin on Thursday evening at 6 p.m. Eastern time. That's the plan. That's what we arranged. So that's as much as I know right now. I imagine it will just be on his channel, so I'll probably just pop up as a guest there. But it'd be great to see you there. That would be wonderful. I'm looking forward to that. We've been trying to make it happen for quite a while, so that'll be fun. Right, we apparently have a couple of calls on the bingo. Let's see what we've got on the bingo right now. We have PVG said God works in mysterious ways. Welcome, PVG, by the way. PVG's just joined up as an Inner Circle member, which is very exciting. God works in mysterious ways. Did we have that? We're going to allow that.
Unequivocally, the last caller for sure.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Fair cop. Absolutely. But that's a bingo as well. And we also had Kif. Kif came in with Crash Out, but did we have a Crash Out? I'm not sure if we have had one.
I don't know if we have. I don't think we have, actually.
I think I have to disallow that one, Kif. I don't think we've had a Crash Out. Maybe that was an accidental submission. But I don't think we have had a Crash Out. But there we go. Okay, that's the bingo in good shape. Queues are still empty. So if you would like to come up and speak to us on the TikTok side, you just hit the request button and in you come at light speed, as Chaos Christie has just done right now. Our dear friend and mod. Just coming in right now. Hey, Christy.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I was looking at the prompts and I was thinking, I think it was something the last guy said. It got me thinking. I'm curious about what Christians would, hi handsome, what Christians would say about why so many of them think that it's okay to tell people that they are lessons. Because I got a lot of that with my tumor. It was like, oh, praise God that it's not cancer. But God let it happen, and it still almost ended me. So, like, I don't really care that it's not cancer. Like, it's not a gift. But people say that, and then they say, like, well, you must be a lesson, or people are watching you and learning. And it's like, okay, but I didn't sign up for that. And how do you know the mind of God that way?
Right.
So I would be curious to hear what Christians would have to say to justify that.
It's such a weak justification to say that. I mean, I'm thinking about the people I know who lost a child, and to say the agony that they've gone through, that they've suffered, and that they will suffer for the rest of their lives. That pain never goes away. It might, you learn to live with it, but that pain never goes away. That agony was all to learn some kind of lesson. Well, what kind of lesson is that important that you have to learn it through having that level of pain inflicted on you? And if that's the best plan that the creator of the entire universe can come up with to impart important information that people need to know, that's what a lesson means, right? A lesson is learning stuff. If the best way he can come up with to learn the stuff that he wants people to learn, or he thinks they should learn, is put them through that sort of almost unsurvivable emotional pain, what does that say about him? Again, I always come back to, like, is he evil or is he incompetent? It has to be one of those two. And I think about, what you've been through with your, you had some really challenging health moments that, as you say, nearly cost you your life, and all the anxiety and distress and turmoil, not just for you, but for the people in your family who had to watch you going through that. What, these are all lessons? These are all like, this is God's holy homework that he's setting people to have, you know,
Failed.
agony and anguish and worrying about losing the people they love or losing them.
Yeah.
It's a pathetic response, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. It's lazy.
Yeah.
And nobody who's gone through anything substantial has ever said that to me. I've noticed that.
Yeah, I find it really, really offensive. I find it really offensive because it trivializes human pain. You know, it like, if you want to say, well, you needed to have this experience to learn a lesson, and the experience caused you a bit of, you know, we've all had experiences where we're like, okay, it wasn't the best, but I've learned from that, and you can even reflect on it and going, okay, I'm glad this happened to me because I've been able to learn. It's broadened my perspective. That's fine, because you can put the learning on the scales with what it cost you, right? The pain or the discomfort or the inconvenience, and you could say, oh, yeah, it kind of makes sense. We've all had that experience. But to just assume that all instances of human suffering are amenable to that calculus is unbelievably cruel in my view. I find it, I'm offended on behalf of other people who have their suffering casually contextualized in that way.
Yeah,
trivializing.
It applies even more so when you have tragedies on a mass scale, like the tsunami in 2004. I think it took out about 250,000 people who either died or not they all died, but drowned or bludgeoned or whatever happened to them. 250,000 people. And what greater good can an all-powerful deity achieve without doing that to so many people at once?
Yeah.
Tragedy is just tragedy, but people have to put meaning behind it because they can't accept that bad stuff happens to good people.
Right. Yeah. That's the meaning, as you say, that they impose their meaning on it. And it always comes with a sort of air of, you don't understand this, but I do, darling. You know, there you go, dear. You know, there's something very patronizing about it. Like, you know, if you were just a little bit wiser, you'd know what I know. It's disgusting. And saying that without having actually endured any of the suffering themselves to the person who did endure it. It makes me furious. Furious. I think it's unacceptable. I'm feeling angry now.
Sorry.
No, it's good. I mean, and we need to call this stuff out. We need to call this stuff out because it isn't, you know, if we want to live in a world with real kindness, if we want to really have human connection and genuine compassion and empathy, then these narratives actually stop us doing it. They stop us doing it. They make people feel disconnected, unimportant, trivialized, and all of that stuff. And I think it's not okay. So I think it's good for us. I think it's a duty. I think we have a duty to call these things out when we see it. When we see other people saying these things, we should say, you know, it's not really okay. You know, you don't have to attack someone. You know, it's not really okay for you to say that. Here's why. You know, or have you thought about how that might land for someone else? You know, does that seem reasonable to you? And I think that's something we should all try to do. I certainly do it, and I know you do as well. We should all do it. It's not okay to sit silently on this stuff.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
That's all
So
I had.
what are you going to be doing in your live later?
I don't know. We were talking about just a general life after religion, like what comes next kind of topic.
Nice.
What time are you doing that?
Towards the positive.
I think that's
about, well, probably 3:30ish my time.
Okay.
So it's kind of like John's normal time.
I think that's like, yeah, I think that's like 5:30 Eastern, something like that. I think that works out that way. So yeah, anybody want
figured it out.
Right? Is that what it is? Yeah. So anyone who wants to join Christy and Lacadian's live later on, you know what to do. Give them a follow.
Yeah, there you go. Lacadian is confirming. I don't know what it is. I can't read maps and I can't do time zones. I have this weird kind of dyslexia with them. I just can't, and I flip numbers around.
There you go. Well, you're still doing well. I just have to say, by the way, Christy is doing the most incredible piece of artwork for me that I've seen some snapshots of while it's being completed, and I cannot wait to show it to you all.
I posted it.
It's on your profile. Okay, well, go and check it out, people. That is coming my way soon, and as soon as it arrives, I'm going to share it with everyone and on the live, and I'm also going to frame it and put it on the wall. So I'm very, very excited about that. So thank you for that. We got anything else, Christy?
No.
All right.
I'm stuffing noodles in my face, so
good use of time.
I just came up to fill the silence.
Fair enough. Well, we appreciate having you up. Always good to speak to you, and thank you for everything you do and for who you are around the channel. You're a wonderful, wonderful presence in the community. So thank you.
Well, likewise.
All right. Speak soon. Take care. Take care. Okay. Queues are still empty. It's a bit of a quiet one today. I wasn't sure what this time slot would be like, but it's been a little quiet. But that's okay. We're just hanging out, and I just have to very much thank. Is it Miko or Makopa? I want to not pronounce that wrong. Sorry, but for sending out 5 unconvinced gifted memberships, I really appreciate that. That's an amazing gesture. 5 people will get membership. They will be able to join in with the interactive bingo and have all the fun and do all the things. So that's very, very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Okay, we've got Ruben waiting on the YouTube side. Ruben is waiting on the YouTube side. We're going to bring Ruben in right now, and hopefully it's all going to work very nicely. Ruben, are you there?
Oh yeah, can you hear me? Go ahead.
Yeah, we can. It sounds like a bit of background noise, but there we go. We'll try and work with that. It sounded like there was a bit of background noise, but I think we're okay. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing amazing. Wow, this was quick.
Well, the queues are low today,
Yeah,
so you lucked out.
Yeah, man. So yeah, first of all, how you guys are doing? Like I've been following you guys for a couple of weeks. I really enjoy your work.
Thank you.
You've actually been inspiring me to perhaps do the same thing in my country. Let's see. I'm trying to convince my partner to be okay with that idea. Anyway, I had something on my mind that I wanted to ask you guys.
Sure.
So I think a lot of this conversation gets stuck in this critique level. We attack, they attack, to be realistic, right? Which is valid, and I think it's really important. But I'm interested in what happens next, like if I'm talking to someone, the other side from my perspective is that they always ask, okay, but what happens if we remove religion, right? And I kind of have my own idea how it would work, right? Of course, there's not a perfect system, there's no possible utopia, right? But I would like to hear from your own words how you would, in a very concise way, in a conversation, articulate your not solution, but your proposition, your hypothesis about what that could be like. You know what I mean? Perhaps
If
we
we-
already have most of it already in place, but I'm just wondering your thoughts.
If we removed religion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's say I'm a Christian, and I ask you that, assuming that's impossible. There's no morality. There's no, you cannot decide on laws and everything, because from my perspective, they ask this from an ignorant standpoint. From my perspective, okay, but
So
I would like to articulate that.
You mean what to replace it with from a moral perspective? Is that what you're alluding to?
Not really. Like I know how to do, how that thing they said that there's no morality without God. Of course, I don't think that's
Right.
that's a thing. That's of course invalid. I'm talking more like in a holistic way, considering all the scenarios, all the things that goes into society, like norms, laws, everything.
Yeah.
They cannot visualize how that can work without religion. And let's say we are in a conversation. How can I, in a very short period of time, at least give them the sense that, okay, maybe this makes a bit of sense, let me hear a bit more, but in a very short period of time, I wonder how you guys would like communicate that.
So I would cut straight to the idea that all of those things that they are assuming depend on religion would still be there without it. They're making a massive assumption of saying like that they are massively overpricing how much of the things that make us human and make us work and make us succeed in groups are because of their religion. And a point you can make to really underline this is that human beings were working successfully in groups for hundreds or thousands or tens of thousands of years before their religion came along. We figured out that cooperating and empathizing and having altruism and reciprocal kindness and stuff like that worked for collective groups hundreds of thousands of years before Jesus, hundreds of thousands of years before anything was written down in any holy book. We'd figured that out. We see it in the animal kingdom. Animals have got kind of proto-moral frameworks. You get it in communities of chimps or other animals where they've got quite sophisticated norms around how they're supposed to do things and what works and what doesn't work, and they get ostracized if they break the laws, and like it's an instinct, it's built into us. So what the religious people often do, and I don't want to overgeneralize, not all, but what they often do is they just assume that without their religious views, everything would just collapse, that people would suddenly stop feeling empathy, that people would suddenly stop wanting to help each other, people would suddenly stop helping up kids who fall over in the street, or helping elderly across the road, or working at food banks, or donating blood, or paying their taxes, or observing traffic codes, or any of that stuff. And there's absolutely no evidence at all to suggest that that's the case, because in the countries with the least religion, you quite often have the highest indexes of human well-being. You quite often have highest income per capita, or literacy rates, or life expectancy, or all the metrics that we use to kind of approximate human well-being seem to be inversely correlated with religiosity. So the whole question rests on an assumption which is questionable.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. And it reminds me of something I was thinking the other day, and maybe I can just share this before I hop off.
Sure.
But I was thinking the other day, let's say we go way back before we have Judaism, before we have Christianity or Islam, whatever. And I'm having a logic conversation with anyone, and using their own logic, we would get to the we would say, okay, there must be a God, and then I would ask, okay, so what? Because all of their beliefs and all of their dogmas only exist because there's like this thing with the resurrection and what happens after that and whatnot. But even if we use their own things, like, oh, we need like an all-powerful, omnipotent, out of space, all this nonsense that they say, okay, there's a God, so what? Like, before we have all these books that they rely on, like, so what now? I don't know. I was thinking this the other day. I never heard someone talking about this. I don't know if it makes sense. It made some sense to me, because we could, the same logic they use now to justify the God that they are portrayed in their own books, we could have used that same fallacious logic before, and we would have nothing else apart from, okay, there might be a God, so what, right?
Here's a question you could ask someone. You could say, is there a difference between the number of people you rob and the number of people you'd like to rob? Are those two figures different, right? Are you sat at home going, I'd really love to commit more robberies, but I just can't because this book says I can't, right? If the answer to that question, if that number is anything other than 0, then that says something about that person's ethics. Like, you could say to someone, are you really saying that the only thing holding you back from, violent crime, the only thing holding you back from causing suffering to other people is a concern about the consequences for doing so as written in this book? Like, if that's the case, what does it mean for you to say that you're being ethical? You're not being ethical. you're just, I don't know, you're kind of just being obedient to a book. But you could be, it says nothing about your
You're
ethics.
a bad person on a leash.
You're a bad person on a leash, on a religious leash. Whereas I confidently say, and Sean confidently says, and I'm sure that you confidently say, that the difference between the number of people I violently hurt and the number of people I'd like to violently hurt is 0. That number is always going to be 0. I don't need a book to tell me that. I don't need a set of rules to tell me that. So that could be a line of argument you could use to make them reflect.
To answer that question.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's simple, right? It might help someone to reflect if you just say, you know, would you care about people less? Would you love your family less? Would you care less about your friends? Would you feel less empathy or sympathy when you see another person hurting? Less of an instinct to try and help, to try and do something? And if the answer is I wouldn't care, then it's like, okay, well then you're saying something about yourself, and that might be something we all need to know about.
Yeah, not the big concept is everything that is removed needs to be replaced. If doctors remove a tumor from your body, well, what do you replace it with, right? That might be a harsh analogy for the person depending on the conversation, but just because something is removed doesn't mean it needs to be replaced by something.
Yeah.
I just thought about a more aggressive question. I don't know if I would ask that, but
yeah, that's why I said it's harsh depending on the conversation.
Not that one. The one I'm thinking, which is, what if Jesus asked you to like kill your brother or something? Would you do it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't. But their whole position, without them being aware of, is that they are putting Jesus above everyone they love. Like, because if not, everything breaks, right? Which is, it's just a weird. I don't even know how to call it. Well, guys, thank you so much.
Sure, thanks for coming
I'm
up.
gonna hop off because I'm excited to see the next ones that will come in.
Sure.
And yeah, John, you said that we're going to do some merch with the "Go ahead" phrase. Please do. I will definitely buy it.
I'm going to do that.
That was the best thing ever.
It was funny, wasn't it? It was funny. He has no idea what he gifted me, that boy. It was such a great little clip. Yeah, I have been working on the merch.
Open his camera so you can even. He opened his camera so you can even put his.
He did. He was doing that at the end. Yeah, poor little boy. But there we are. He knows not what he does. Yeah, I've been working on the merch store for some weeks. I had planned on rolling out a while ago, but it's taken me longer than I thought because I want to do it well. I've got some really funny stuff coming. So yeah, hopefully not too long. I promise it'll be here. So yeah, thanks, Ruben. Appreciate you coming in, man.
Thank you so much, guys.
Take it easy. Take care.
Thank you.
Take care.
Cheers.
Thanks. Okay, that was Ruben. Now we're going to go back over to the TikTok side and get in our very good friend, Elizabeth. Let's just do that and that to bring Elizabeth in. Always nice to see Elizabeth. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We are good. We are good. I know you had a bit of a hard call the other day. Are you feeling a bit better? How are you doing?
I am. It helped a lot that you gave me permission to grieve. I spent I did what I was allowed to do and spent my time in tears, and that helped because I'm a girl of emotion. I always call it my extra scoop. I have bipolar, and so sometimes I just have an extra scoop of emotion, and I just need to let those extra scoops out and just need to process that extra scoop of emotion. And
Good for you.
So I did, and I processed the extra scoop and did some journaling and did some writing about it, and then just kind of processed through. So thank you very much for that, and thank you both for the helps and for the recognition of the group and the fact that everybody is here. I actually went back and watched it on YouTube so that I could see the comments there too, because I could see the comments on TikToks, but I couldn't see the comments on YouTube. So that's my way of seeing both groups, and it was really nice and really sweet and made me feel very loved. So I appreciate it.
Oh, thanks. I'm really pleased to hear that. That's what this is all about. That is the single biggest benefit for me of doing this work, is the way that it brings people together and the way people can help each other and feel validated and feel supported and know that their journey is absolutely valid and has been shared by others. And I'm really, really pleased to hear it. And so for anyone who doesn't know, just to recap, for anyone who missed the last one, I'm going to speak about you like you're not here, Elizabeth. Forgive me, I don't mean
okay.
to. So Elizabeth came in and was expressing a feeling of grief at the loss of the community that comes with faith, the loss of all the things that being part of religious identity give you. We so much focus on the freedom that you get to think and to not be constrained in your thinking, and the intellectual freedom. And I'll never stop shouting about how wonderful that is. But I think we also have to engage honestly with the fact that there is a loss for people, and that loss is very painful sometimes. And so Elizabeth was mourning that, and we basically just said, give it its fair due. Give it its legitimate. It's a legitimate loss. It's a legitimate feeling of pain. And it sounds like you've dealt with it in a really honest way, and you're kind of honoring yourself by giving yourself that space to grieve. And that's how we move on from grief. That's how we do it. The people who stay stuck in grief are often the people who deny themselves the opportunity to just be in it. Just be in it for a bit. And then you'll just kind of feel better afterwards. Doesn't mean it all goes away, but you just feel a little bit better. So I'm really pleased to hear that.
And I really appreciate it. I actually jumped up because I was sitting in my car picking up lunch, and I heard Chaos Christy talking, and I was like, I so relate. I need to jump up. And because I have a condition called pseudotumor cerebri, which means very little unless you know anything about the disease. So very quickly put, I have so much spinal fluid on my head that I have all the symptoms of a brain tumor without having a brain tumor.
Oh gosh.
And it took them, I was 36 before they came up with a diagnosis, because it's so rare, it's hard to diagnose. And it has meant that I have had 5 brain surgeries. I have had 7 spinal taps. Goodness. And the entire time I was in the church, I was told, you're so inspirational. You're so strong. Just look how strong you're being. Look how much people are going to come to God because of you, because they're seeing your strength and because of what they're seeing in you. And you're just going to lead so many people to God, and you're just going to do this. And I'm sitting here fighting for my life and fighting to live with chronic pain, with a disease that I have been told by doctors is going to kill me. Unalive me, sorry, TikTok rules. Okay. I have been told by doctors is going to do this. And I know one day it's going to leave me blind. It's why I do the crafts and things that I do, because they require my eyesight. And it reminds me every time that I do diamond art and other things that I can see. And so it's like, I want to know that I can see. And so I do things that require hard visuals, because it's like, yes, I can still see. Wow. And so if I can do that, I know I'm okay. And so I have gotten in on diamond art communities and things. And so I can do that to keep myself happy, but it's like a hard thing. And so I've walked this road with a lot of pain medicine and a lot of other things, trying to do that and keep my sobriety, because I'm an alcoholic. And so I have to be careful of the addict thing. And so I have to be very careful to walk that road. And so doing that with pain medicine has been a very fun road to haul, all the while with Christians going, but just be strong. And I'm like, right, no.
Yeah. And celebrate how much you're learning from all of these, burdens that you have to carry and all of this pain that you're going through. It's all a wonderful lesson for you. Like, fuck off.
Exactly. I could hear Christy talking and I'm like, I've got to scream, but I'm driving and I can't request up. So I raced home like as safely and as quickly as I could, because I was like, the minute I get home, I'm requesting up. Like, I've got to share, because I was like, I can so relate to you, Christy. I could so relate. Because I was like, you're not alone either. Like, you're not the only one who's been told, like, you'll learn lessons from this. And I'm like, there is no lesson when it's this painful. There is no good that comes from this much pain. That's one of the reasons why I left faith, because no one could describe to me. I can't tell you the number of times I've had elders lay their hands on me and pray over me for healing. I went the whole route, and there's no healing to be found. There is nothing good comes from it.
No. And it's like you're really being sold a bill of goods, because this whole thing about like, we're gonna lay hands on you, we're gonna pray. And then I think about Matthew 21:22, right? Anything you ask for in faith believing will be done. And there are a few other verses that allude to the same kind of thing, when you gather in my name and all of that stuff. It's just a complete con, because then when people take that at face value and they pray for something, and it doesn't have to be like, please can I have a new car? It could be, please can you make my child survive this illness, or help my friend who's struggling or something, and then it doesn't happen. Then the excuses immediately come out. It was like, what it really meant was anything you ask for in faith will be given, as long as it was part of his plan anyway. Well, in that case, what was the point of the verse promising people that anything you ask for will be done? It's completely pointless, and it's just demeaning and, again, offensive. So thank you for validating Christie's point so eloquently, and of course you now have 2 rooms full of chat people cheering you on for your stoicism and your everything you've been through. Again, there's more stuff for you to go back and watch, but we appreciate you. We do.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Sean.
Thanks, Elizabeth. I'm glad you're doing better.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Speak soon. Lots of love.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so I think we all need to just take a moment to be grateful for the health we have, and listen to people like Elizabeth and the positivity and stoicism that she brings to life, given what she's facing. I find people like her make me feel very humble indeed. So just a moment to be in that. And then we're going to get in Dan on the YouTube side. I can see Dan. Dan is having a spot of lunch, it looks like, but we're going to get you in just a moment, Dan. In fact, we're going to get you in right now. So let's hope this works. Let's see if it does. Dan, are you there?
Is that this Dan? You John?
It's that Dan. You're
Yes,
here,
sir.
my friend.
I'm not John. That's John.
Ah, my goodness. I just popped on and here you are.
Well, we've been here for several hours, but you're very welcome.
Yeah. So I just took my lunch, and I thought I'd see if I could get on. I'm happy to get on and talk to you guys.
You're very welcome.
So much I could talk to you guys about. Why don't we start, if you don't mind, with this idea of belief being a choice?
Sure.
Can we do that?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. Is that something you agree with?
Isn't belief? No, I'm 100% with that. It's not a choice.
Not a choice.
But I might look at it a little bit differently. And I was wondering. I might look at it a little bit differently, and I was wondering if I could run that by you to see what you had to say.
Sure.
Okay, isn't belief simply a description of something that happens after a decision's made?
No,
not necessarily. It's a belief is your perception of reality.
How's it different? Go ahead. Sorry.
Maybe I misunderstood what you meant by that, but so okay, I think I get it. Are you saying, like, if I decide to read, for example, a science book, then I'm going to learn new things that I believe to be true in the science book, and so belief followed a decision. Is that what you're saying?
No, not when you say you're going to decide. You're ahead of the. I'm talking about the word decide, like a coin. It has 2 sides, right? Well, not the word decide. Let's say decision, right? When you say decide, now you're before the decision, which has nothing to do with a belief. I don't know if you could give me an example of a belief that happens that does anything other than describe a decision already made.
Yeah.
What do you mean by a decision already made? Because I'm not following you there.
Yeah, isn't a belief just simply a description of a decision that had been made? Is it not that?
No.
Nothing else?
So if I look out of the window,
example, go ahead.
Yeah,
John.
I was going to say, if I look out of the window and I see it's raining, you could say, well, you made the decision to look out of the window. But let's just imagine, I'm lying down, I can see out of a window, I open my eyes, and I notice it's raining outside. At that point, I have the belief that it's raining because the evidence from my vision has persuaded me of the truth of the proposition it's raining. But I haven't made a decision. I haven't decided to do any actions. I've just become persuaded of something. And the way that I describe it that might be helpful for you to get this is, don't think about a belief as a thing you do. Think about a belief as a thing that happens to you. In the same way that being frightened, becoming frightened and feeling fear isn't a thing you do. You don't decide to start being frightened. You just become frightened in the face of certain inputs, right? Or finding something funny. And the act of finding something funny isn't an act. It's something that happens to you. It's a state. It's a change in your cognitive state. And a belief is a change in your cognitive state that follows as a consequence of you having been persuaded by something. Now, there could be decisions you took upstream of that, because you could have decided to open the book in which you read the thing that convinced you of something that you then ended up believing. But the choice there doesn't live in the belief. It lives in the actions you took prior to the belief forming. The actual belief itself is literally just a description of the internal state of thinking something's true.
But in your examples, be it the window or the book, isn't the belief that you had opened the window and that you did open the book? Isn't it always past tense?
Well, that may
describe a happening.
Yeah, you may have a belief about those things. So you can say, you can look out of the window to see if it's raining, and now you have two beliefs. One belief is it's raining, and the other belief is you looked out of the window. And one of them has a choice attached to it because you chose to look out of the window. But you didn't choose to become convinced that it was raining.
So we're talking about what already, but both those beliefs are talking about what had already happened. You had chosen to look out the window.
Yeah, but I think you're confusing the circumstances that led up to a belief forming with the belief itself.
Well, those are just choices that are decisions. They have nothing to do with belief.
So you can choose your actions, but when you remember but remembering that you took the action and believing that you took it is not a choice. Like if I go get
now you're in the past tense again, right?
Yeah. So basically, if I go get a glass of milk out of the refrigerator, I believe, because I remember doing it, that I went to the refrigerator and grabbed a glass of milk. But I can't choose not to believe that. It's something that happens to my mind.
Right. So choice is completely independent of belief. The choice is always about a decision that's prior to a decision being made. A belief is always a description of what happens after this decision is made. That's the only. I don't believe.
We might not be disagreeing.
I'm disagreeing with you guys.
Yeah, we might be agreeing.
Disagreeing on principle.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, I listened to you guys for a while, and by the way, I'm really impressed by the way you guys talk. You're very clear, and you're very thoughtful about what you say, and you're very respectful, maybe to the point of flaw there. I mean, with a lot of people you've been speaking with, you guys are pretty awesome, both you guys.
Thank you.
I really enjoy listening to you. And you've given me some new ways of looking at things too, but with not so much as different as much as just with a little bit more clarity. I think a good word for you guys is sensible. You guys are very sensible, and you really stick to, you're very reasonable. you guys, and very patient, you know, and I really appreciate that about you guys. And there is one other thing I really wanted to mention to you all too. I've heard through a lot of the podcasts that I've listened to, have to respond to people saying, "Well, what the heck are you talking about religion for? If you're all the time, if you're not, you know, if you're not so interested in it, or if it's not a big part of your life." I think, as you guys often try to let people know, it doesn't really take much imagination to understand reasons why you might not be involved so much in religion per se, but still have an interest in it for the sake of what some other people have gone through. And I would also like to say too, though, that some of the other people that have gone through difficulties with religion, they're not necessarily victims, but maybe they are, in a sense, in that they're really distraught about other people that they've seen it harm. And I think, I haven't heard you guys say it, but I think you'd also agree with me that as long as people are involved in religion to such a degree that they really don't take it too much to heart, as sad as that kind of sounds, there's a lot of good people living good, decent lives.
Of course.
That go to church on Sunday, and
for sure,
you know, not the hardcore fundamentalist angle of things and all, but and I guess I'll just kind of just jump right to it with myself. I don't care about religion at all. I can't tell you how little it interests me, but I've kind of been forced to deal with it. And deal with it pretty heavily because, I mean, my whole family was destroyed by religion. My mother would have nothing to do with me. I think it was like 36 years or so. And all of my siblings, my two brothers, my two sisters. I was never that interested in religion. I always had questions about it. I didn't get it. A lot of it just didn't make sense. A lot of points that you guys have brought up, I brought up to my father. And, but finally, I hate to say finally, that sounds mean. My father died about 3 years ago. And since his death, my siblings, some of them, and my mother opened their arms to me and allowed me back in their life again. So, and for myself, you know, I've always been interested in business, making some money, stuff like that, right? And I've done fairly well for myself. And the only thing I've really cared about in terms of this other stuff is like, I just wanted my mother to stay involved with her mother, with her cousins that were all written out of her life and everything. And same with my siblings. And you guys, I'll tell you what, John, I don't know what your background is. I've often wondered, I mean, as you speak of your care for other people that have been negatively influenced by certain perspectives on religion, I've often wondered how much involved you were in it, because I don't hear too many people talking about it to the degree that you have that have not at one time been involved as a Christian, like, because I've heard Sean mention that he has.
Yeah,
but
not in my
do you mind
case.
asking? I mean,
No,
what
of
is your-
course. Yeah, there's nothing autobiographical in this for me. I've never been religious, and I've never been closely connected with people who have suffered this. It's just something that has become, it started out for me as an intellectual exercise a few years ago, and it's become more than that for me now. So this, I don't come at this from, you know, a background of church hurt or having been in these kind of collisions myself. It started as just something I was really interested in, and then I wrote a book about it, and then I started doing videos about it, and then I started building a community about it, and it's just become, the more I think about these issues and the more I speak to people whose lives have been affected by this, the more profoundly I feel a sense of compassion and empathy and a need to speak out about it. So I wish I could say to you, I've got a really kind of cool, fiery backstory about this, and this is the cool thing that happened to me, or the tragic thing that happened to me. I don't have that.
Okay, an intellectual exercise. Why religion?
Well, I've always been interested. I mean, there was a question earlier on about how Sean and I came to this. So if you want to watch the live stream back later, you'll see that we both took some time to address it. But I've just always been interested in belief and what people believe, and then that led me into doing lots of debating online around religion. And one day in a debate online, somebody said to me, just decide to accept Jesus. And I realized that I wasn't unwilling to accept Jesus. I was unable to. It suddenly occurred to me. It was honestly like an epiphany. It was the closest thing to a Damascene experience I've ever had, where I suddenly thought, I can't. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I'm unable to. And then it made me think, well, what about my other beliefs? Does the same thing apply there? And I sort of took a while to self-examine. I thought, yes, this applies to all my beliefs. And then I realized it's not just me. This applies to everyone. There's nobody who is able to decide to find something convincing that they don't find convincing. But what has to happen is something has to convince you first. That's what it means to be unconvinced of something. And belief can't exist in a condition of being unconvinced. So once I realized that, I was off. And then it became, it's my obsession now. And it will be for the rest of my life. I'm not going to do anything else now for the rest of my life than this.
I have to ask, so how long ago was this? A couple years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago that you had this epiphany about belief?
It was about 4 years ago. It was about 4 years. I'd always been interested.
Okay.
I'd always been interested in religion before that, and done lots of debating and stuff. Always online, never on video. Always under another, online, handle, a pseudonym. Never out in the open. Never like this. But yeah, and that's it. I just become completely obsessed, as you can see.
Yeah, well, it is a fascinating thing. I mean, and so many people's lives are circled by it. So when did you start talking about it? The belief.
Oh, years and years and years ago. Like, yeah, I mean, 25 years ago. Not publicly, but I started, like, as I said, engaging online. I used to spend time in like internet debate forums where it was much more well-mannered than social media. It wasn't just like people tearing at each other. It was all very polite, and people would make a resolution for a debate, and people would get into the debate, and then you post replies, and people would be in the peanut gallery watching, and do lots of sort of debates like that. And then social media came along, and it was all much more immediate. You could get on Twitter and have almost real-time discussions with people, and I was doing that obsessively for a while, and now this is a new iteration, a new way of engaging. And this is by far the most impactful and meaningful for me, because all the stuff I did before, I was never building community. I was never meeting and connecting with people and seeing the kindness in people and seeing the pain in people in the same way that I do now. And that's why, for me, this isn't really an intellectual thing anymore. Yes, it still tickles my intellectual kind of senses, but it's much more for me now about a very, very strong feeling of just wanting to wanting to equip people with the means to talk and think about belief. To talk and think about belief in a better way. That's why part of why I wrote the book, because I wanted it to be almost like a manual for someone without a familiarity with these ideas to be able to go, oh yeah, and then hear all the objections, and here's why they don't work. And I want people to be speaking about belief in a different way and thinking about it in a different way, because it's liberating. People don't have to feel a sense of shame or badness, or that they're wrong, or that they've fallen away from what's good, and they don't need to think that about themselves or others.
John, you say it in a very sensible, understandable way, very non-threatening. And if nothing else came from me to you about this, I would just want to just say, keep that going, because that's pretty powerful. You're not threatening. You're very sensible. You really take your time. You're very clear on what you're saying. You really get the message across. And I know some people, and present them, arm people, give them what they need to do what they need to do. You can't make anyone do anything. And you know what? You certainly can't make someone or anyone care about what's true either, can you? I mean, some people, it's just not on their list.
Right.
To care about what's true, especially when it comes at a cost. Right? When there's a price involved. And, with anything good, there always is. I mean, nothing's free, as the saying goes, right? But the way you deliver your message, I think I really like you guys, for that. for myself, I don't feel myself as a part of any kind of community. I've always kind of been the lone wolf. And I mean, all the years, I mean, yeah, I've had my problems. When I was in my 20s, I was in a mental hospital for a while over this and stuff. I lost the ability to talk and stuff, right?
Sorry to hear that.
But it was never about me needing really anything from family. What really got to me, John, was, and again, I think I mentioned it earlier, like my mother, to see her relationship with her mother destroyed over religion. My father was a pastor of a big church up in Syracuse. It's still going on, right? And he died like 3 years ago. And when he died, my mother didn't have to make those secret calls to me anymore that she didn't want my father to overhear, right? She used to call. Yeah. She used to call me, she used to call me in secret. And the few calls that I got, and John, you just wouldn't believe the extent that like my father and the community went through to make me look like. I even have tapes of sermons where people are being told in the congregation not to have anything to do with me, that they might backslide and all, And I made a point. I'd have loved to be involved with drugs and stuff. I mean, that would have been great. Maybe have a drinking problem, whatever. But I had none of these things because I never wanted to give them anything to really point to. I mean, all it takes is one thing, and see who you are, see what you've been doing, right? I mean, I could do so many things right. None of that counts, right? I could have a successful business. I could have people, calling me, wanting to be involved in my life, and I can be involved in all kinds of good things, but just it's never noticed. It's just that, just that one thing that that they can point to, that they'll focus on. And but again, I didn't care about any of that. It's just my mother, her not being involved with her own sister, her only sister, and her parents anymore, and my siblings and my whole family. I come from a big Italian family, and and all the cousins that started the church years ago, they got written off, and all the lives destroyed.
For so many people, religion is an identity marker more than anything else. For many people, it's not just about the content of the religion or the obligations or the assumptions or the truths. It's about what tribe are you in. And so for some people, it's very, very difficult when they see somebody disavow the tenets of the faith. What other people see is somebody disavowing the belonging in the community or the legitimacy of the community, and that can be really, really hard. And that's tough. That's a really tough thing for everyone involved. It's tough for you if you're an outsider, if you're the one who's going, I don't buy this, and you've got cousins and aunts and uncles who don't see you as a legitimate member of the family just because you don't have the same metaphysical assumptions as they do or religious ideas. And it can be hard for them as well to see someone who they thought of as being a worthy member of the family. In their view, that person's fallen away, and they're victims too. The people who believe this stuff are victims also, and it's heartbreaking, and that's why we speak out about it.
Yeah. Yeah, lots of cousins that were involved. Well, look, they're all safe and they stay involved as long as they don't challenge the system. They're all good.
Yeah.
And community and becoming a part of life and the isolation from people that think differently, all that stuff. But I mean, everything you're saying, I wish it was kind of news to my ears. I mean, I kind of really had to think about this for many, many years. And I mean, my therapy was writing about all of this. After 36, I wrote. The writing helped me a lot.
Yeah.
And and this thing about belief is what I've never heard anyone talk about belief before. But after my father died, I put my manuscript together and I got it out and published, and I put in there about what you're saying about belief, but I didn't hear it anywhere. That came to me from having to deal and think about all of this stuff about it not being a choice. That becomes extremely clear that is, it's not even 99%. It's just, you believe what you're convinced of. That's it.
That's it.
I mean, you can lie,
It
makes you think about, then it makes you think about things like Pascal's wager, it's like, well, if God isn't a complete idiot, I mean, what good is, fudging your way, saying the words I believe, like John 3:16 and 318 is saying. And
yeah.
your whole discussion, who have I heard talk about it like that, John? The way you really put that out there. I mean, we're not talking translation here. You know, these are quite simple words. And if the way you presented this, the way you put it out there, I mean, if belief really isn't a choice at all, which you're very sensible in making that a clear point, then how just is this idea of punishing someone for something they have no control over?
You could be doing the PR announcement for my book, because that's the whole point of the book, is a moral argument that first establishes that belief isn't a choice, and then looks at the tradition in moral philosophy, the understanding that we have this principle that you can only punish people for things that they could have chosen differently. That's a very old moral,
John,
foundational principle, and it's not right. It's not okay.
John, I hate to interrupt you, but I gotta say it. So you do that, and you do it in such a nice way, such a clear way that the people.
Oh, we've lost your signal there.
You get it right, and.
Unfortunately,
you froze for a minute there.
Yeah, we're not having a good connection with you at the moment, Dan, for some reason. Sadly, that seems to not be working very well. So, Dan, I think we'll probably leave it there because we're having some connection issues. But thank you so much for your kind words and for coming up to talk to us. Really appreciate it. All right, take it easy. Thanks, Dan. All right. Yeah, it was interesting. At the start of that conversation, it wasn't entirely clear whether we were going to reach an understanding, and then obviously we did, which is really good. Okay, couple of things. So, a couple of things to talk about. Miko has said, "Will you partner with Deconstruction Zone?" I will partner with Deconstruction Zone. The day after tomorrow, on Thursday, we'll be doing a joint stream together. I imagine on his channel, which would probably be DZ Debates, and his and the other channel, the horizontal one as well. 6 p.m. Eastern Time is where that will be happening. So that's as much as I know. I guess we'll just hang out together and do some debates and speak to some people and see how we go. I'm really looking forward to it. So that will be happening then. And someone in the chat was asking about the philosophy, the prophecy about Tyre. Let me just find the message. Somebody was saying, I can't find it now. Was asking about the prophecy in Ezekiel. I'm going to show it on the screen here, like this. This was a prophecy in Ezekiel saying that King Nebuchadnezzar was going to completely destroy the city of Tyre. They shall destroy the walls of Tyre, break down its towers. It shall become, in the midst of the sea, a place for spreading nets. Where is it? There's a thing here that says it will never to be rebuilt. Let me find it. Make it a bare rock, a plunder for the nations. He shall set up a siege, shall direct the shock of his battering rams against your walls. I'm trying to find the bit where it says it will never be rebuilt. Where is it gone? Here we go. I will make you a bare rock. You shall be a place for spreading nets. You shall never again be rebuilt. This was the prophecy, and some apologists claim that Alexandra succeeded in fulfilling this prophecy. Well, first of all, the prophecy wasn't that Alexandra was going to do this. The prophecy said that it was going to be Nebuchadnezzar who did this, and he was unsuccessful in doing that. And then if we look at the final line here of it shall never again be rebuilt, well, it has been rebuilt. It's been quite successfully rebuilt. It's I'm trying to find some of the nice pictures. It's the 4th largest, most populous city in Lebanon at the moment. bustling tourist trade. Obviously, probably not a place you want to go to right now, given the current events. But Tyre has not been permanently destroyed. It's doing very well for itself under normal circumstances, and that prophecy has singularly failed to be fulfilled. So I guess some people would say there's still time, but it ain't going to be Nebuchadnezzar who does it. If anything happens to Tyre now, we can be fairly confident of that. And so many of the prophecies in the Old Testament just failed. They either failed because they never happened, or they failed because they only happened if you sort of squint and try to retrofit later actions to them, or they came true because there were people who were aware of what those prophecies were and were specifically taking actions in order to try and fulfill them, which is not that remarkable, is it? If you think about it, it's a bit low tier, in my view. Think about, if you want a real prophecy, you want a really impressive prophecy, look at what physics tells us about solar eclipses and the movement of celestial bodies, where we can predict solar eclipses that are going to be happening in 500 years' time to within accuracy of about 10 seconds or less. That's a prophecy. That's impressive. But don't tell me about these silly wishy-washy verses that could broadly apply and say, one day a city will fall, or one day a city will be rebuilt, or one day this will happen. And then 1,000 years go by and nothing happens. And then something happens that looks a little bit like it. And everyone jumps up and down. See, the prophecy was fulfilled. That's not impressive. There will be wars and rumors of war. Exactly that. Yeah. Right.
That's an angle I hadn't even thought of. Who is more successful about predicting the future, religion or science? And it's always been science.
Hands
Not
down.
always. In the modern scientific era,
Hands
we
down.
know where a comet, the path it's going to take, at what time,
Yep.
plus or minus how close it's going to get to Earth. We know when this way in advance when lunar and solar eclipses are going to happen and where and what time, like very specific.
Yeah, exactly.
Instead of the vague generalities and what's that?
Another really amazing prediction. If you want to hear about a fulfilled prophecy, here's one for you. So when Hubble discovered that everything was redshift, the light was all redshifted, and everything was moving apart, right? And he came up with this realization that the universe was expanding, and that where the term Big Bang, there was some Big Bang event. It wasn't his term, but realized that the universe was expanding. And it was prophesied that if this idea was true, that we should be able to find the remnants of the early expansion phase of the, if you like, the explosion in a leftover level of radiation in the background, the cosmic microwave radiation. And what was it, 40, 50 years later, two guys working on a radio telescope array were getting all sorts of static and interference, and they thought it was pigeons nesting in the radio antennas, and they tried to figure it all out, and eventually they realized that it wasn't anything like that. It was there permanently in the background, and they ended up winning the Nobel Prize for discovering the exact same thing that had been predicted. I'm not going to say prophesied because it wasn't a prophecy, but the exact same thing had been predicted, but to an astonishing degree of accuracy in terms of exactly what would be found and the exact numerical value of that, what that radiation would be. That is a prediction. That is impressive. This other stuff is a bit silly, and this is why these religious narratives look so parochial, don't they? Because these stories haven't changed for thousands of years. You get burning bushes and sticks turning into snakes, and all this very sort of small, lacking in ambition stuff. And then you get science that gives you the Hubble Deep Space Field and gives you these images of galaxies being born and suns dying and all of this, the breathtaking things that we now know and that we can understand about reality. It just makes the religious stories sound so unimpressive to me.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool thing. I never heard anyone else kind of give that contrast between the scientific predictions and like biblical predictions, and the contrast is so stark.
Yeah, it is. It is, and you're not required to squint through any of them to make them just fit just right. If you ignore
Yeah.
a word here and mistranslate a word there, which so many of them do. So, okay, let's see where we're at. Queues are still currently empty. I'm still good to keep on going. If anyone wants to come up and talk to us, someone's asking. Kaylin Wu is asking, "Will I clip this whole science convo?" I will, if you would like me to. I would be glad to do that. I will clip it and stick it out there, and people can take from it what they will. Thank you for saying that. It's very generous. D Money Green says, "John debunking old wives' tales." Yeah, they are. That's what they are. They're old wives' tales, aren't they? They're all a bit silly, and it's time we grow up and get on with it and stop being so silly. So I think what we can do is we have had another question. We had a second question from a member. I think we can have a look at that because it definitely was worth talking about. Let's just get this up on the screen now. Hopefully it's going to be the one. There we go. So this is from Johnny. Hey Johnny, thank you very much for submitting this question on the form, on the members form. Recently I listened to a testimony where a Christian described himself being horribly abused as a child and turning into a drug addict. Later he had an experience where Jesus told him he had to choose him over the drugs. When he questioned this, Jesus threw him into hell, where he said he experienced unimaginable torture after he was put back into his body and he stopped doing drugs. I was horrified by the fact that this could be real, no compassion, just threats of extreme violence to get what he wanted. Is there any merit to these testimonies? They make me feel sick afterwards. I don't think I deserve this, but I get anxiety thinking there's something I need to avoid. I mean, there's so much to say about this. What do you think, Sean? I mean, I've got a lot to say about this, but I've kind of been wittering on. I think you should have something to say if you would like to.
It's okay. So the question was, is there any merit to these stories? So the first answer is, I don't know. But out of respect, when personal testimony is necessarily first person. So we can't verify people's experiences in the past, the contents of their mind or what have you. But we just have to take people at their word. I would say that if this is true, what he went through is a harrowing experience. And if there is a good God, the good God can, addiction to substances, that's like, there's a biological aspect to that. Like, I'm not a biologist, but there's like a disruption in like the brain chemistry or your ability to produce on your own the feel good chemicals and things like that. God could easily fix that without throwing, like, literally what he's saying is Jesus threw me, like lit me on fire, even if it wasn't in the literal physical sense. Experiencing it, whether it actually happened or not, but Jesus giving him that experience is a distinction without a difference. So the story is Jesus lit him on fire to help him with drug addiction. And if God is all powerful, there's another way. The harm that was done in that instance is not unavoidable.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing to say is that, a powerful experience like that, and I don't doubt that the person relating this story, as Sean said, we're not going to accuse anybody of lying, right? So people have powerful experiences all the time. By the way, lots of times people involved with drugs or withdrawing from drugs are even more likely to have these kind of very powerful experiences. But a powerful experience the power of the experience doesn't validate the explanation attached to it. And that's where the disconnect is. So people will have these powerful experiences and they reason directly from having had the experience to the idea that their explanation for it is correct. And that just doesn't hold, right? Because we have, Muslims will see Allah, and Hindus will see other deities, and secular people might have their own versions of these kind of experiences, psychological breakthroughs or things like that. But they can't all literally be true in the way that the people having those experiences claim. And so the right approach to these things is to say, these are not reasons for you to feel afraid, Johnny. These are just essentially, these are the religious equivalent of telling kids that there are monsters under the bed. They're going to come out if they don't behave themselves. And this is why I say that these doctrines are so abusive, because children grow out of being scared of monsters under the bed because people stop saying it to them and they realize it's BS. But many adults don't get the opportunity to grow out of the fear of these kind of threats because there aren't enough adults saying, this is BS. I'm telling you now, this is BS. These are just religious narratives. If you've been speaking to someone who'd been a drug addict in a different culture, then his vision wouldn't have been Jesus. It might have been a different God, a different thing, an ancestor God, an ancestor spirit, or something like that. And he could have told you all the same things. So, it's so heartbreaking that these stories leave a residual sense of fear in people, even when they've moved on intellectually from the belief system. Quite often, people have got to the point of saying, I know it's nonsense. I know the Bible's not reliable. I know this stuff is all myth making and basically crap, but I still wake up scared at night about hell, and I still have these moments of thinking, what if I'm wrong? And I still have these pervasive thoughts that trouble me. It's an immeasurable amount of human harm done by this. So try not to feel afraid. And if you do feel afraid, remember that there are loads and loads of equivalent stories from other cultures that don't frighten you. And they're just as likely to be true, which is 0. They're not true. They're just stories that are made up to scare people into being compliant. But you don't have to do that. Okay. Sermon over. Well, it's not over because it's going to be continuing in a moment, no doubt. But we are going to bring in Internet Civilian. We're going to bring in Internet Civilian from the YouTube side. Got no one in the TikTok queue at the moment. We have Internet Civilian and Adam Taylor on the YouTube side. So, Internet Civilian, are you there?
I hope I am.
You are indeed.
Hello.
Hello. We've got you. Welcome.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine. Yeah. Thank you. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you. You're very welcome.
The delay is really weird.
Yeah, we'll work with it.
Okay. I am from Germany. I am a agnostic atheist. Kind of flirting with Buddhism, but that's not really important for this discussion, I think. I wanted to talk about your first point. Nobody chooses what they believe.
Yeah.
In principle, I completely agree with this. I started watching your show like 2 weeks ago or something like that. And I saw you talking about this in a YouTube video, one of the clips, and I was thinking like, yeah, obvious. But I have an issue with the framing of the reasoning about this, because as far as I understand, you say a person is believed of what they are convinced. So first comes a state of being convinced of something, and then you believe in that.
Yeah.
From my point of view, these are both the same thing. I'm switching back to German. In German, there are 2 words for being convinced and for believing in something, but they are actually synonyms. So when I hear this reasoning, I think like, yeah, well, when I say I believe in something, this is just another way of phrasing that I'm convinced of something.
Yeah, I think I'd largely agree with you, actually. I'm not suggesting that there's two distinct processes, one becoming convinced and another believing. What I'm really saying is that when we use the word believing, the phenomenon we're referring to with that word is having been convinced and finding something convincing, finding something persuasive. We have a word for finding something persuasive. We have a word for the condition of doing that, and it's believe. That's what it means. And so I do agree with you. If something in my framing has made you think that I am advocating for the idea that there's two distinct phases that you go through, one is becoming convinced, and then once that's finished, you then start to do the believing. That's certainly not a position I take.
I actually thought the caller. I'm sorry, your name doesn't appear. I forget your name.
You can call
in
me
the
Mike.
beginning, Mike. Okay, I actually thought about it in the same terms that you did. That well, it's sort of a tautology, being convinced and believing. But one thing to be cognitive of is that becoming convinced of a thing is itself a process, which precedes like the outcome. So when somebody makes an argument for a proposition, my mind is processing it, and then like it's not like instant being convinced or not. There's the thought process that takes place, and so that is like sort of the process of becoming convinced. And once I am convinced, then we call that belief. I mean, that's
Well,
one way to look at it.
Yeah, okay, but I could also just say the process of being convinced of something or becoming convinced of something is the same as the process of believing in something, the process of beginning to believe something.
Yeah.
But okay,
I would agree with that.
Okay, so so this distinction that I interpreted from your words is not really really there.
No.
The other point is about that you say that because there are the arguments about freedom of choice, and you say belief is not a choice.
Yeah.
And your reasoning says that you do not need concepts of lack of free will to argue for that you don't have a choice in your belief.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when a caller questions you on that, challenges you on that, you often respond with, then please now make the choice to believe in Superman or in something ridiculous.
Yeah.
So the line of argument goes, it starts mixing from my point of view. So the concept of choosing something and the concept of believing something.
Yeah. So I think I see where you're coming from. So there's a couple of things to say about that. So first on the free will more generally. So sometimes people come in and they say, "Are you saying we don't have any free will?" So people will read me saying you can't choose what to believe, and they'll go, "Are you saying we don't have any free will?" So they're essentially saying, are you agreeing with Robert Sapolsky and Sam Harris that we don't have libertarian free will? And my suspicion is that those guys are probably correct, and we don't have libertarian free will. I don't think it really makes sense for free will to exist, purely because the argument that I found most persuasive about that is every thought you have and every event that happens in your brain and anything that you do or experience or think is a condition of something happening in your brain. But if you were to decide to make that condition in your brain happen, then that decision would also have to be a condition of something happening in your brain, and you end up with it's kind of, there's nowhere for free will to hide in that kind of framework. And I suspect those guys are right. You can't decide what the contents of your mind are going to be, because that decision what would be deciding to make you have that decision? It's weird, right? And so I do find those arguments persuasive. But what I always say, and what Sean always says, and what we always say, when people come in and say, "Are you saying you don't have free will?" is I'm saying, you don't have to take that position on free will for my claim about belief to still pertain and still be valid. So even if I'm wrong about the free will, even if Harris and Sapolsky are wrong, and there is some previously not thought of mechanism by which we are able to actually legitimately have free will, let's call it magic. Let's say there's a magical way that it happens and it will never be known to science, but it's still a real thing. Even under those circumstances, it would still be true that you can't believe something if you don't find it persuasive, and it would still be a requirement for you to be convinced about something in order for you to enter the state that we refer to as belief. And so that's why I sort of distance myself from the free will thing in the conversation, because I don't want people to think I'm relying on it to make my point. It could be false and my point would still stand. And then as for the other thing you said in terms of challenging people to say, okay, now choose to believe in Superman. When I'm saying that, I'm not invoking my own preference or judgment that belief is a choice. I'm literally just doing a reductio on their position. They're the ones saying that they think belief is a choice. I'm saying, well, if you're right, then if the position you are expressing is correct, then you should be able to do this. And we're pointing out that they can't, and that inability ought to tell them something about their own position. It's not one that I'm taking. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think I understand. Especially there was this one caller I found really funny when you said, now choose to believe in, I forgot what it was, Superman or something. And he said, I don't want to. I found this really funny because from his voice, he found it funny too, I think.
Yeah.
It was quite a moment where it clicked something in him. I think, maybe. You never know.
Yeah, it's tricky because when they're in that position, if they've come in and said, yes, belief is a choice, and then we give them an example of a thing they obviously can't choose to believe. And we always start with a ridiculous example, like the moon is made of cheese, and then move it back to more, less obviously ridiculous examples. But the mechanism of non-persuasion remains exactly the same. That's the sort of path we're trying to light for them to see. But quite often their reaction will be, because they don't want to concede that ground, they'll just say, yes, I can choose to believe that. And then they'll end up admitting that they can choose to think that they are dolphins, or that, their parents are a sandwich, or that whatever. You can get them to say that they honestly believe absolutely anything. And of course, everybody listening realizes that they're being disingenuous in those moments, because they don't think that. They just realize that conceding it is going to give up territory they're not ready to give up.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's some common, if they're kind of stuck in a position to where they have to make a claim about their belief state that nobody believes, that everybody will know they're being disingenuous. And if they want to avoid that, there's a lot of avoidance tactics, because we've been doing this a long time, that take place. Well, I'm choosing not to. Well, okay, but you said you can, so let's test your hypothesis. Well, I could if I were delusional, or I could if it's the if there that they back themselves into. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I understand.
Cool.
Completely unrelated. One other thing I want to say, because of my my connection to Buddhism, I don't identify myself as a Buddhist, more Buddhism adjacent.
Yeah.
I find it kind of interesting when callers come in, or when I talk with people in my own life, and they start bringing Eastern religious concepts, start mixing them with like Western Christian or Abrahamic religions, and the concepts start mix up completely. They already start mixing up between the different Eastern concepts, because concepts like karma and the Dharma are different in Hinduism and Buddhism and Jainism. Probably, I have no idea about Jainism actually. And then they start mixing it with concepts like the soul, that the eternal soul that you have when you, I think it's a concept of Christianity, the eternal soul. And it becomes this wishy-washy mixing of everything, and nothing has any meaning anymore. I always don't really know how to react to those people, because it's just
they can be the
what they
hardest
mix up in their head.
They can be the hardest to engage with. So on the previous live, we had a caller come in, and he said, so the topic of the live was, why is God hiding? And he said, well, God's not hiding. He said, God's not hiding, you're right here. And I said, are you saying, or he said, he said something like, God's not hiding, I'm right here. So I said, are you saying you're God? He said, no. I said, everything is God. So I said, what, everything? He said, yeah. And I said, is there anything that isn't God? And he said, no. So I said, I took a big dump this morning. Was my dump God as well? And he got very upset and kind of, in the end, sort of crashed out a bit, because it's such a slippery. I find the new agey kind of slippery stuff much more difficult to engage with. I mean, I've shortened the exchange. It's on the YouTube channel if you want to watch it. But it was quite frustrating, because Sean and I were trying to just ask him questions to kind of just pin down exactly what he meant. At least if I'm speaking to a Christian or a Muslim, I've got a vague idea, in outline anyway, of what they think their deity is, right? What its properties are, what the nature of it is. The new agey kind of woo-woo ideas of it are so difficult to engage with, because you can't get them to say specific things about it. And in the absence of specificity, you don't have a kind of dialectic toehold to go, okay, you've said this, so now I'm going to engage with this point you've made. They won't even give you that. And it's not a strategy on their part. It's kind of baked in. It's just a sort of ephemeral reluctance to actually define anything is sort of part of the practice. And it does make conversations about it really, really frustrating and difficult. So yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah. Watching your show, I actually realized how lucky I am, because I grew up in the eastern part of Germany, and it's a very non-religious part of Germany, and I never had, like, being raised in a religious family, being indoctrinated from young age or something like that. I never had to deal with any of this. And from what I hear and from what I see in your videos and in your lives, it's really weird how fanatical people are. And I was actually quite shocked when I started getting into contact with American media, like 20 years ago or something, how religious the US was, because I always envisioned the US as this progressive, modern country that is the superpower in the world, and everything is modern. And then a huge part of the population is very, very strong, fanatical, and even if as a politician you say you're not Christian, it's practical political suicide.
Yeah, it's it absolutely is in the vast majority of districts in the U.S. It's a little dated now. I'll look for a more modern one, but they did a survey on would you vote for an otherwise qualified candidate from within your own political party if, and the two lowest marks were about tied, and it was Muslim and atheism. So I don't remember the numbers, but it basically amounted to, if you were a Muslim or if you were an atheist, and people would not vote for them even within their own political party if they felt they were qualified, etc. There's definitely some religious bigotry at play for those two categories.
For sure.
But in certain progressive districts, like Mayor Mamdani is now mayor of New York. He's a Muslim. There are some exceptions, but by and large, especially at the national level, if you're an atheist, you're not getting elected to any position.
It's crazy, isn't it?
My impression actually is that the tolerance for another religion is actually bigger than the tolerance for atheism. It's my impression. I don't know if that's true.
I think it is. I think that's right. I think that is right, because some religion is seen as, the wrong religion is better than no religion. Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
Which is kind of weird, even if the religion is basically the opposite. But okay.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I wanted. That's all.
All
I
right,
wanted
friend.
to say.
Well, thanks very much for coming in. We appreciate your call, and I hope I was able to clarify things for you. Thank you so much. All right.
Yes, I think I'm still have some issues. But I'm cooking. I will call back if I can formulate them.
We want to hear how your thinking develops. So come back and let us know. All right. Take care.
All right.
All right. We are going to stay on the YouTube side and bring in Adam next. Adam.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
Not bad. So yeah, I just wanted to bring up something that we were discussing in the chat earlier.
Sure.
How basically brought up the point that the Christians have buffed up their God out of existence, because they started with a typical, it was like I think Yahweh was the storm war god or whatever, but they kept building it up, adding more and more. Oh, your God can do this. Well, my God can do, this times 10.
Right.
And it was always, my God can beat up your God.
It was tribal mascots, wasn't it? It was almost like tribal mascots.
Yeah. And it got to the point where now they've got their all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving God, which is an impossibility. They logic their God out of existence because now he's self-defeating because they wouldn't stop building him up.
So true. It's so true. They built the tower so high it collapsed. I think that's absolutely right. And maybe if they'd been a little more humble and stopped a few stations before the terminus of complete self-contradictory nonsense, they may have been able to salvage something of their deity. Although I guess in the modern age now, a Middle Eastern tribal war god might have been harder to fit in with our modern sensibilities. But I completely agree with you that there was concept creep throughout the book, and throughout the whole tradition. I mean, look at how God changes. He's this God of among other gods, right? The correct God amongst a pantheon of other ones. And then he becomes a sort of monotheistic God, but he's very anthropomorphic in his way. He gets into wrestling matches and walks in gardens with people and is around. And then he sort of vanishes and becomes the Jesus guy for a bit. And then he gets nailed to something, and then he becomes the sort of spirit thing, and now he's everything. And he's everywhere. It's a real concept creep going on there.
Well, yeah, because it's amazing how early in the Bible, God is like a guy who's walking around. He wrestles with people. He's physically there.
Yeah.
But then they realize that, wait, no, that's not good enough because that's what the other gods do. So
Right.
Our God has to somehow, now he's outside of space and time. Well, something that exists for no time doesn't exist. So
Absolutely. Yeah. I completely agree with you that they've defined him out of existence. I completely agree with that. I've said that for quite a long time, that the triomni God is sort of absolutely incoherent, cannot exist. Not just that it's not likely to, it can't. So completely agree. They bit off more than they could chew there.
Well, that was basically all I was calling for.
Brilliant.
Although I
Well-
do want to leave you with a joke for the holidays. Did
Sure.
you know that Jesus drove a Honda? He didn't really talk about it, though, because as John 12:49 says, "For I did not speak of my own accord."
Oh my God.
That's a dad joke.
That's a
Definite
hard
dad joke, right?
That's a hard dad joke. But Adam, I just want to say I appreciate you because you're always in the chat and you're always very vocal and you're always in the comments. And I do really, really appreciate the input that you make. And I know I sometimes disappoint you by allowing callers to go on too long or something like that. It's a burden. Like, I know that for any given caller, I'm going to disappoint some people by either letting them speak too much or not letting them speak enough. And I know I don't always get it right, but I appreciate that you always bring the fire and you always bring the commitment and the passion to the comments and to the chat. And I really, really appreciate you for it. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I love your chat. You do great work. I need to pick up your book at some point.
Oh, well, I appreciate that too. Thanks, Adam. All the best, man. Take it easy.
Yep.
Cheers.
You too.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, well, we're getting lots of friendlies in today. Not so much in the way of debate or discussion, hardly any, in fact. But maybe that's just the vibe for this Tuesday evening. Is it evening now? Yes, it's evening now. I lose track. Evening stroke afternoon.
Yeah, it might be the Easter
thing.
holiday. Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, it could be that it's just a slightly slow time, but that's okay. Okay, we have Teo is back again, who we spoke to the other day. Teo, we are going to bring Teo in right now, and we might talk about the ceiling again. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Teo, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm happy to be back again.
We're happy to have you back.
The ceiling.
We're happy to have you back. Maybe we need to make sure that we don't have exactly the same conversation that we had before, because that might be dull. So let's try and have a slightly different one.
No, not the same.
Not the same.
Today, I want to ask you about a topic of yours.
Sure.
One of your topics.
Sure, go ahead.
The first one, I want to make the question, but to return it to you.
Go for it.
You hear me?
Yeah, we got you. So you want to question our claim about choosing beliefs?
What? Yes. So if nobody chooses what they believe, why should we criticize the people that they are believing in God and they are out of their control?
Yeah,
we shouldn't criticize them. We should criticize their belief, because so belief isn't a choice. So we are not holding them accountable for being convinced of something. We are simply critiquing what they believe and whether or not they have good reason to believe it. Because you can, even though belief isn't a choice, you can believe things for bad reasons. And so it's just challenging the belief itself and applying skepticism and sound epistemology to evaluate what they believe.
Yeah.
So you don't say that they have to choose other beliefs, but you say that their belief is bad.
Yeah.
The belief itself, what I would say is their belief is not rationally founded. It's not founded on sound epistemology.
Yeah, and of course we're not saying that they should choose other beliefs, because we recognize that they can't. You can't choose your belief. We understand that if they're persuaded of things, then they're persuaded of things, and they're not at liberty to choose other beliefs. It's not like a breakfast buffet where you can say, shall I have the salmon or shall I have the cheese? Like you believe whatever you're convinced of, but recognizing that beliefs aren't chosen doesn't mean that we can't push back against them and argue against them. And what you do when you do that is you're trying to persuade people to think differently. You're trying to persuade people, you're trying to bring about a shift in what people find persuasive. That's what it means to argue, right? I mean, argue in the sort of Socratic sense, not like a fight, right? You're trying to say, I understand what you believe. I understand why you're convinced of these things. Here is some reasoning. Here's a different perspective. And you're trying to bring about a situation where they think about things differently because of what you've said. And then as a result of that, what they find persuasive changes, and then their beliefs automatically change. They can't choose to change them, but they can be persuaded away from them. And so admitting that beliefs aren't chosen is not the same as throwing your hands up and surrendering and saying, well, then there's no point arguing against anything. That's precisely why we must argue against bad beliefs or poor beliefs. or poorly reasoned beliefs or harmful beliefs is because there's a different way of thinking about things.
So you think that if you find many arguments and you present to the people, to the believers, to the people that they have faith, they may start thinking again about what they're believing. So they are going to be getting away from their belief and start thinking more rationally.
I mean, that's the aim,
that's
right?
the ideal outcome.
It often doesn't happen.
Yes,
often
that's
doesn't
the aim.
happen.
It's a perfect answer. You give me a perfect answer, because I thought you were against the people that because they are believing, but you are not. You are against only what they believe in, and not because they are believing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
It was a perfect answer. Yes, okay. It was very good answer. So
thank you, Teo.
You are trying all the time to find more and more persuasive arguments, so the people start thinking that what they are believing is not ethical or moral.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing I want to add is that the motivation behind doing this is not to persuade other people that their beliefs are wrong. Like, if there are people who are doing their thing and their faith gives them something, and that's fine. Like, I accept that. I think that on balance, religion does more harm on balance than it does good. But my primary goal is not to convince people away from their beliefs. It's really just to legitimize non-belief. It's to make the case that not believing this stuff is fine. It doesn't make you bad. It doesn't make you worthy of punishment. And it's to push back on that assumption, which is like built into the culture, that people without faith are less likely to be moral or less likely to be caring. And if you believe in the holy books of Christianity or Islam, then they deserve some kind of punishment for the fact that they didn't find certain things convincing. And that is a really toxic idea. So it's not that I'm going out there deliberately just trying to persuade people away from their beliefs. It's more that I'm just mounting a defense of honest non-belief.
Yes. But are you all or nothing in the religion? You can't just take the good parts, the morality of the 20 pages that Christ said, for example.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if we're having some audio issues. I think I heard you. I mean, I think you're making the point that you can't just take the bits you like, right? It's all or nothing. Is that the point you made?
Yes, I made. If you are doing all or nothing, can't we choose only the good parts and keep them?
Well, I mean, you can, but it doesn't strike me as being philosophically very sort of satisfying. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to take a holy book and you think it's inspired by the creator of the universe, and then you're just going to subjectively pick which bits to ignore, that feels to me like if you're going to be that personal about it, then just don't worry about the book and just choose the things you like and live by those, and don't worry about what the book says.
Do you think the people have the same way of thinking like you? Because there are a lot of way of thinking. You are more square and critical way of thinking you have. There are not all the people like that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people we speak to here don't think at all, but don't necessarily think in the same way that we do. And I'm not meaning to sound like superior in that way. I'm not even saying necessarily that my way is better. This is just the way I do think, and I try to be organized in my thinking, and I want to be, because I don't want to believe false things. I don't want to, I want my beliefs to track reality as closely as possible. So I try to be rigorous in the way I think, and I'm still learning how to be better at doing it. I'm certainly, not the best. There are much smarter people than me on both sides of the belief line, but I just think that if there's one thing that believers can take away from this, which will give them a more sensible view, it's this idea that belief isn't a choice. I'm so certain about this. This must be true, and I really want more people to think about it this way, even believers, because although it makes them uncomfortable, I think that they're going to have a more authentic engagement with their own theology if they at least realize that that one fact is true.
How mature or how well educated you think the people must be so they can be non-religious?
I don't think there's a minimum level of education you need. Sorry, Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, there's not a minimum or maximum.
Or a matureness.
Say again?
Matureness, how they mature. How mature you think they have to be, the people, so they can be non-religious? Because people they need the religion.
I think when it comes to intellect, education, maturity, there's no left and right limit for somebody to end up being religious.
Yeah.
No, I like your answers. Your answers are good because I'm completed with that. Okay, I understand, but you're not expecting that in one day or two people are start not being religious anymore.
Of course not. No, it can take years, and people will often stay in religion because it's too difficult to allow themselves to be open to different ways of thinking. So the motivated reasoning kicks in, and literally what they're capable of being persuaded of, it changes. Like they're just not able to see it differently, or it's too frightening, or they exist in a state where they're not necessarily convinced it's true, but they go along with it anyway. They role play it. We call it performing belief, because they know what it would cost them socially, that it would cost them family relationships. In some cases, it will cost them their jobs. In some cases, depending on where they are in the world, it could cost them their lives. And so we have absolutely no expectation that someone's going to come into a conversation with us and face down our fearsome intellect and immediately go, oh yeah, everything I've organized my life around for the last 20 or 30 years or whatever it might be is wrong, and immediately just abandon their faith. We're completely realistic about that. It's very, very rare that happens.
The philosophical part of a religion, or the parts of the religion that they give moral values, do you agree with them?
It depends which religion.
Depends on the value and the religion.
Yeah.
Yeah, so John and I both evaluate actions with respect to morality as it pertains to how they affect the well-being of others. So, I mean, in, for example, Christianity, there's good teachings and there's abhorrent teachings, but we are picking and choosing based on valuing the well-being of other people. And so religion is completely irrelevant to us when it comes to our morality.
Yes, but the whole philosophy is daydreaming. They describe things of morality that they are unreachable sometimes. So Jesus Christ's morality is something like that. Why don't we take him as a philosopher, not as a God or as a son of God with miracles and all that thing, but just as a philosopher who teaches people, uneducated people, to have something moral to think about?
Yeah.
There's an entire field of philosophy. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Sean. You got this.
Yeah, no, there's an entire field of philosophy that deals with the morality. There's a philosophy of ethics. And there are moral systems and moral dogmas that people, depending on their upbringing and, their prior, people are divine command theorists. They just believe God is good by decree, so anything God says is good. Other people, such as John and I, secular humanists, we don't consider any religious belief whatsoever. We care if behaviors help people or if they do harm. But yeah, there's entire moral philosophies that take place outside of religion and rigorous discussion that has gone on for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
Do you think that moral values must be forced in some way sometimes?
Yes, but I believe that subjectively. So if you care about well-being, and the vast majority of people, religious or not, do, then we want to prevent people from doing harm to others. It's just that simple.
So if in some values, in some moral values, you add a fear of God, so you can force the people to follow them. It's bad.
I think adding the fear of something that is not shown to exist, I think there are much better ways of going about it, and that ends up directly or indirectly doing harm. So
yes,
I think
but maybe for you or for the intellectual people, but there are a lot of people that they need the fear of something to force to follow a moral value.
I just think we can aim higher.
We have prison systems.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
so you've got you've got real world deterrents, but in terms of like making people behave ethically because they're scared of, you know, a punishment in the next life, I just think we can do better. We can aim higher than that. We can teach the value in education is to make people see that people individually benefit and society collectively benefits when people cooperate rather than when they don't.
Yes, but now you are daydreaming.
Well, I don't think I'm
so mature to.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Look, there'll always be people who don't get on board with the social contract. There'll always be people who want to put themselves first at the expense of others and don't want to kind of play the collective game. But that will be the case whether you threaten them with, magical monsters punishing them in the hereafter or not. And I just think, to me, it isn't aspirational to say that the sort of unwashed population are so uninformed that we need to frighten them with stories of monsters to make them conform. Something makes me feel uncomfortable about that. I just think we can do better. We can do better than that.
We can also literally examine the results of that way of thinking. So open up 2 tabs on your browser or 2 browsers or what have you, and search for sort countries by religiosity, like which countries are the most religious down to which countries are the least religious, and then resort them, like put the least religious at top. Open up another browser and look at quality of life index or crime rate or things of that nature, and then sort those and see how they correlate. You'll actually find opposite correlation, where the least religious countries tend to do better.
Of course, I know that. But what we are going to do with the religious countries, that if they didn't have religion, they have religion not because they are critical and intellectual. They must have a religion to get organized. You don't agree that there are people that they are not organized if they don't have religion?
I didn't quite understand what you said.
He's saying that religion has made those countries organized, and that would they still be organized without the religion? Yeah, they'd find other things to organize around, because human beings have shared interests. I mean, they might collapse into anarchy for a while, but that's happened, many times throughout human history. And there's a sort of self-leveling that happens where eventually people realize this is not sustainable. You need a structure. You need a recognition that people have shared common goals and interests, and we can do better. So, countries if you look at countries that are heavily organized around religion, look at like Afghanistan. is a place which is completely organized around religion, and it's a complete mess. It's hard to see how it could be worse. You know, girls can't go to school.
Yes, I understand. Yes.
Women don't have equal rights. The society is not great.
Yes, but you take the radical religion. You don't take the European religion that we are personal way of thinking the religion, that we have the Western secular laws, and we have a religion as a cultural and political society, social political way of making things. For example, you take the radical ones.
Yeah, but because if you choose the less radical ones, and if you pick European societies, European cultures and societies are not organized around religion anymore. As you said yourself, we're secular now.
Mm. But we still have religions, and we still have faithful people in Europe.
We do.
Of course.
We do. But
yes, and if you tell them not to believe, they will kick back. You understand?
Well, you can't tell them not to believe. Yeah, you're not saying don't. You can't. You can't tell someone not to believe. You can just try to. It's a slow process, right? This is not a thing that can happen overnight. But think about it like, you know, social progress in other areas happens slowly over time. But there are things that people used to do that they just don't do anymore. In Europe, certainly, we don't burn witches anymore. It used to be completely normal to burn witches. It was just a part of getting on with life. You know, someone's a witch, chuck them on the fire. We've all recognized we don't do that anymore. There are, you know, far less people. I know it still happens in Catholicism now, but far less people performing exorcisms, for example, now, especially on, you know, for example, epileptic people, and for example, people that they're possessed.
Yes, I know.
Exorcisms. Well, we're doing that far less now, and hopefully we'll get to a point where we're not doing it at all. These are the kinds of changes that we're advocating for. It's like it happens over time. It's not. You can't say to people you're not allowed to do your religion. That isn't going to work. But you can just hope that society moves towards a point where, in the same way that we don't burn witches anymore, people stop doing exorcisms and people stop, you know, doing the other kind of wastes of time and energy and resources and effort that religion provides. So much waste. If all the effort and resources and time and money and care that was spent on places to worship and building churches and, you know, programs for religious education and all of this stuff, if all of those resources were directed towards solving actual real problems, it would be transformational. It would be so different. We would be so much better off than we are now. But we recognize it might take hundreds of years. It might take thousands of years. I don't know if it's going to happen, but that's what we're pushing for.
Do you recognize the cultural impact of a religion? For example, here in Greece, we have small churches up the mountains, and they are very traditional and nice to see. It's not something catastrophic.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and religion, of course, has given us many cultural artifacts. We have, you know, beautiful music and beautiful architecture and paintings and art and all of that stuff. I get that, and I don't have a solution for exactly how you tease out the sort of more desirable aesthetic manifestations of religion from the harmful, you know, behavioral, dogmatic, cruel practices. I don't know what the answer to that is. I've always said I don't say that every manifestation of every religion is always bad. You know, I couldn't be without certain, you know, Bach wrote so much devotional music, and I can't be without it. So I get you. It's not all bad, but I just think, generally speaking, we want to try and progress and move things towards, you know, a more sensible way of living. I think, if we can, in small, tiny steps.
You covered me. Yes, you covered me in everything, so you are moderate. You are not radical atheist. You covered me in the whole things I had in my mind for you, and you are okay. You are moderate.
Thank you.
And I thank you very much that
All right,
I talked
Teo.
with you.
Thanks for coming up. Thanks, man. Take it easy.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Maybe we'll talk another day.
For sure. Anytime. It's a terrible connection. Maybe it'll be better next time. But thanks for coming up. Take care.
Okay, thank you.
Take it. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay. We are going to go... We're going to stay on the YouTube side. We've got Pudgy coming in right now. Hey, Pudgy. Are you there? I'm hoping that Pudgy is there. Maybe not. Possibly not. Pudgy, are you there? Apparently
Pudgy.
not. Apparently not. Okay. So we'll drop Pudgy for now. Pudgy, if you're listening and you want to join, just try the link again, or refresh your browser or something. But I saw you there, but there was no audio for you, unfortunately. Yeah, it is a quiet one today, isn't it? I wonder why. Normally when we've done daytime streams, they've been a bit busier, and I guess it isn't even really daytime anymore. Yeah, strange.
I suspect the holiday may have something to do with it.
It might do. Yeah, it might do. It's an interesting one. And of course, I'm almost never on at this time. It's now 7:30 p.m. in the UK. So I would normally be on either in a couple of hours for an evening stream, or have finished a little while ago for the normal day stream. But yeah, it's been a little bit quiet. Let's see. Right, Pudgy is back again. Pudgy is back again. Let's try and get Pudgy in. How's that?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
there
you.
we
That
go.
worked.
Great. How's it going, guys?
Very well indeed. How are you?
Not too bad. Yeah. I have only been listening to you guys for about a week, so forgive me if my question has been asked quite a few times, but
No problem.
it's primarily sort of pointing towards Sean. Just because from what I understand, Sean, you were religious when you were growing up, and then Jon, you were not, from what I understand, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so I also grew up pretty religious. Even now, most of my friends are very, very religious, and I'm definitely an atheist. Like even growing up, none of specifically Christianity. I just want to clarify that. And even when I was a kid, none of it really made sense to me. And I had the same classic thing where people told me not to ask questions and all of these things, right? But then now that I'm older, I have a friend who was also an atheist along with me, but now he's actually geared to move towards being like a very, very committed Christian. So then because of that, because he was the type of person who we'd have these discussions constantly, seeing him move towards Christianity made me start to question where sort of how I felt about the whole situation. So I was kind of wondering for you, Sean, if you still have a lot of very, very close friends that are Christians, do you still kind of have those days where you kind of think, maybe this is true, maybe I kind of want to go back to believing it, or are you pretty solid in where you are feeling about it right now?
So one thing is, because the way you phrase the question, like, do you want to go back to it?
Mm-hmm.
That's independent from whether I can or whether I find it convincing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you flat out, I want there to be some kind of happy afterlife. I think that would be great, and I think life is too short, but I'm not able to make that leap. As far as whether whether I reconsider, I do that on a regular basis. In fact, I'm forced to, just doing these lives all the time and having people bring up arguments for the existence of God, or bring up all these theological issues. Just by nature of having these conversations, I'm in a constant state of re-evaluation. But I just end up
when I keep evaluating and I keep hearing the arguments, and by the way, it's important to note, I'm not trying to believe, but I'm also not trying not to believe.
Yeah.
That's not a that's an unsound way of trying to determine truth. Now, when I started to doubt, when I was a believer, I literally made effort to try to continue believing.
Mm-hmm.
Now I just am in a constant state of trying to reevaluate because I want to believe what's true. So if any God exists, I genuinely want to know, but
Yeah.
nothing has been through all the arguments of tag, the moral arguments, the kalam, whatever arguments, like none of them have been convincing to me.
Yeah, I am 100% with you on all of that. I definitely think the exact same way. It's like my friends try to present all the reasons why they think that I should believe, and I kind of tell them, well, like none of that's convincing to me, right? Because as we know, it is different. The idea of whether something can kind of help you through life or whatever it is, and whether it's true, are mutually exclusive, right?
Yeah.
And you're right, and that's what I always try to tell them. But it's like seeing the way that they have that community, right? And they are. It feels like now, because all of them are Christians and I'm not, they connect on almost a deeper level. So it's hard for me to see that and not kind of desire to be with them in that, right? But then
of course.
you then end up then going back to all the reasons why I kind of chose not to believe to begin with, right? Sorry, not chose not to believe, but all the reasons why I sort of started to question my belief. Is a better way to put it. And that kind of pulls me back the other way. But then you still desire to want to be with them, and it's kind of such a confusing mess in your own head, and that's kind of where I am right now. So
yeah, and I think what happens to a lot of people who, like, you had a friend who was an atheist and they became a Christian. People's lives can change for the better, and I'm an atheist saying this. Lives can change for the better because they turn to, whether it's Christianity, Islam, or Hinduism, or what have you. And there's a myriad of reasons that could be. Somebody could have a troubled life. They don't have a support system. They don't have friends, or maybe they're involved in crime or what have you. And then they find religion and they start going to the church or the mosque or what have you. Now they're surrounded by other people, new people in their life who are maybe more positive. And these people are like, hey, you're part of my tribe. You're a fellow Muslim or fellow Christian or whatever it happens to be. Now they have positive people in their life who are looking out for them. And, maybe they meet a spouse through their, at their church or what have you. And then, so from their perspective, I didn't have God. My life was crap. Now I have God and my life has changed. And that's confirmation that God changed my life. Now here's the flip side of it. We talk to people on a daily basis here on, in this community, whose lives changed for the better when they stopped being religious and left religion. So a change in beliefs can facilitate a change in lifestyle and of which people are around you or what have you. And that can be a positive thing in either direction.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And that is basically exactly what happened with my buddy, right? So I was always questioning, like, what evidence did he come across? What argument did he come across that convinced him that suddenly
Jesus
Christianity
changed
is
my
real,
life?
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. That is essentially that is what it ended up being, right? Is just he felt like he was struggling with something, and then he found this, and then it changed his perspective. But then a couple years later, I found out that that would actually happen. Of course, I am reading into this. I would never challenge him on this because it would be not a good thing to do. But then he was always really, really desiring to be in a relationship his entire life throughout high school. And he met a girl on a dating app, and they were getting along, and she was a Christian. And apparently she actually posed to him I need you to figure out whether you believe in Christianity or not, if we are going to continue being in the relationship. And then that
Goodness.
was around when he made that sudden flip. And I was like, that actually makes sense. And that's what kind of made me realize it actually most likely is not that he found some sort of evidence or argument.
Yeah.
And it was the better outcome for him in his life.
Yep.
And now I kind of feel better about where I am.
Totally. The other thing, is that. Sorry, I was going to say the other thing is that sometimes people just have fallacious reasoning. Like, it can be very destabilizing, especially if it's someone you trust and admire and respect. But sometimes, I mean, it sounds to me very much from what you're saying that what's actually going on here is that your friend has got reasons for affiliating and reasons for fitting in with this religious community and network, and he's been told that if he doesn't, present in the right way to the community, that he's not going to be a candidate partner for his girlfriend and all of that kind of stuff. That there are very strong incentives there for him to just go, okay, I'm just going to go along with the herd here. And that is not somebody finding something legitimately persuasive. But there are occasions where people that you really, really respect just fall into the trap of not thinking straight. So a couple of examples that I can think of. I mean, the one that's coming immediately into my mind is Ayaan Hirsi Ali. Do you know who she is?
Yes, I actually, this church that I went to with a buddy like a year ago had a whole sermon on her like supposed on her conversion to Christianity until I looked into it and actually learned about the actual story. Right?
I mean, it's wild. It's wild for anyone who doesn't know. She came from Somalia, an Islamic background. She was put into a forced marriage in Germany that she ran away from. She ended up in the Netherlands being an advocate for Somali women who had been abused, and ended up becoming an MP, and was very, very outspoken against Islam and against religion in general, and was a real sort of champion of the atheist community for a while. A fantastic voice. Her book Infidel is a brilliant book. She really argues beautifully. And like 2 years ago, she announced that she'd found Jesus, and it was so destabilizing because it's like, okay, she's an icon. She's a fantastic. There aren't enough women in this kind of the sphere of the public, anti-religious intellectuals. Let's have more. And she was a fantastic, smart woman, and suddenly she's kind of gone over to the other side, as it were. And I think if we let those moments destabilize us from our own thinking, we do ourselves a disservice. The fact is, people have emotional reasons for things quite often, and you can watch people make intellectually catastrophic judgments and mistakes for non-intellectual reasons, and that's what I suspect has happened there. Whatever's going on in her life, her need for belonging, or her way of pushing back more effectively at whatever it is she wants to push back against. I heard her interviewed, and it was a hot mess. I mean, her reasoning was all over the place, and it was really weird hearing someone who I respect so much and have respected so much making such a mess. But I guess in a roundabout way, what I'm saying is, even if your friend had legitimately done this because he really believed it was true, that shouldn't necessarily destabilize you, because you've got your own mind. You've thought this through yourself. You've come to your own position of realizing that these religious claims don't stack up. All the arguments that you've heard against them don't stop working just because your friend had a change of mind. And all the reasons why, all the arguments in favor of, or rather the arguments against this stuff, they still stand. And the arguments in favor of the position that you hold still stand. So, don't let things like that destabilize you.
Yeah, and I definitely understand that, and even at the time, I understood that whenever I was feeling destabilized, it was a very emotional reason. It's that desire to want to be part of something, part of the community, feel like I'm on the same level as my friends, right? When they decide to pray, when they decide to do all of this, feeling like I want to be included. And then the rational part of my brain was like, that doesn't like that doesn't mean you throw out everything, right? And that's why I'm nowhere near being a Christian at all for that reason, right? So yeah. And one last thing on the Ian point that you were making. I think that because I'm a little bit younger, I'm definitely part of Gen Z. One thing that we had that say my parents did not have is that while I was hearing that sermon, I Googled her name, and then I actually found out the reality of what she was saying, and I was fact checking what the pastor was saying about her story, and I was like, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
Wow.
And you can see how like when not even too long ago, people did not have the liberty to do that, and you can see how those things can be so convincing to people because they can't fact check things.
Out
Right?
of interest, what was he misrepresenting about her? What was he saying about her?
It's been a while, so I kind of forget exactly what he was saying, but he was making a huge deal about how much of a win this was for Christians. Like, hey, here is this person who was under, I think it was Richard Dawkins and like all of these people, and even she decided that Christianity is true, right? And he was using this as a way to basically say even she could logic her way to that conclusion. And then when you read her story, that's not what happened, right? So it's so it was just so interesting, and I'm so happy that I'm in a generation where we can fact check this.
Yeah.
And I think that's a large part of the reason why my generation is becoming every generation is becoming less and less religious over time, right?
Yeah.
So I had one more question for you guys if you guys are down.
Sure.
It's just based on something you had said earlier. So I think it was Sean was making this point, or I kind of forget who it was at this point, but one of you was saying that you do agree that holding religious belief can definitely make your life, some people's lives, a lot better, right? Where they feel the community, they feel all of those things. But then by the same time, I've watched a lot of your clips, and there's a few times where you have both made the point that you think especially Christianity is inherently harmful in a lot of ways, just the doctrine. So I'm wondering, how do you guys kind of square away the idea of it being really harmful for a lot of people and really beneficial for a lot of people? Like, how do you think that should play out in society if you guys had to say in that, how that would work?
Well, both things are true.
Both things can be true.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sean. You got this.
No, it's okay. So teaching that people who don't believe there's something immoral or bad about them for not believing is toxic and it's harmful.
Mm-hmm.
That I believe is absolutely true. It is also true that some people on an individual level, their life gets better when they join a religion, whether it's Christianity or otherwise, because they're around new people who are part of their tribe. They look out for them, and it can make their life better. But I do think when you take on the whole, not just a case by case basis, the notion that people who don't believe as you do are bad, are deserving of punishment, that to try to teach them, give them your own perspective is equivalent of casting pearls before swine, etc. I think that those beliefs are toxic and harmful, and many in this community have felt the effects of it from when they stopped believing and were honest about it. The backlash they got from their own community, the ostracization, family stops talking to them. It's just the people who do believe, their personal lives got better because they're not experiencing that aspect of it because they now believe.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. How do you think that it's a bit like an abstract question, but how would you prefer that sort of plays out in society, like policy wise, because if you think that say Christianity is inherently harmful for especially children who are getting indoctrinated into it, you also cannot prevent them from going to church, right?
Yeah, I'm for,
yeah.
of course, I'm for religious freedom. I don't think when it comes to promoting religious ideas or lack thereof, I don't think that's the job of the government. I think the government should stay completely out of religion and leave that to us, the people, to have a competition of ideas. Use our free speech, our freedom of religion, our freedom from religion, and talk amongst ourselves about those things. I think government should stay completely out of it.
All right. Right, sounds good. All right, that was all that I had. But thank you
Thanks,
guys
Puzzy.
for doing what you guys do. It's a good work, and I'll be listening.
Thank you, man. All the best. Take care.
All right, bye.
Thanks. Okay. Well, that was Puzzy. Thank you very, very much indeed. Let's just deal with that. Okay, I wanted to share something with you. I thought it might be fun for me to start collecting some of the comments that sometimes arrive under the videos. So I've only got one today, but as time goes on, I'm going to clip more of them and bring them in here to show you. So hopefully this should work. Here we go. That works. So this is one from Chris Hicks. This came in yesterday under the announcement on YouTube about this stream, and Chris says everything. This is with response to in response to our topic list here. Everything you describe was humans, not God. Why don't you get that clear before you write a statement? You want to know what created evil? Humans. You want to know why evil things happen? Humans. So none of this is God's fault. It's all humans' fault. Someday maybe humans will learn the word accountability, because every last human that blames God has no accountability for their own actions. Maybe you can just mail someone to a cross and say they took all your guilty sins, so no accountability whatsoever. But if you want to know who is evil, look in the mirror. Humans are the evil ones, nothing else. So I just thought that was an absolutely wild comment. It's absolutely incredible how people will just jump straight into this religious crazy talk just in response to an announcement of a live stream to talk about some stuff and have some conversations and put forward some views. And this whole thing of like, you're evil if you do this. This is why I think that Christianity is such a toxic and horrible religion, because it does have at its heart this idea that humanity is evil. Humans are evil. We deserve all of this misery and pain that's coming to us, and we're all in this fallen state, and we're evil, and none among us has done good. And it's just so negative. Like, who wants to live by that? I just thought it was absolutely grim. But it did make me chuckle.
Yeah, there's no question human beings do bad things, and they should be, and typically are, held accountable for those bad things. But he was talking about, where's the accountability? Yes, nobody here disagrees that people should not be accountable for bad things that they do. My question for that person is, where is God's accountability when the God of the Bible does atrocious and awful things? It's always heads I win, tails you lose. If God says or does something good, oh, praise be to God. But if he orders genocide or causes grape or allows slavery, does a myriad of like awful things.
Absolutely.
No account. Now, his ways are higher, or it's not for us to judge him. There's literally zero accountability from Christians as far as God's behavior.
Right.
So I would
Yeah.
say there is some hellacious projection going on there.
Well said, Sean. Absolutely horrendous. And yeah, the accountability only ever goes one way. And
Right.
Our fault for everything. Nothing bad that happens is God's fault, even though He's completely supreme and in charge of absolutely everything. And again, come back to this: like everything that's bad is because of humans. Well, okay, so why? What is it that we did that caused 300,000 children a year to die of malaria from mosquitoes that God presumably designed? Right? God could have just chosen not to design mosquitoes. I wonder when a believer would imagine God did design mosquitoes to carry malaria. Was it prior to the fall, or was it just afterwards? He just tinkered with them after the fall to make sure that they could carry malaria. It's so weird and horrible, and more victim blaming. All the suffering is all humans' fault for being such wretches and so awful. Disgusting, really. Absolutely grim. Okay, I'm going to read a few messages, and the queues are currently empty. So if you're watching on YouTube and you want to come and get involved, this would be your moment. Just come and do it. You know what the link is. I'm going to put it in the chat just in case you don't all know. But there it is. And if you're watching on TikTok, then just hit the request button and come and set us right. We look forward to being corrected. Okay, in the meantime, we have Ennui and then some. I have to apologize because I still have not given your work that you sent me the attention it deserves. Forgive me, I will try to get to it in the coming days. This was in response to someone earlier talking about whether the Bible stuff is coherent. I think it was in response to one of the questions we had in from the user. And yeah, I know that's your thesis is that some of these claims are not amenable to either true or false. I will get to your work, I promise. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Gordon, lovely to see you, my friend. As always, thank you for this. This is when we were speaking about the predictive powers of science to predict eclipses hundreds of years in the future with an accuracy of seconds. One of the most profound experiences I've ever had was seeing a total solar eclipse. I've seen it a couple of times. It's absolutely wild. It was not a miracle, nor proof of the existence of a God, just an example of the beauty and majesty of the natural world. No God required. Well, I absolutely agree with that. It is weirdly eerie watching a total solar eclipse. It's the strangest thing. It all kind of goes a bit still and quiet and dark just for a bit, and then it gets normal again. And it is. You can only imagine what people in pre-scientific age would have made of that suddenly happening in the middle of the afternoon.
Absolutely.
It's nighttime for a minute or two. They must have completely freaked them out. Of course, they would have had no idea it was coming. It must have been totally wild for them.
I haven't gotten the pleasure of experiencing one, and it sounds like it would be amazing. Another majestic thing that I can only imagine is majestic in person, the auroras. On my bucket list, I would love to see that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have.
I've seen them, but I've never seen them like spectacular. You can get glimpses of them here sometimes, but it's not great. There's a bit of light pollution, and it's not wonderful. If you go to somewhere where you really, really see them, in Scandinavian countries and other places where you really get it, it is. Well, I mean, we've all seen what it looks like on video, but it's something I'd love to.
Yeah,
I'd definitely love to see that too. Tracy says, "Hey Tracy, what's the deets on the book?" I do actually have some book news. I think I might have mentioned this in the last stream. So the publishers have had the book copy edited, and they sent me the copy edited version. Yeah, I remember speaking about this last time. Man, my editor is an absolute giant, just scarily clever, and picking out tiny little details, saying this could be better, this could be lots and lots of little tweaks and hacks. And there's an interesting process there because basically you get a marked up Word document with suggested changes, or the changes have been done and you've got track changes on, so you can see exactly what she's done. And I think I've agreed to something like 90% of them. There've been a few where she's changed things. I'm like, nah, I'm not having that. I'm having it back how I wanted it before. Specifically, things like starting sentences with and or but. She just got rid of all of them. And I understand that in terms of old school grammar rules, it's verboten to do that. But it is.
I do that all the time. I don't know if that's technically grammatically incorrect.
I think it might be if in a very sort of old-fashioned way, but it is considered to be acceptable prose now, and often you need that linking material to link one proposition to another. It's much poorer without it. So there were points where she'd taken out an and or a but, and I was like, no, they have to be back in. They have to. So I've now finished that process of going through myself. It took me a good couple of days to do it. And tomorrow I will be sending it back to them, and then they send it to a professional proofreader who goes through it all. And as long as anything else is not, if there are no other problems or issues raised, then that is the text locked. And once the text is locked, then I can do the audiobook, which will be fun because I'm really looking forward to that.
Do you have full autonomy to accept or reject, or is it a negotiation that happens?
It's a negotiation.
Sort of a back and forth. Okay.
Yeah, it's a negotiation because ultimately it's like, it's not a clearly defined power dynamic there because the publishers are the ones who are sort of kind of not owning it but putting it out. It's their product, and there's my editor, and then there's the president, who's like the sort of top editor, if you like, the chief editor in chief. And I think that both of them have their opinions obviously carry a lot of sway. But I think if I was really passionate about something, I could probably argue my case, and it's a tricky one. But I mean it obviously won't come to that here, and I'm largely deferring to their expertise because they've done this more times than I have, and I'm finding my way with being a writer and still learning, very much still learning. And it was amazing how many times she'd sort of suggested a slightly different phrasing for something, and I'm like, yeah, that is better. To be fair, I wish I'd said it a bit more eloquently, and she just tiny tweaks.
And then it comes out, it's much better, and you look like the genius writer.
That and now I really understand. When I've heard authors before thank their editors, this is the first time I've had this process. I really understand what it is they're thanking them for. They're thanking them for making them look smarter than they actually are. So yeah, that's definitely happening here. So that's that. And then finally, most importantly of all, Martin has said, "Hey Martin, lovely to see you, my friend. I just want to hear you say it. Are you there, Moriarty? Keep it up, Jon and Sean. You're doing a great job." Well, thank you, Martin. You're doing a great job too. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very, very much. Okay, what else is going on? It's all a bit quiet this evening. Normally we have some callers, but we do have some friends in the queue. So let's bring in, we're going to bring in Screaming Silence and speak to Richie, and then we've got Sir Jedrick after that, who we always love speaking to. So let's get Richie in right now. Hey, Richie.
Hey,
how are you?
Can you guys hear me okay, or does it sound a little better? I tried using some different headphones.
Loud and clear.
Sounds great.
All right, beautiful. Earlier you were talking about the question from the other night of if you had that massive dump, was God in it? And I just wanted to ask if God was in it or part of it, would that make it a holy shit?
It would. Anyway, holy shit.
That's actually pretty good.
Pretty good. Have you been working on that for the last few days?
That on the spot. Go ahead.
Yeah. Have you been working on that, Rich?
No, I actually thought of it the other night, and then someone in the comments today just said "holy shit" when you were talking about it, so it reminded me to want to bring it up because I was thinking about it since the other day.
Oh, brilliant! Yeah, apparently Azo said it. Yeah, I mean, it was such it was such a funny moment. It was such a funny moment. Yeah, I had fun. I had fun with that, and I was chuckling back when I was putting it together to clip it for YouTube, I was chuckling to myself because it was just such a funny and ludicrous conversation. And of course, he didn't. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was going to say, you could tell that you got him because that's when he wanted to like end the conversation because he knew that you kind of put him against the wall.
Well, he walked into a contradiction. I felt a bit sorry for him because he had, and it was undeniable. I was very clear. I said, "Is God everywhere?" And he said, "Yep." I said, "Are there any places that God isn't?" He said, "Nope." I said, "Are there any things that aren't God?" And he said, "Nope." And in that moment, it was done. It was like when someone makes the move in chess, and as they make the move, the game's now finished. There's nothing they're going to be able to do. It was a bit like that. It was funny. It was funny.
Exactly.
Maybe he'll reflect on that a little bit.
Hopefully.
Yeah, and we're not above a bit of toilet humor here as well. I think that's important to let people know.
Of course.
A little bit of bathroom humor is okay.
On the topic of God is not morally good, we've kind of talked about this a little bit before. This was actually, I don't remember if it was on this live I spoke about it or Mezzo's, but there was kind of like two defining moments for me where I kind of like realized like, oh, this is all false, like completely, and I can't like partake in this anymore. And one was, me realizing at church when everyone was doing communion that I looked around the room and it really felt like a cult. And then the other one was my sister, her father-in-law is a pastor, and he was my pastor for about 10 years. And there was a period of about 2 years where we would meet weekly for a couple hours and discuss the Bible and doctrine and, the struggles I had and all that kind of stuff. And I will never be able to forget kind of this defining moment where we were speaking of, not even Calvinism per se, but let's just call it predestination, because if God knows everything, then we can't really change what that is. And also, if God already knows who's going to ultimately choose him, he is still deciding to make the souls that are going to end up in hell anyway. And this was something that was one of the biggest issues for me, because if he creates, let's just say a number, let's just 100. Let's just say he creates 100 people and 25 of them, ultimately he knows will not choose him and he has to send them to hell. Mm-hmm. Why doesn't he just not create those 25 and only create the 75? Nothing really changes at the end of the day, except for those 25 won't have to suffer.
Right.
And he looked at me with kind of like a smirk on his face, and he said, there's a lot of things we don't know and a lot of things we won't understand and probably never understand, but you have to realize that God ultimately is sovereign, which means that whatever he essentially says goes. So we still, even if he's bad, we have to submit to him. And I looked at him and I said, well, that just sounds like he's like the ultimate narcissist.
Yeah.
And he stood up from his seat in his office, and he had a library of books, and he pulled one out, and I can't remember the name of the title, but it said something like, "Is God a narcissist?" or "Is God the narcissist?" or I can't remember the name of the title. And he handed it to me, and he was like, "This might be able to help you." And I looked at it, and I looked back at him, and I said, I can't do this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, you stand up there on the pulpit and you preach on Sundays that God is all good, he's all loving, he cares about us, and then this is what you do behind closed doors. I said, I will never, ever be able to trust anything you ever say again. And we met a few times after that, but in that moment, I kind of realized, like, I don't really think anyone truly believes all of this.
Well, some people do, and they just live with the dissonance, and that's when the motivated reasoning kicks in, and there's a part of their brain going, hang on a minute, this is bullshit, isn't it? And then that just kind of gets tamped down, and they're able to still somehow remain persuaded of it without even realizing that that's what's going on in their minds. But I know exactly what you mean, because it doesn't make sense. And that whole thing of like, God is sovereign, that is presented as if it's like a response to a moral argument, but it isn't. Like if you say, imagine a situation on Earth with people where somebody was very, very, very powerful and they started doing something terrible, and someone said, "This is wrong, isn't it?" And somebody else's response to it was, "Yeah, but they're very powerful." Like nobody would take that as an adequate response to a moral argument. You would just see you're just expressing might makes right. You're just expressing like they're powerful enough to do what they want to do. Therefore, we can't talk about whether it's right or ethical or moral. And this would not be accepted in any human sphere. It only is accepted for some reason when it comes to God, because everybody thinks that they should be, but it's not. It's not a moral argument. It's not philosophically sound. It's complete nonsense, really.
Has I know you said there was never a moment where you like believed any of this, but was there ever a time where you were like, maybe there is a God, he's just malevolent, or maybe he is the great narcissist? Or Sean, you too as well. I'm interested.
I never did. I never did. No, it always just struck me as just silly more than anything else. So it wasn't like, by the time it even occurred to me that there could be an evil God. And Stephen Law has written a very good piece on, or he sort of advanced the idea of this. There's videos on YouTube. If you just Google Stephen with a PH, Stephen Law, evil God. He's done lots of good stuff on the evil God. By the time it even occurred to me that there could be an evil God, I was so entrenched in my idea that this is all just silly, that it didn't occur to me as having any sort of explanatory potential.
And when I was a believer, I didn't I just accepted that God was all good, and I wasn't really exposed to counter apologetics at the time. So I've always wondered what my reaction would have been if somebody would have pointed out many of the troubling things in the Bible and said, "Hey, what do you think of this?" So I can't say with certainty how I would have reacted to those things, but there was never a cognitive dissonance that God's doing these evil things. How do you reconcile that with him being supposedly good? I never had to wrestle with that. It wasn't until those ideas I wasn't exposed to those ideas until after I stopped believing.
Yeah.
So a lot of the Old Testament stuff, the horrific things that we know about, you didn't really know until after the fact.
Oh yeah, most of them. Now there were some. So I knew about the Exodus. I knew about God hardening Pharaoh's heart. I knew about, Noah's flood, and those are absolutely atrocious and awful. But somehow there was just a block to where it just didn't dawn on me that, hey, what do you think about this? That's some evil shit, isn't it? Like that, those thoughts didn't even enter my mind. And I wish somebody would have, just for my own, so I could self-reflection, so I can know myself, like, how would have if someone just brought up the idea to me, like, don't you think that's kind of a dick move? And I thought about it, I don't know how I would have reacted to it, but it just didn't dawn on me. Like, if humans behaved in that way, it would, but there was just that block that it wasn't even that the idea was given to me that this is awful, and then I had to counter it. The thought didn't even cross my mind.
Well, for me, and what makes a lot of my deconstruction so difficult is my parents, this was like the most meaningful thing above anything else. And they I'm one of 5 kids. They homeschooled us, and our program, our curriculum was, I'm sure people in the chat know of, Pensacola Christian Academy out of Florida, where everything from science to history, every part of it was through the lens of Christianity. And so we even, every single day, part of our schooling was Bible classes. And so I learned about all of this, when I was 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. And the spin was always, they would tell the story of the Israelites and all this stuff, but the story always was, like, the wrap up was, God's the boss and we have to do what he says or else he's going to discipline us like he's a parent disciplining his children. So even when it talked about the horrific things of like King David and Sodom and Gomorrah, I was like 8, 9, 10 years old when I was learning about this stuff. So that sort of like
Yeah.
Oh my God.
conditioning. Oh yeah,
It's harsh.
100%. And then my parents, we had a home church for like 8 years. So we were always in that and they would be discussing like very adult things. You know, we probably was way too young to be hearing these things. But there was all this like conditioning. And so as I got older, I always talk about like my struggle and that internal just like conversation I would have with myself, because being told that so young that that was truth and reality, and then when you start to question it, you ultimately think like something's wrong with you, you know, when you're treated as the black sheep. So even like today, sometimes like my brain will kind of make judgments about certain things, and I have to go like I have to stop and go, hold on, like, is that really what I think about this? Let me kind of figure this out. Let me talk to myself about this, because there's still things I find in the recesses of my mind that it's kind of like making a judgment on something. And then I have to like stop and go, hold on, like, is this because of my upbringing? Is this because of what I was taught? Or is this truly like how I feel about something, you know, based on, you know, who I am today? So that's a very, very big struggle today. It takes a lot of work.
Yeah, it's going to take some time for you to detangle yourself from that perspective and that way of thinking about something, and thinking about all of this stuff. But I'm telling you, like, just listening to you speak, Richie, you are so on it. Like you're getting this stuff. I don't worry about you about this at all, because like you're grasping it, you're getting it. There's so much clarity in the way you speak about this stuff now, so that even if there's a bit of a disentangling to still do, and even if it takes a while, you're going to get there. I just have no doubt about it for you.
Yeah, I put a lot of, I mean, it's a daily thing for me. I mean, my brain doesn't really ever get separated from this because it's just, you know, part of my life now. The only thing I would say that's a real struggle is like after death. Like that's something I still cannot wrap my head around. And when you guys talk about things and how like we have evidence of how we come into this world, we have evidence of what happens when we die, you know, there is really truly no evidence or proof of anything afterlife or an afterlife. My brain still has a really hard time conceiving what that actually means, you know, that because I was told I have a soul, you know, again, I might not, who knows, but it just seems like I don't. So the idea of it just ending and my perception of everything stopping, that's like, some people find that comforting. For me, still, it's very scary just to think that I don't exist anymore. That's still the one thing that is honestly like still terrifying to me.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sean
what
will
screamings?
identify with that.
Yeah, me too. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'd love to have all the answers. If you find out the answer or something that helps for you, please share it with me. And, you know, I'll share it with you. I don't spend like every moment of every day thinking about it, but I am not content with just like non-existence, or at least, you know, maybe I would be if we lived 1,000 years or something like that,
Yeah.
or, you know, it would be easier. But like, I'm 52 and it's like, holy crap, where did all, it seems like the older I get, the faster time goes by. And you know, it's just it's a fact of life. I don't like it, but, you know, I wish I had like the answers. I would say if it's like to a point to where it's causing it's one thing to be uncomfortable, but if it's causing emotional pain, like to where you need help, you know, I would say go see therapy or something like that. But other than that, if you come up with a perspective or something that helps or what have you, you know, I'm all ears. I'm in the same mode as you.
Yeah, I would say that I legitimately have like a phobia of death now, to where I've had health problems my whole life. I have chronic Lyme disease that's debilitating, and I have some other things that are very difficult, but it would present symptoms to where I feel like I'm on the brink of death. And I would always like kind of muscle through it. But since my perspective has changed in the past 5 years, now a lot of times when I feel that way, I have horrible panic attacks because that fear of death just comes right on me. And, I've been in the hospital actually probably a dozen times for this because I have some cardiac issues caused by the Lyme disease. So I'm on medication. So there's things that will cause me to have some events. And in the past, I would deal with it. And now it's extremely terrifying when those things happen. So, I mean, I have spoken to a therapist about it and stuff, and I've tried. Talk therapy is very, very difficult for me. And there's, even when I had a therapist, they said that they think something good for me is to have these conversations with people, because for me, because of who I am, it's hard for me to trust a therapist because they're giving me solutions based on what I'm presenting to them. And so to me, it almost doesn't work most of the time because I know that I have to like fool myself, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And that makes it very difficult. To whereas if I'm talking to like you guys, I know you guys kind of know me. I know you guys don't have, I'm not paying you, you're just trying to have this conversation with me. So that's why I do like to talk to you guys about it. And I appreciate it because it does help. And Sean, like you said, if I do end up, figuring something out or have something that helps me, I'll definitely share it with you because I know that it is a struggle for a lot of people in this process.
Yeah, and I think religion exasperates the problem too, by ill-equipping people through childhood, through however long it is until they deconstruct. You're always taught that there's this afterlife, everyone's going to be reunited in heaven. And it applies to both your own mortality and your loss of other people in your life. You go through, I don't think you go through the same, when you lose somebody, I don't think you go through like the same or complete grieving process. I don't remember who I was talking to. I wouldn't name them anyway, but I was speaking to somebody about this that was dealing with loss. And then, this was on this live actually. There was another person who had a friend that was dealing with a loss, and then then years later stopped believing, and now kind of reigniting that sense of loss because there's a second tier to it too.
Yep.
But if you grow up not believing any of that, you can learn to, I think, over time come to terms with it at a psychological level and be more adjusted to it versus you're 35 years old and surprise, there's no afterlife, no heaven. And when you die, that's the end of it all. Now it's sort of, you don't have those years of coping and understanding and gaining perspective and everything.
Well, even as much as, I mean, everybody has their own belief systems when it comes to even Christianity, where for me, the last church I was in, they truly believe that our pets have spirits and they will be in heaven with us because God, if heaven is supposed to be the ultimate best like thing, there's like everything that's great, we're experiencing bliss, that means our animals that we loved will even be there with us. So it's literally not even just losing people. It's, for me too, it was losing my dogs that I had to rethink and grieve again. So it's so deep and it's so layered. That it's even hard to articulate sometimes because there's so much going on there.
Yeah, of course, and it takes some time. It takes a long time. You're still relatively fresh in this process. So don't judge yourself for not having covered all the territory yet. Just know that you are heading the right direction, and some of this stuff is really hard, and it will probably always be a bit hard, but it is going to get easier as you kind of settle into a new way of thinking about things and are not so raw from the loss of everything that you don't have anymore. It's what we were speaking to Elizabeth about last time. Just hang in there and know that you're on the right path, and you're allowed to have difficult moments with it, difficult days with it, and difficult trigger points with it that cause you to feel bad. Those bad feelings are just feelings. They can't hurt you. They're just emotions. Even if you're feeling panicky, even if you have a panic attack, you'll be okay, and you'll come through it, and it will get easier.
Well, I appreciate it very much, guys.
Thanks, Richie. Good to see you as always.
Thank you.
Take care.
Have a good rest of your day.
Take care. Thanks.
You too.
Okie dokie. We are going to go over to the YouTube side. We have a couple of people on the YouTube queue. We are going to get in Sam, and then we have disappointed internet civilian. So let's hope that this all works nicely. Sam, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Sam. Welcome.
Hello there. I hope I'm clear enough. I love your channel. Since I found it about 2 months ago, I think it's one of the best out there. And I heard you were having a little bit of a quiet period, so I thought I would call up and fill the air for you a little bit.
Thank you for doing that.
Unfortunately, I'm another atheist. I know that this is, predominantly aimed at theists and those who are struggling with their faith and that kind of thing, or who want to challenge you. But I'm another atheist. But I do have an anecdote about when I stopped believing. The moment I stopped believing.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd share it. Ultimately.
Go for it.
Great. Because I was as a kid, I was a Catholic. I had a Catholic family, but they weren't heavily Catholic. Mm-hmm. My grandparents went to church, but my mother never did. But went to a Catholic primary school. And at some point, it was time for my first Holy Communion. And as part of that, there was a confession to be made as well, my first confession. And it was very scary, very daunting for me. I didn't know to go into a dark room and sit opposite somebody and tell them a bunch of stuff. It was very, very strange for a 6-year-old. And the whole purpose was to confess my sins. And I said to my mother, and the whole reason this was happening was because, I had, in order to really be at that primary school, I had to have my first Holy Communion. So I said to my mum, so what do I say to this priest? I mean, confess your sins is quite a big philosophical, theological thing to do as a 6-year-old.
It's mad.
So
That's
she said,
crazy that you were asked to do that.
So she just said, and this is the moment. She said, just make something up.
No way.
Yeah. So I
yeah,
said,
God will never know.
She said, I said,
you could have fun with that one.
If I hadn't been 6, I would have had an awful lot of fun with it. I said to my mother, well, what shall I say? And she so make something up. I said, well, but what? And so she said, well, just say you hit someone at school. So I went into the priest and I exchanged one sin for another and lied to the priest. And the priest told me to do a bunch of Hail Marys and Our Fathers. So at the end of all of this humiliating, awful experience, I sat on the pews and I got halfway through my second Hail Mary. And I just thought, who's going to know if I just stop saying these stupid prayers? So I just stopped saying them.
Right.
I had a vague thing in the back of my head that maybe I'll get in some kind of trouble. Maybe someone would know. Clearly, my mother didn't indoctrinate me properly into the Catholic faith by that age. A little bit too laissez-faire about it. But so I basically began to form my own opinion about it. And joining these atheist channels and listening, the more I thought about this first Holy Communion thing, the worse I think it is.
Yeah.
It's abhorrent to do that to a child.
It's horrific. It's abusive. It is. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Yeah, and compelling kids to confess sins. I mean,
to a stranger.
To a stranger, yeah, pretty much a stranger, to a bloke that you see at the front of the church on a Sunday if you go, and not much else. And by the time it was time for my confirmation at 13, I think, I decided I had no interest in that. So I didn't. All my friends at school did because they got presents. No, I didn't do it. They all got presents, right? They were promised a PS1 or a trip to Alton Towers and all that usual stuff. That's why they were into it.
Yeah.
And I, being a bit of a contrary so-and-so, I said, no, I'm not going to be bribed into something I don't want to do. And that was really, I think it began at that confession that I did, and it was not obvious to me at the time. I was 6, right? But it began the percolation that none of this made sense, and I'm grateful for that.
Good. Well, thank you for sharing the story with us, Sam, and thank you for your kind comments as well. Very happy that you took the time to call in while we're having a bit of a slightly quiet one this evening. We do have a disappointed internet civilian in the queue behind you, so I think we'll get them in. But thanks so much for coming up and sharing your story.
What the hell that was?
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out in a moment. But thank you very much, Sam.
No problem, John. All the best.
Appreciate your support, friend. Thank you. Thanks.
Great talking to you.
Yeah, and you too, both of you.
Thanks, Sam, very much. Okay, so as promised, we are now going to be joined by Disappointed Internet Civilian, which has to be one of the better names we've heard. I keep on wondering if it's PVG again. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, welcome.
I'm the internet civilian from before.
Yeah, right.
And I am disappointed because since our last conversation, I started researching. And I have now a page full of confusing notes about how beliefs form, and especially criticisms of the voluntary nature of forming beliefs.
Criticisms of the voluntary or the involuntary?
Both directions.
Okay.
Because I want to, more as a mental exercise, I want to criticize the point nobody chooses what they believe.
Sure.
And I find the criticisms of this idea all really hollow. That I find in the literature. My research is not very old; it's like a half hour old or something like that. But I find nothing that makes sense. So basically, I wanted to ask you, when you were researching this, because I heard you wrote a book.
Yeah.
What arguments did you find challenged your position? Were there any arguments that challenged your position?
I mean, I have a chapter in the book called Common Objections, where I list, I think it's 13 or 14 of the best arguments that I could find against involuntarism. And they all tend to be, I mean, none of them gave me pause for thought. They were all sort of easily dispatched. The reality is there aren't any compelling arguments against this. There are just people who basically try to reclassify direct control over beliefs with indirect control over beliefs and get confused about the overlap between them. That's what all the arguments all look like, whether they're theological arguments or philosophical arguments. They all have that kind of thing pretty much in common. So, for example, someone might say, well, you can choose your attitude to propositions. Like, you can choose your attitude to how you think about beliefs. Yeah, you can, but that's not the same as choosing beliefs. And they'll say, well, yeah, but the choice you make in your attitude is going to affect what you come to believe. So aren't you just like indirectly choosing your beliefs? It's like, yes, you're choosing actions earlier that are going to affect the likelihood of what you might come to believe later. But it's still the case that the actual persuasion later isn't a choice. It never is, regardless of what you chose to do earlier, because you could have made all of those same choices and still not believed. So, I wish I could say to you, here are the arguments that really made me think, is this right? Am I making a mistake here? Is this incorrect? I genuinely, honestly don't think that there are any.
Yeah, I have to, from my extensive research,
The criticism
I
in
have the criticism in two categories, actually. The one is what you said, like this indirect nature, where you start like re-evaluating your beliefs because of new information you found and stuff like that. And the other one is where they just label things as free without arguing why they are free. Like they say it's a free choice to do something. One example they bring, I'm driving down a road and I see a woman with a child and I can choose to drive over her or not. I can freely choose to drive over her or I cannot.
Yeah.
And it's a free choice. And it's not argued why it is a free choice. It's just labeled this is a free choice. And
Yeah.
this is why I'm disappointed, because I had hoped that there is some criticism that is actually well argued.
Yeah.
But from what I found, it is poorly argued or just not thought to the end.
Yeah. Yeah. And these arguments are typically made. Here's a giveaway, right? So these arguments are typically made by people who have an agenda to make them. So if there's a well-respected theologian, or William James, or someone like that making these arguments, there's an agenda there. The agenda there is to stop the moral logic of their religion collapsing, because it does. The reason why I'm so motivated to push this idea out there and get people talking about it, and it fills me with joy when I hear other people using these arguments in discussions and making this point, because I think it's really powerful.
Yes.
It's crushing to the logic of the religion, because if belief isn't chosen, if there's nothing you can do to decide to believe the things you have to believe to avoid the punishment, then it's obviously immoral to dish out the punishment. It's clearly wrong to do that, and we know that. And so when you get these people who are making these beliefs, making the claims to defend the voluntarism of belief, they're doing it because they're in defense of their religion. And so it doesn't surprise me that much that when you really come down to it and look into the nuts and bolts, the arguments aren't great. And they're all variations, as I said, on that theme of just finding the bits where you do have control and sort of equivocating on them and claiming that those are that they represent you actually controlling what you find persuasive, which of course you cannot do.
I mean, I don't know from the criticism I read if they were, I don't know the names that I read. This person makes this claim, this person makes, I don't know the names. So I don't know if there's any agenda behind it. But it doesn't help the argument, because they weren't good arguments.
No.
And even
out of curiosity, where did you go to find the opposing viewpoints or the opposing arguments?
I mean, right now,
yeah, go ahead.
Right now, I'm on the Stanford, plato.stanford.edu. There is a real long article with summary stuff, because I'm just starting researching this stuff right now. And I have another article from Scholarly Review from a person I've never heard of, but I have not heard of many names anyway. Caroline Young or whatever. It's more like an abstract of how beliefs form, with a short part about the limitations of this model that she lines out. So there is not, I haven't read much literature, of course, about this yet. But I see
kudos
already,
to you for researching both sides of the issue.
Yeah.
I mean, it's for me, it's just an exercise, because I have no foot in the door either way.
Right.
But yes, but even if you say this is the next point, when I listened to you talking, that came to me, even if you said belief was a choice, it doesn't make it really better, because now we have a scenario that there is a God who created the world and tells you, okay, you can believe to choose in me or not. It's your free choice. If you don't believe in me, you will end in hell and all the consequences, or believe in me and you will be with me for eternity.
Yep.
So even if it's a choice, it doesn't make it any better.
You're absolutely right, because even if it were a choice, it would still be the case that the people choosing not to believe are doing so because of a lack of evidence. And that lack of evidence, the responsibility for that lack of evidence lies with God, because he would know what evidence he would need to provide that would make people make a different choice. So you're absolutely right about that. And I think that's a really important point that bears saying. Like it's almost as if even if they get to the point of belief being a choice, that doesn't suddenly make it morally right. It just makes it less morally obviously horrific. But it's still a big problem, because God could click his fingers like that, and everyone who's choosing not to believe in him would no longer choose that, because they would know what's true. So, yeah, you're absolutely right to point that out. Very, very good point indeed. Yeah. Good. Well,
okay. Yeah. So this has been. I will keep trying to look into this, because I really wanna argue against this. I don't believe in. I mean, I'm fully agreeing with you.
Yeah.
But I kind of want to argue against it.
I love that.
Maybe
I love that.
find something.
That's brilliant. And if you find a compelling argument, if you find some, because I did, someone who I really trust a lot, who gave me some fantastic advice when I was writing the book. He's a university professor. I really respect him. He's something of a friend and mentor for me. And he said to me, make sure that you put the strongest position, the strongest telling of the contrary position to yours you possibly can, or you're going to get torn apart. And it was such good advice.
Yes.
So I really did go out there and basically do the thing that you've just done for a while. And I tried to find the strongest and best arguments against my position, so that I could at least put them down and say, here are the greatest minds who disagree with me. Here's what they say. Here's their thinking. Here's why they say it. And then here's why I don't think it works. And I think I have done that. So I love the fact that you're doing it too. And if you find something wonderful, come back and tell us. Do that.
I hope I will.
Good stuff. Thanks for coming back again. We appreciate it. Take it easy.
All right.
Thanks, man. Cheers. Okay, we are going to get in Austin right now. We're going to bring Austin in from the YouTube side. And hopefully that is good. Austin, are you there?
Hey, John, can you hear me?
Yes. How are you?
We got you. Cool. I'm doing good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I was listening to the previous caller, right, and trying to, in a sense, like strongman or strongman an argument against the position. So, steelman, correct. So, I've been thinking about this a lot, just for some context and backstory. So, I used to be quite a dedicated believer, to the extent that I was going on mission trips, going to church all the time. Went to a private Christian school. I had a period of deconstruction in my college years. And for context, I'm in my early 30s now. So, I've come to a position where I'm very strongly agnostic on the agnostic atheist side of things.
Yeah.
I feel that the just being honest with myself, and that's the honest answers that I do not know, and I don't know if I could know. So I've settled. It's obviously a very painful process to go through that, and I'm sure Sean can. I resonate a lot with what Sean says, and some other callers that I've heard. So it's nice to be a part of that community. But
yeah.
All that being said, right, your argument that belief is not a choice. I really like the idea of it. I like the argument there, because I do think it's very powerful, right? And I've got a family still that's very evangelical, very they're not super happy or super excited that I'm no longer a believer. And it comes out around Easter, so it's spurred up a lot of new thoughts and feelings. And I love my family, but it's difficult understanding what they feel and the implications that they believe. I do sympathize with it a bit. Like my sister, the first time, I mentioned that I was atheist, she started crying, and it was very emotional. And in her mind, like, that's, I'm going to be tormented forever. And I would like that for not to be the case, right? I would like to not, I wish she didn't experience that pain just because I'm being honest with myself and my beliefs. So that being said, right, this idea that belief is not a choice, I can follow, I certainly follow the argument, and I do think it's persuasive, but I think something as abstract as belief, like I'm a very logical person, but when I sit there and think like when you get like certainty in the mix, things get a little bit dicey to me. Like I almost think of things like like what is belief? Is it like I believe the probability of this thing is 51% or greater? Does that mean I believe it?
Yeah.
I mean, that is a belief state. Yeah, yeah. So belief isn't necessarily certainty, it's even degrees of belief.
Right.
It's basically considering something to be true or likely true.
Right.
So if it, and that's on a scale. It's not all or nothing. And the example John and I both like to use is life on other planets. Both John and I believe it's more likely than not that there is life on other planets, but we don't feel certain about it, and we wouldn't bet the farm on it.
Right.
But yeah, even degrees of belief aren't, the degrees of belief aren't a choice either. And so the thing with this, and often it may sound flippant or trying to get a gotcha, but it really is an easily testable hypothesis for anyone. And when we're having a hard time getting through to people, for they're being obstinate or what have you, we just ask them to test it right now. And you can start with the ridiculous. If they make a blanket statement, all beliefs are a choice. Okay, believe in Superman. Believe I'm your long lost Siamese twin. Believe the moon is made of cheese. And then let it, see if you can actually decide to be convinced of that. And so that's the nice thing, is that there are arguments for it, and it's important to engage in that way. But at the end of the day, it's just very easy for anyone to test.
Yeah. I think like what I've been considering is I think it's very hard, and I wish we were like logical machines and I could understand my mind and like what probability do I assign that a God may exist, maybe not even a specific God, but just like general deism or something. I certainly entertain that as a possibility, right? And as an agnostic, and I don't even know how to begin to assign a probability to that. And that's the hard part, is like if there was a gun,
you don't have to.
Right. And I know I don't have to, but like if there was let's say a gun to my head, and there is a true answer there. There either is some deity, God, intelligent being, or there isn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. And let's say the implication of getting that wrong was that I would be, I would be shot. I really don't. I'm like, what would I say? Like I'm at that point, I'm most concerned with truth and less about like what I want or what.
No, exactly. Right. So so it's a true dichotomy. A proposition is either true or false. So that's a dichotomy.
Yeah.
However, when it comes to a belief state proposition, God exists, you can accept that it's true or likely true. You can accept that it's false or likely false. Or where you're at, you accept neither. You are neither convinced that it is true or likely true, nor are you convinced that it is false or likely false.
Yeah.
So you don't have to, nothing is forcing you to have a position one way or the other. You don't have enough information to decide. And so that's our belief state for a lot of things.
And I want to add something to that.
If I told you, go ahead.
Sorry, Sean, this might be helpful. So if somebody says to you, if you order a drink and somebody says, would you like milk in your tea? Well, for you to remain in a position of indecision about that is not really tenable, because that's a question that really demands like, yes, I do want milk, please, or no, I don't want milk, thank you. And to remain in the sort of in the middle state creates a tension which needs to be resolved. But on a situation like this, in a position like this, where there's an issue like the existence of a God, this middle position that Sean so beautifully illustrated of not being committed to yes, there is, with any degree of confidence, a lot or a little, and not being committed to no, there isn't. It isn't the same as the would you like milk in your tea question, which needs to be resolved one way or the other. This is actually a valid epistemic destination on its own. This is a place you can put down your camp here, and you can stay here, and it's absolutely valid. It's as valid as any of the others. It's not a liminal state between believing and non-believing, which requires that you eventually commit to one or the other. You don't have to. It's philosophically completely fine to say at the moment, at this point, and possibly forever, that the amount of information I have, I'm in a state of honest disbelief, which just means I have not accepted the proposition that God is true. I'm open to it being possible, and I'm also not making the claim a God is false. And that's where a lot of us live. That's where I live, and I'm completely comfortable in that space. Totally fine.
Yeah. That's definitely, I think that framing resonates with the feeling I'm trying to convey, right? So I certainly appreciate that. I tend to take the position that, the reality might be stranger than fiction, and like these types of answers of like the ultimate existential answers of the beginning of everything is potentially so unknowable that it would be like us thinking that we could have those answers is the equivalent to like an ant trying to understand the internet, right? It's not, there's no world in which that's possible, and maybe not to that degree, maybe somewhere in the middle. But I use that analogy quite a bit, even with like talking with my family. Like, this is kind of my position, is it's almost just a position of not humility, but just honesty on like, who's to say in the scale of like intelligence, and if you believe evolution to be true, it's like that's going to progress and continue, hopefully, right? Maybe we'll regress, but who's to say that we're even 1% close to being able to have some semblance of an answer of those types of questions? And that could just be the case, in which case, like trying to come to an answer, you're just grasping at straws, and there's no way to do it. So so thank you guys. I really appreciate just talking through it.
Just one more thing, a way to look at it, because people feel like they have to choose. Do you have a lawn in front of your house?
I don't. Like a townhome with a patio, but that's about it.
Okay, so let's say that I do. So let's say the lawn in front of my house, proposition, Sean has an even number of blades of grass in front of my house. You have insufficient evidence to believe that it's true, and you also have insufficient evidence to believe that it's false. So, but it's trivial. So even for trivial things, if there's no epistemic warrant to believe one side or the other, it's okay to just not have a position, just I don't know. And it's just, now this is especially important for like the big questions that are really important, to have that allowance for the epistemic, just not being convinced either way that the proposition is true or false.
And I think for that analogy, and it may have something to do, I mean, I'm certain it has quite a bit to do with just the years and years of upbringing and being indoctrinated in that, and the remnants that still come from that even though I've come to more and more peace about I don't know, and that's a process in and of itself of like discomfort for quite a bit of time, and then I would say now I'm relatively at peace with that, but it almost does feel like in the back of my mind there's still that kind of gun to your head situation, because of the nature of a lot of the religions that they teach, is if you as you guys know, if you don't believe the consequences and unfathomable, right? It's the ultimate most terrible thing you could possibly imagine. So I think the trauma from that still gives me a little bit of bias of like, well, I need to I do want a little bit more certainty in my position, and it frustrates me that I'm still in this like, I don't know how to assign a probability to that. And I think my logical mind wants to be able to say like, well, I'm 99.9% certain that, you know, there is no hell or something. And but at what point in that range is it, does like almost like a Pascal's wager make sense? And you know, where
Well, certainly in having certainty one way or the other, both will give you sort of a comfort from that threat. So if you are certain there is a God, or, you know, what have you, okay, now you're saved. You don't have to worry about hell. But likewise, if you're certain there is no God, now you again don't have to worry about hell. But just having that as a possibility. One thing to think about, there could be a God and there is no hell. And if there's a good God, there for sure would not be a hell. And if there's a bad God, we're all screwed anyway.
Yeah,
that's another way to look at it.
Yeah, it's not binary. All right, that's the problem with Pascal's wager to begin with. But
exactly.
Whether it's, you know,
Just think about how much time you're spending at the moment worrying about offending the God of Islam. You're probably not losing much sleep about it. You know, and that's the way to feel better about this stuff. And we could list another 20 religions that also might declare, you know, unfortunate fates for those who don't adhere to them. And you and I don't lose a moment's sleep over those threats. They're just you know, tactics designed to scare people into conformity. And you've got this. You got this.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Yeah, I think around the Easter time specifically, I start to feel a little bit insane because it's just everywhere. Like, you know, social media. There's all just little shorts and sound bites of, you know, all these, you know, Shroud of Turin and all this stuff, and then going to see family and, you know, feeling like everybody except like, what am I drinking crazy pills here? Why am I the only one and all that? So, I really appreciate the show, you guys. It certainly helps to regain my sanity a bit and listen to some of your content. So I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Austin. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate you, man. Take it easy. And we're here if you need us again.
Thank you very much. You too.
All right. Take care. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Cheers. Okie dokie. Just have to quickly read this message before it disappears off my stack. This was earlier when we were talking about morality. And of course, Drew always has wise things to say. Thank you, Drew, for this. To come to a common morality, people need to view all humans in the same way. But if they think that other people are subhuman, their morality will differ from a morality where all humans should be treated in the same way. And that's why so much of religion is about tribalism and the need to other people. And in the case of these belief-based salvation doctrines, they have to other non-believers. And as I've said a few times, like, I have to be bad so that your God can be good. It has to be the case that my simply not being convinced of the truth of the religious claims I've heard has to make me evil in some way, because if I'm not, then God is evil for punishing me for it. And therefore, God can't be evil, therefore I have to be. And that creates the permission structure for a huge amount of outgroup behavior and othering of others and harmful stuff and breaking up of families and all the rest of it. It's absolutely horrendous. Okay, we're approaching the time, but let's keep going for a little bit because it's fun. And I'm just thinking in my head, how do you guys feel about if I do a night stream tomorrow? So I've got Justin's show on Thursday, but I kind of feel on Justin's, I'm in his ship. It's his thing. It's up to him how it runs and how long it runs. And I'm literally just like along for the ride with Justin, I think, on Thursday. I'm guessing that's how it's going to work. But if I do a night stream tomorrow, sort of normal time, maybe 9:30, 10 p.m. UK start time, and we do a regular kind of night thing, because I feel like today's been a little bit of a different one. It's been a bit quiet, and I'm wanting to get my fix of kind of engagement and get some debate going and get some discussion and stuff. So if we're feeling good for that, I will run the stream again tomorrow night, because we're hardcore here, and also my family's away this week. So when the cat's away, the mice can play, and I'd rather be here with you guys. So if that's good, I'm going to do that. Sean, are you up for that?
100%. I'll be there.
Excellent. I thought you might be. Sean is indefatigable. Undeniably the best. Okay, let's get Ash in right now on the TikTok side. Ash.
How you doing, Ash?
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Sean. Can you guys hear me okay?
We've got you. How are you?
Oh, no, pleasure to be on, man. It's you've had some really good guests on today, man. Like great discussions, like very deep.
It has. It's been a very different style of live stream today. We've had so many absolutely fantastic guests, really thoughtful discussions, but it's felt a bit like a sort of, I don't know, it's felt almost like the kind of session we would have if we just did a friends only, which is fine, and it's been lovely and lots of great value to be had in those conversations. But yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to getting into some meat of some issues.
Some debate.
Pulling out some Bible verses and getting up there. It could be my warm up for Thursday with Justin. But yeah, how are you?
I'm doing good, thanks. It's there's certain points that have come up from the other guests. I think I completely resonate with the issues. One is like mortality and death. Like there's so many times you kind of always sit back and think about it, like the worry when it happens, or obviously the fear of it, because again, we do enjoy life and it is precious, but at some point, yes, it will come to that moment. And I kind of see it like, there's certain quotes from like movies and stuff that kind of get you through it a bit, like that moment in Troy. Obviously it's not an amazing film, but it's still, there's a moment where it says like, because life is not eternal, that's what makes it precious and makes it beautiful. If it lasted forever, there would be nothing to look forward to. Like it would be boring, it'd be stale. So I think what comes down to it is what we know for sure, and that is the life we're living right now. What is up for debate, or we just don't know, or we hope is an afterlife or some kind of reincarnation or something we just don't know. But most likely, very little evidence to show, if there is anything, it's going to be very probably similar to what it was like before we were born. Which we can't imagine. There was nothing. And I'm sure after, you don't have to worry about it. It will just be nothing as well after. But this is something that's got me thinking, like, for especially people who are very religious, and if they do deconstruct and come out of it, and they look back, is there like a worry? Like, it's almost like you spent many, many years that could have been put to something else, which can be quite painful. And this makes it probably painful to leave religion.
Oh,
but at
yeah.
the same time, it's also like with anything in life, hindsight's 20/20, right? Like if you're doing something you just wish you knew, like I guess like Jimmy Carr says it, like the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, then the second best time is now.
That's brilliant.
Well, the way I look at it, because that is a perspective. If you wasted 30, 40 years of your life believing something and dedicating your life to it, that when you stop believing, it's like so much of your life just wasted. But even though you were believing something that wasn't true or what have you, you know what? You still had those life experiences. You still had the happy moments, the sad moments, the funny moments. You
Absolutely.
still have, it's not like a total waste. Now, there's one aspect of it. You believe something that wasn't true, but it's not like all those life experiences, the quality of like your personal relationships and your memories and happy and sad times, those aren't all wasted. That's
true.
Yeah, so don't beat yourself up over it. If you're, I'm not saying you personally, Ash, but if you're going through that, like, why did I waste so many years believing this? Don't beat yourself up over it. You still had memories, you still had good times and bad times, and just like you would have otherwise.
Absolutely. Like I think, like I do think with my mum, because she's still a Jehovah's Witness, and she spent pretty much her whole life. First she was Catholic. And it didn't make sense to her, so she found Jehovah's Witnesses, and it made sense to her. It didn't make sense to me. But at the same time, she spent so much time involved in this religion. She has stated, like, to me, like, if it wasn't true, she just she wouldn't want to live. Like, it's that deep that it means that much to her with an afterlife. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who are religious that are hoping maybe for the end to come and for like a new paradise or a new, like, I guess, heaven also. And again, this is something that I don't think we can ever really prove. You can just look at things saying if it's likely or unlikely to happen. And in my perspective, I think it's very unlikely to happen, unfortunately. But I guess there's lots of things that get me in, like, this is what makes it fascinating with life in general, that it's our confirmation bias, right? Like, this is something we're very bad at introspection, to know if we are really seeing things with a clear view. I think if you have the hope to believe or want to believe in a deity and you're trying to look at it objectively as possible, then I'm sure certain evidence could be hidden from you, that you're always just searching for that certain truth. And then you'll, say, oh, I think this is the best religion. This is the one that makes sense. And again, that doesn't resonate with me. I feel like if it's something, I'm all for spirituality, like for individuals to find their connection if there is a God or not. If it's a religion, I feel it's a form of control, in my opinion. It's just ways of, oh, we all believe this, we should all think like this, everyone else is the enemy, we should convince others to join us. If they don't want to join us, they're like the enemy or something, or we shouldn't listen to them. And it kind of cuts families and other people away, which is just truly unnecessary, especially if it's true or not true. Yeah. But then there's things like, I think when it comes to objectivity and subjectivity, this makes it very tricky, because there's certain things in the world that really resonate with us, like if we listen to a great song, or if we watch a great movie, or we fall in love. Can we measure this objectively? We can't really, what it measures with ourselves. But I think this is probably similar for people who are looking for like a God or a meaning or purpose. Again, these are difficult things to measure, but we all kind of feel it. And I think the more we kind of enter this territory of like trying to understand people's, journeys and difficulties in life, and kind of find what we have in common with each other, this is what brings us, I think, closer together, but at the same time, like, enjoy the life that we're living today and not hoping for a magical place. Well but I guess it gives comfort for people who, like, again, who've lost loved ones or pets. It's very painful when you lose a pet, just like family. And it's nice to believe that they're in a better place. And, it is comforting. So I get it. I completely get it. And it's just some of the people on here, it's really good, deep conversations and full of meaning. And I really hope people find their way to like struggle less with, I guess, mortality and things like that. But it's a great platform that you guys are hosting. And it really gets you questioning things and looking at things, a balance for you. So you guys have a great take on it. So keep doing what you're doing.
Appreciate
it. Appreciate it.
Always nice to see you, friend. Take it easy.
You too, buddy. I'll see you tomorrow. See you
guys
tomorrow. Pleasure.
Tomorrow, indeed. Thanks, Ash. Take care.
Take care, man.
Thanks. Okie dokie. Right. Well, we've got PVG on the YouTube side. We'll just let PVG up and see what PVG has to say, and then we'll probably put something of a lid on it. I will go through the timings for the next couple of days as well, just for the avoidance of doubt. Although I say that, I haven't completely finalised the timing for tomorrow because I've just been thinking about it. But I'll probably do something like an 8:30 or 9 p.m. UK time start tomorrow, which would be like 4 p.m. something like that US, and then just go through a while. Or I might start slightly later to get the evening crowd and go through like I normally do. But let's just get PVG in and see what he is saying. PVG, welcome back again. Are you there?
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, I got you. We got you.
Cheers, guys. Sorry about the buttons. I just got a bit excited and I clicked all the bingo buttons.
That's okay. No, I figured you were having a play with the bingo buttons, and that's absolutely fine.
And the kick as well. And the kill switch as well. I thought it was just gonna, it wouldn't let me unclick it. So I was like, oh no.
That's all good.
Okay, waiting for your approval. Okay.
It's all good.
I just I was just one of the caller before the last caller. I just heard something interesting. He was talking about an evil god and a good god, a benevolent god, and then he asked you your perspectives, John, and you said the thought never occurred to you, because I know you have never been a theist all your life, haven't you?
Yeah, that's right. Never.
Or have you?
No, I never have.
Yeah. So you said the thought of an evil God never occurred to you. You were just concerned if you found it silly as opposed to being threatening. And Sean added in that if there is a bad God, we're all screwed. And then if there is a good God, I mean, why is he not doing anything? And I've been a theist before. I believe in. I've gone to churches, and there was a point where I accepted all religion, and I was kind of exploring going to churches, speaking to Muslims, and going to Hindu churches. I mean, Hindu temples and Buddhist monasteries, and so I kind of, for me, it was all like, okay, there should be some sort of a panpsychist or a pantheistic God, or a panpsychist God, or a panentheistic God, even, because Hinduism kind of goes into panentheism more sometimes. And so I was, and then so it was for me to deconstruct it. The first conflict happened when I observed how bad and how unfair things are. And the only explanation that Hinduism or the Eastern beliefs gave was karma and then past life sins, which didn't make any sense. And then there were some, when I was in Coventry in the UK, there was this Hare Krishna guy, ISKCON guy, coming on the street, which is just kind of funny because even in India, they don't proselytize like that, Hinduism. There's a lot of noise in the temples, but no one comes to you and do that. But it kind of does it indirectly. So I was I was like, okay, they're standing and giving out leaflets of Hare Krishna movement. And when I spoke to him, I said, I don't think this whole reincarnation thing makes any sense, because if you go back, we evolved from animals. So the tenets that you have in your text, it says that if you eat certain moral policing they do, which is if you eat meat, or if you eat, if you do certain things, if you're too vain and narcissistic, or if you're too promiscuous, you will become a tree because you're always exposing yourself. If you eat meat, you'll be born as a tiger. It was all kind of all over the place in the Gita, actually. So I asked him, if we evolved from animals, so how far back does the sin go, right? And if you're going to go in reincarnation, so if we are coming from apes, and if you're coming from other unicellular and multicellular organisms, how does their karma work? And he said that, and this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. When he responded in a way, he said, well, the universe is infinite. There should be other planets. So maybe you were in another planet, some other planet in some other galaxy or some other even dimension, and then you would have done your acts there. And so when you are reborn again, maybe you got transferred to this Earth, and then you were here after evolution has already happened, and then you were given the same body here. I was like, oh my God, it's an unfalsifiable claim, but it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So anyway, coming back to it was ridiculous. And
I would love to get reincarnated as a Vulcan.
Vulcan?
Yeah, from Star Trek. It's Star Trek.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that Vulcan, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would love to be reincarnated as I don't know, as an amoeba, pretty much, that can't be killed. But it's kind of ridiculous, some of the unfalsifiable claims they come up with. But as I was coming out of the belief, the main thing that convinced me was, if there is a God, the God has to be very evil in nature. It's not a moral God, because there's so many bad things happening, and then no fault of anyone. So why they're born with cancer, or why they're born in a less privileged state, and no fault of their own. There's a lot of inequality and lack of equity in the world, and so there has to be an evil God. like John always points out, human suffering and animal suffering, no fault of their own, no fault of the individual, but there is this. Hello.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
Hi.
You're still there, PVG?
You still there?
John?
Yep. We still got you.
Sean. Hello.
We still got you.
Hello.
It is a terrible signal, though. I have to say, it's cracking up and crackling quite a lot. I don't know if that's a microphone issue your end or a bandwidth issue, but yeah, it's always very crackly for some reason.
I've got 5 bands on my side, the Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
It doesn't say anything.
So it's not that.
It doesn't say it's weak on my side. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to touch on, though, because I know there are different sort of forms of belief when it comes to reincarnation and karma, etc. Some of which involve if you're born into like poverty or a really bad situation, it means in a previous life you weren't as good as someone born into privilege or a better situation. And I don't really like that, because that an entailment with that is victim blaming. You know, the reason somebody is born in a war-torn, country with a lot of poverty and has a bad life is because they were a bad person in their previous life. And I don't like victim blaming like that.
It's kind of weird, because usually if you look at the myths, people who are already rich and greedy and they're promiscuous and prodigal with their lavish with their resources were cursed to be born poor. And then people who are very healthy and warriors and stuff, and if they did anything bad, apparently they were born as a hunchback or a diseased leper or something like that. However, the inconsistency is when it comes to dietary principles, if you ate meat, right, you were born as an herbivore or something where another animal can eat you. You'll be born as a tiger that can go on and eat an animal. So apparently the type of personality you exhibit or the character you exhibit during your lifetime will determine what you'll be born as in your next life. It kind of contradicts, because if you're a carnivore and if you get born as a tiger, that's a good thing, because you're not gonna be eaten by a carnivorous animal. You get to eat other animals. However, if you are rich and if you are promiscuous or whatever, you being born as the victim in your next life, it doesn't make any sense.
That's
and I always
I
found that. Yeah, and I have seen
for consistency, maybe if you eat meat, you get born as a gazelle and get eaten by a lion or something.
Exactly. That's how that'll be consistent, right? But it says you'll be born as a tiger or a carnivorous animal. And if you're a woman and if you're constantly, it's funny because there are these Ayurvedic texts, which is like alternate health, and there's so much dehumanizing or immoral policing of women, like diseases of the vagina, so and so are caused because the woman was very promiscuous. And then
so they have purity culture too. They judge,
big time.
No,
I mean, and
does it apply to men?
For men, not as much, but when men, it kind of applies, but it kind of tends to police women more, even in the Ayurvedic text. Whereas for men, it comes down. Pardon?
I said I'm shocked. I tell you, I was being sarcastic. That seems to be the universal thing.
It's a universal
so
thing.
Many religions is purity culture for women, but doesn't quite apply to men.
Yeah,
the men, it does talk about tyrants, like kings who are their tyrants. They got what's coming to them in their next life or whatever. But then when it comes to sex and everything, when it comes to sexual purity, women always got the rough end of the stick, and it was always okay for men can have multiple wives.
Yeah.
And then, of course, in the Mahabharata, you have women having multiple husbands, but that was an exception.
Right.
For most of the time, it's always women are allowed to have only one husband, but men can have many wives. But then as I was coming out, what convinced me was there should be an evil God. And if people are going to use, like, if I'm going to use all the bad things in the world, the pain and suffering, to hypothesize that if there is a creator, he's very evil. And if I have to also use all the goodness in the world, because there is compassion, there are good people, and there are dogs, and I love dogs. Dogs are great, pets are great. So when I see all those unconditional, cases of unconditional love, I see, okay, there must be a good God then. But then that good God is not all powerful. So if there is a God, they can't be, all the omni-properties can't they can't all exist. So if there is an omnibenevolent God, I don't think that God can be omnipotent. Because if there's an omnibenevolent God which is omnipotent, he or she can change everything, like John would say, a kick-ass God that can do everything so perfectly. So it kind of is inconsistent, all-powerful, all-knowing, omnibenevolent, and then omnipresent, everywhere at once. It just doesn't, the whole logic is inconsistent with what we have in reality in this world. So I was really coming out of any form of belief system, and even the spirituality sort of a thing, people who say that I'm spiritual, I'm not religious, I was like that. And coming out of that, the mesotheistic God or the dystheistic God, that there is an evil God and we are all screwed, that was what was convincing me to come out of faith or religion in the first place. And then I started questioning, well, maybe there is no God because it doesn't make sense. But then more than likely, if I have to believe in something, I would probably be saying, this God is very evil and I won't worship this God. That's the type of belief system I may probably have. Sort of like an anarchist rebellion, like the creation going to kill the creator. Let's have a war with the God and then overthrow God for all the sadistic thing he has done to us by creating us. I would be probably leading a coup. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. It was quite interesting.
PVG. Appreciate that, and thank you for your support, of course, always. And we're going to just move it along because
thank you very much.
Tie it up, but thanks, friend, for coming in.
No worries.
All right, keep well. Thanks, man. Cheers.
Take care, John.
Bye. Okie dokie. I do want to pull things to a close, but I've just seen Maddie has just come into the TikTok side, and I don't want to not speak to Maddie because she is a wonderful member of the community too. So we're going to quickly take Maddie in and see what Maddie's saying, and then that request has been cancelled. Maybe that was an accidental one. Maddie, did you mean to come up? Let's see what Maddie's saying in the chat. That's cancelled. So happy to talk to you, Maddie, if you wanted to. I never want you to feel like you can't get up. Nope, maybe not. Okay, well, come back next time. Always happy to speak to you. All right, a couple of housekeeping-y things. This is an important message to read from our very, very good friend, Flippity Giblets says, the low-key, non-contentious stream today has been nice given what may or may not happen in Iran in 4 hours. Thanks for being a steady, soothing voice. Yeah, thank you for that. I do appreciate that. It's on my mind too. I think we're all nervous about what might unfold in the coming hours, and I just hope that some kind of common sense prevails and we don't get crazy escalations of things. Nobody wants that. It's not going to help anybody. It's not going to achieve anything. So yeah, let's just hope that that things are all right. And thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. Certainly, I know for myself, doing these streams is really good for my mental health. Just for me personally, just being in this community with you guys and girls and people and men and women and everyone, I really, really appreciate it. It's good for me and helps me to not get too stressed about the world, because there's lots to be stressed about. So just to say thank you, when I'm always thanking you for like supporting the stream, but I just want to actually say, like, on a personal note, like, thank you for what it gives to me personally, just being able to be here and hang out with you lot. is incredibly good for me, and I massively appreciate you all. You do know that. I need to show you the current members wall. Our little inner circle has now grown a little bit. Lovely to see it growing. Just so you know, the way the kill switch works is that as the inner circle grows, the number of kill switch votes needed to activate the kill switch also grows. So there always needs to be a reasonable proportion of inner circle members activating the kill switch in order for it to work. But we do have Amon Ra, Drew Smith, Gordon Love Science, Oceanus, Rich, welcome Rich, The Leakest Wink, Tim Cooney, Upshot, Devil's Public Defender, Fliberty Giblets, How to Push Back, PBG newly amongst us, Stephen Seymour Jr., The Musical Monkey, and Wonderful Tracy. So thank you very, very much indeed. The support, it means a lot to me, and the support of everyone means a lot to me. As I said in the last stream, you don't need to be on big membership tiers to be supporting what we're doing here. Just being here is supporting it, and just your contributions and your presence are enough. And I'm hugely grateful for all of that
What's
stuff
the current number? Kill switch number.
The current, so it was 3. I think it's going to get bumped up to 4 now. So, you know, it's going to get to the point where someone has to be, it should always be the case that someone has to be particularly egregious for that to be activated, because we don't want to just be chucking out anyone who's mildly irritating. Otherwise, we'd never have any guests. So the idea is, yeah, it's currently on 3. I'll decide whether we bump it up to 4. I think we probably will. I think that will probably happen. I have to tell Adam Blade's joke. Adam Blade Taylor said, "I went to get a haircut last week, and Jesus was in there. Jesus was in there having his nails done."
Oh Jesus!
That definitely wins man of the match in the jokes department. And I think Adam is still on it right now in the chat as well, which is absolutely brilliant. So, to clarify plans, I am going to do a night stream tomorrow. I haven't completely. I just have to figure out exactly what time I can do it and what makes the most sense. It will probably be something like 9 p.m. UK time, something like that, either 9 or 10, and go through the night like we normally do. Hopefully, we'll pick up some good calls and some US callers as well. And then Thursday, as things stand right now, I need to completely double clarify it with him. But as far as I'm aware, the plan is 6 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be on with Deconstruction Zone. So looking forward to that. And as always, everybody, thank you. Thank you to wonderful mods. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to incredible. We've had some amazingly good callers today. We haven't had a single fiery debate, but we've had lots of really, really amazing exchanges. And I think lots of value for people who watch for the more sort of passive side of the information, and that's a really important part of what we do here. So I'm not going to apologize for that. I think it's great. Sean, thank you as ever.
You too, John. Thanks for everyone who joined in.